I don't believe trade is the main driver of that, but I'll grant that it does happen sometimes.
Who cares about bringing in money? Okay, the whole idea of running like a business.
I don't really think it's something that you should take.
The argument against charging people rent?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, typically philosophical arguments.
Well, that's a legitimate criticism, because, I mean, you look at why USA was even invented.
So, I don't know. Like, I think a recurring theme or a recurring trend is that
less and less government. I want personal responsibility. I want personal accountability.
Say that I'm like left and liberal. I don't identify as like a communist or alternative stuff. Probably like a
why would that be revelatory to know that water boils in?
About people who are diplomats or ambassadors from other.
Did I say that? Did I say that it was theoretically possible to include, like, it increase?
Natural society is a society where it's survival of.
You can. What you're describing, you can't do. It's, first of all, not what I'm talking about. And second of all, we can't.
So basically, like, even your Lord and Savior Donald Trump didn't do the best job.
That nature, you refer to it as being conscious, or the conscious community.
So I think that gay marriage at the Supreme Court level actually.
No, but my man sister is in the building.
And I find it very interesting that fellow believers are.
I'm sure there are examples, but these are minor examples compared to the ones that I'm putting down too.
It's unconstitutional, they shouldn't do it. But now they're arguing about, well, if they do it.
This video with your little blonde hair. Yeah, that's what your mom said last night too.
let's ignore USAID. That's obviously upsetting you, and I get that because
no, it's not upsetting me.
There's a reason I'm successful. There's a reason why I'm liked.
This is exactly why Democrats.
And good evening, hello, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live Throwdown Thursday on a Friday evening with the wonderful, amazing Admiral Gibbs. He had a little downtime yesterday, and we are reconvening this evening, and he's ready to rumble, aren't you, Mr. Gibbs?
I'm so ready. I've never been more ready for anything in my life.
I love it. This evening, we are going to be running the claim that the Democratic Party should be held liable. Now, that's a heavy statement. Held liable for enabling widespread fraud. Mr. Gibbs, if you'd like to kick us off with your thoughts on this, and we'll go from there. Piss them off. Have some fun.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, so my name's Admiral Gibbs. Y'all don't know me. Find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. We do political commentary and a lot of gaming. Tonight, we're done pretending that power excuses misconduct across this country. Millions of Americans are asking the same question. Who is being held accountable? When allegations of widespread fraud and corruption surround the Democratic Party, the response has too often been silence, deflection, and media protection. If the rule of law means anything, it must apply to everyone, no matter the party, no matter the position. Tonight, I am demanding answers, exposing double standards, and insisting if wrongdoing exists, and it obviously does, then it is investigated, proven, and punished. Democracy does not survive on blind loyalty. It survives on the truth. And let's be clear. This isn't about party loyalty or red versus blue. This is about whether one political machine has become so powerful and so corrupt that it no longer fears scrutiny or the American people. When whistleblowers are dismissed, audits are resisted, and questions are labeled dangerous instead of answered, that's not democracy. That's control and authoritarianism. Accountability is not extremism. Transparency is not a threat. And demanding proof, investigation, and consequences is not an attack on the system. It is the very thing that protects it. Tonight, we're pulling back the curtain and asking the questions too many are afraid to ask. Consider the allegations that keep surfacing despite every attempt to silence them. Claims of irregularities in election administration, questions about ballot handling and verification, accusations of misuse of public funds, and concern over coordination between party officials, powerful donors, and government agencies. Add to that, allegations suddenly lose its urgency when the spotlight turns blue instead of red. These are not fringe questions. These are the questions being raised by voters, lawyers, auditors, and former insiders. And guess what? They deserve sunlight, not censorship. And when people ask for audits, records, or hearings, they're told to sit down and be quiet for the good of the country. It's racist or some other baby back bullshit. But history teaches us that ignoring allegations doesn't protect democracy. Confronting them does. If these claims are false, the dishonest Dems should prove it transparently. If they're true, which they are, we must prosecute them relentlessly. Either way, the American people deserve more than talking points. They deserve the truth. So tonight, this challenge goes directly to the Democratic leadership, party officials, and mouthpieces, and the institutions that shield them. If there's nothing to hide, open the books. Release the records, submit to independent audits, stop hiding behind friendly headlinings, whataboutisms, and bureaucratic delay. Stop treating legitimate scrutiny as heresy. You don't get to call yourselves the guardians of democracy while resisting transparency at every turn. And to the institutions that are supposed to serve the public, the DOJ, election authorities, congressional oversight committees, and the media, your credibility is on the line. Equal justice cannot be conditional. Investigations cannot depend on party labels. If accountability only flows in one direction, then trust collapses everywhere. I'm not here to protect narratives or power structures. I'm here to demand that those who claim moral authority finally prove they deserve it, which we know is impossible for them. I'm sure we will get into the specifics as we get further into the discussion, but just know I'm calling for investigations into the leadership of the Democratic Party as a whole. At this point, I truly believe it is rotten to the core for a plethora of reasons and either needs to be torn down to its foundation and rebuilt or destroyed. That being said, let's get into it.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. The energy on this Spitfire. Jesus Lord. You are feeling better, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm here, and I'm not queer, and I'm real mean today. So let's fucking do it, you know?
Love it. All right. Well, let's open up with blind loyalty. That was the first thing that I heard you mention. Red versus blue. Blind loyalty to the parties. Let's start with that. What do you mean by saying there's blind loyalty to the parties? Obviously, I'm just pretend I'm blonde and stupid.
Sure. Let's just go ahead and get the whataboutism out of the way, because I know that's going to come up about 50 times on this panel here in a little bit. They're going to be like, oh, but Trump's a pedo. Oh, but Trump's a Epstein. Oh, but Trump's doing illegal things. Let's just get that out. Don't give a shit about none of that. We're not talking about that tonight. What we're talking about is the facts. And the fact is the Dems will defend anything that'll get them done in charge, keep them in power. All this fraud, at first it was racist. Not only was it racist, they put the person, Tim Walz, who's arguably the most responsible for this, in charge. It's either ineptitude or it's corruption, one or the other. We're seeing the stuff coming out about Ilhan Omar. I don't give a shit about if she should be a citizen or not. We're not talking about that either. We're talking about how her husband, who is claiming to make $52K a year, is somehow now in the red, up to 32 million. We're talking about estimates of up to 500 billion fraud disappearing every year. This is outrageous. 500 million just for in your references, just for your guys. If we divvy that up, that's $1,400 a person in your tax dollars. And guess what? That's not even all Americans. That's only the ones paying taxes. Most of these fuckers get returns. So if you're paying taxes, you should be fucking pissed. I don't care if you're red, blue, yellow, purple, orange, maroon. I don't care. What I do care about is the color green, and they're taking my goddamn greenbacks. And it's bullshit. I can't believe it. And then they're sitting here going, oh, the illegals that didn't vote. Well, let's talk about that. We're finding out in Fulton County, guess what? There was 15 illegals that are registered to some house that didn't have anybody. We found it out all over the place. In Michigan, there's allegedly 197 duplicate voters on the rolls. We're seeing insiders say. We're seeing all this corruption, and we're seeing it all tied together in one nasty web of duplicity and deception, and that's what the Dems are selling us, and it's disgusting. And I feel like when they sit here and go, oh, but Trump this, oh, but Trump that, it's because they have nothing else. They want to sit here and talk about Epstein. Well, I've looked at a lot of this Epstein shit. Trump might be in there for flying on a plane or something, but guess what? I haven't seen any evidence that he was smashing no kids, and guess what? The difference between Republicans and Dems is if he was smashing them, we're going to say throw his ass in the wood chipper too. Nobody here wants any pedo in charge, but they're going to sit here and talk about that all night. Anytime I try to bring up, oh, Trump did this illegal thing with the boats, Oh, I don't know if you know this, but we're the United States. We can do whatever the fuck we want in the ocean. That's what we do. We got 11 super carriers, and that's the law. And I just don't want to sit here and talk about these knickknacks. What I want to talk about is how they've institutionalized fraud and then have the audacity, nay, the gumption to sit here and tell every other American that it's some baby back bullshit when we ask questions about what's obviously going down.
All right, the 500 million in fraud. Give me the details on that. What happened?
Well, so right now, I think what's his name, Scott Bennett. I believe somebody can fact check it. But anyway, in Congress, he just went before Congress, and he said there's anywhere between $280 to $500 million in fraud just between Minnesota, Ohio, and California being taken from the American taxpayers every year and being paid to illegals, being paid to the Democratic Party through NGOs, where they'll get the money and then they'll refund it back to themselves, where they just have people wholesale taking it. Did you know? Here's a cool little tidbit. The ambassador from Somalia to the United States, or the U.S.-backed government of Somalia's ambassador, also happens to be a daycare runner in Minnesota. Wow, crazy. And guess who's benefiting from all this money? Oh, this guy. No wonder him and Ilhan Omar are in cahoots saying, oh, there's no fucking fraud. It's just crazy that they're going to sit here and have the audacity to lie to us and say, nobody's going to check this shit. Like, that's what we're talking about.
What? Okay, so throughout all of this Somalia fraud stuff, the one question I have is why Somalia of all places? I just don't have it revved up in my brain.
Well, I can answer that. I think it's not just Somalia, right? And this is why Doge was invented. I went on Tim Pool and I argued with Prime, and I sat here and talked about Doge. And people are like, Doge hasn't done enough. Well, at least we got to start. Right, we got to start, and usually what happens is it goes a little slow, and then you fucking know what to look for. Well, now we know what to look for, and now we're peeling back the layers of this nasty, rotten little onion, and we're seeing Nurgles rot, and that's what's happening. We're seeing all this corruption tenfold. Whenever you have an ambassador from another country owning a daycare, and the actual president of the U.S. backed country saying, "Oh, Ilhan Omar doesn't work for America; she works for us," that's bad. And that's part of the reason I think Somalia has been targeted. One, is they're a small group. They have protected status. Two, I don't want to sit here and do this bullshit about talking about IQs. I know a lot of Republicans want to sit here and talk about IQ. I don't give a fuck about that. I'll tell you what I do care about, once again, the greenbacks. And Somalia, the Somalians are an easy one to pick because it's just so widespread. And maybe it's because these IQs low. I don't know. Don't care. But they've done it brazenly and like with audacity. They're making more money than the Somali pirates are making, right? How crazy it is to me that if you were just a Somali and you claimed refugee status, you could be raking in millions and millions of dollars instead of taking out boats for danger. And it's not just Somalia. We just have examples, I think it's in New York, of 2 Haitians getting over $575,000 each, each a month. A month. You know what's crazy? Maybe it's because I'm jealous. If I committed tax fraud, which I never have, but I've been audited 3 fucking times, they are going to sit here and go, oh, they're going to do it for years and get away with it. And by the time we even know about it, half the money's gone. But if an American crosses the street, get his ass. It's outrageous. If I'm driving in California with a muffler, they're going to pull him over. But hey, don't worry about the fraud here, even though they might be the biggest contributors to fraud in the nation. I think the Somalians are just this tip. And like they're an easy one to start with. I think it's just spreading from there. Because now we're seeing how they're doing this. They're getting the money. It's going to daycares. It's turned right around. And their AG of Minnesota is on tape saying, don't prosecute these crimes because, Democrats get money back from them. And, this going to look bad for us to our base. So let's not do it. That's corruption. That's Tammany Hall, but at a national level.
Holy shit. I didn't realize they were saying, let's not prosecute.
Yeah, they're on tape. They're on tape saying it. And this is just talking about the money, right? I have been told for years, I don't know about y'all, but I'm sure every person in this audience can remember 6 months ago, right? Up to 6 months. Hey, guess what? There's no illegal aliens getting welfare. Not a single one. Nowhere. And guess what? Lord, if that wasn't fucking true, it's so bad that the Democrats put forth a bill to protect the illegal aliens getting welfare now.
Why would you need a bill if they weren't getting it to begin with?
Yeah, because now they can't cover it up. It's and then we were told through, I don't know, since Bush, I think. I mean, that's as far as I remember back, that illegal aliens, they don't vote. Even though, in some states, they put legal aliens to vote in cities, which I think is also a problem, but we're not talking about that. But we were told. Now, guess what? Fulton County dropped their case against Trump. Why? About with the false electors. All this shit we heard about the false electors, they just dropped the case just recently. Why is that? I don't know. Maybe it's because we found the illegals. We found them voting. It's obvious that's what's happening. And then they go, well, you haven't found the link between illegals getting the money and the voting. Well, when you have a group like the Somalians and they get protective status, and then they come and they get more money. Minnesota, a state, has more money in fraud going to one group of people, the Somalians. We're not talking about any of the other fraud yet, but we're talking about just that. They get more money going to fraud for the Somalians than the entire GDP of Somalia. That's outrageous. That's a failure of the system. And whenever your vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, was the leader of said state, either that's institutionalized corruption or that's institutionalized ineptitude, and either one of those are bad.
Now, where does the money go once the Somalians take it? I've heard about the suitcases going out of the airports and so on and so forth. I don't know what the truth is behind that, but where would this money go and who would do what with it? I mean, that's a lot of money to just.
Well, I won't lie. I haven't even gone into the allegations of the stuff going out of the airport, but some of the allegations I've seen have been wild. They're saying they were seeing 500K, 750K going out of the airport every week for months. That's outrageous. I don't know the truth of that. I don't know if that's been verified. Well, we can verify, and this is what the Dems are going to do. They're going to sit here and go, Nick Shirley, he didn't do enough investigative journalism. Bitch, y'all told us for years that Joe Biden was competent. I don't want to hear about not doing due diligence anymore. Maybe you got a couple of things wrong, but guess what he did do? He blew the lid off the heresy and the trials and tribulations the Dems are putting us through with this fraud. It's so crazy that they're going to sit here and go, oh, well, this daycare actually has kids. Well, then we go to 5 other ones, and the only kid there is the kid walking around shopping at the thrift store. It's outrageous. It's so brazen, and disgusting. I don't know how it hasn't been caught before. And the only answer that I can come up with is they were protecting them. And then what we're going to hear is, oh, well, under Biden, they tried to arrest some of these fraudsters. Good job, guys. Y'all found the easiest fruit pickings, and you used them as your sacrificial lamb. That's been a tactic. People in power forever it's called controlled opposition. You go and find your biggest dumbass that did something so brazen they can't get caught, and you go, look, we are prosecuting these people. And then they didn't really even do that. Half the time the cases were dropped because the AG over there in Minnesota was telling them not to do it. We've had whistleblowers say people, and I'm even willing to go so far to say at this point, I think we should reopen Melissa Hertman's murder case charge, because it looks like when the only Democrat that voted against expanding welfare gets killed by someone with no direct ties to Tim Walz, that's pretty fucking suspicious. Now, I'm not willing to say he's behind it, but I am saying it's pretty fucking suspicious. I've heard for decades the Clintons got a murder list or hit list. I don't know about any of that, but I tell you what, if one person votes against something and then, oh, she's killed, and then we find out, oh, all this fraud actually is happening, it smells like dog shit. It probably is dog shit. And I'm just saying, we can keep going down this path. Every time we look into something, it just gets worse. I don't even understand how they can even pretend that it's not a problem now. And we need to prosecute them at the highest levels. It's got to be institutionalized, and that's the problem.
Okay. What if we did go down that route and we did find out there's all of this corruption and so on and so forth? Do you think that it will actually be prosecuted? Do you think it will actually stand trial or stand, with opposition from everyone wanting to shut it down? Do you think that would even happen at this rate?
I mean, the thing is this, right? Okay, I'll use immigration as an example. People want to call Obama the deporter in chief. Well, maybe he was, but the policy changed. Under Biden, they told us they were doing all these deportations. Well, they weren't. They were letting everybody in, whatever. Well, Trump might not have as many deportations as Biden, but they're real deportations. When he stopped people coming in, it's like you put up a wall and the people can't come in. So if you stop people from coming in and then you kick them out at a slower rate, That's better than letting everybody come in and kicking them out at a higher rate because they're just going to replace them. Same thing with this fraud here is now that we've found some stuff and we know what to look for, yeah, I think there are going to be prosecutions. I hope there are because it's just a missed opportunity by the Republican Party and Trump in general and the DOJ if they don't do this. Trump ran in the first time in 2016 on cleaning out the swamp. I think what he did was when he ran, he came and he was able to put some people in charge, clean out some of it, and then the swamp struck back. Right. And they got their people in. And now we're finding out, oh, hey, the lady, and this is interesting. There was election fraud in Minnesota. Right. Well, here's what's crazy is, it was Republican guys, Zapata. And everybody is going to point to Republicans doing election fraud. Well, interesting because his boss, a name by Vogue, a lady by Vogue is her last name, Vogue or something like that. I mean, it's VOGG. She has been fired and now is being investigated for election fraud with an email from another member of the Democratic Party saying, oh, it's amazing how you found the exact number of votes at 3 a.m. to win us the election by 0.68%. Wow. That's pretty fucking suspicious. And people go, oh, voter fraud didn't happen. Well, I tell you, let's talk about something the Democrats aren't going to dispute. In Connecticut, there's a mayor's race where they literally have gone on trial and there's been a ruling. And now they've done an emergency recall vote and had people run for office basically because they have on videotape them taking boxes of votes and stuffing it in mailboxes. This is just fraud at the highest levels. And it's so brazen they think they can get away with it. And it's continued. I almost wonder now if the entire election in 2020 was suspicious. And I think now that Trump is in power, he's able to have people in place to actually start doing the digging and to this. Now, I'm under no assumption that Trump is a saint and helping us out. He's our piece of shit. And at least with our piece of shit, he's going to go in there and start digging, and we're going to find out all this institutionalized uniparty bullshit that the Dems have said have not existed, and maybe some of the old neocons that were on side with him saying didn't exist. And now I think we're seeing the rot that's pervaded the system and subverted what the will of the American people is. And I'm pretty excited for it. I think it's only going to get worse, though.
Yeah, that's fair. The misuse of public funds, do you think is that targeted towards, kind of like the fraud stuff going on, welfare, illegal aliens? Like where is this misuse of public funds going?
Well, I mean, I think one is to make people rich because, I mean, most common denominator always is usually, or Occam's razor that shit, most likely solution is going to be that, if I'm committing fraud or say I'm selling cocaine or whatever it is I'm doing, the goal was to make the money, right? And so I think that's the sum of it at one level, right? I think two, the Democrats realized, oh, we can take advantage of this greed. And once you have similar-minded interests, then you can work together. And so they've got these people, this group, like the Somalians, which is a good example, and I think the one we should start with, where they are empowered. And then they all vote Dem, and they all sit here and get their money, and they're getting handouts in mass from the government. And then turns out there's nobody at these daycares. But guess who's getting the money? Local Democrat politicians and larger ones. We're seeing Ilhan Omar trace back to this. Her husband's got millions in the bank when he went from being broke to within a year. Now he's got worth $30 million. His I was reading online, his return rate is 170% the average. 170%. I'm not saying there's insider trading, but I wish I had the autopilot app tuned to him instead of Nancy Pelosi at that rate, because goddamn, that shit is 170%. You know what the odds are on hitting that? It's astronomical. I don't even know the odds. I'm not pretty good at stats. I'm sitting here. It's just, I think it's to make personal benefit. And two, I think that it's to institutionalize them forever. If you have these people and they're sitting here willing to make fake votes or bring in illegals and then try to get them citizenship through underhanded means, we're finding out left and right that Minnesota's got a voucher system, for example. One person could go vouch for 8 other people, and then they could go in. And other places like California, we're finding, if you could get an ID, you could vote because that's all that we required. And guess what? Most of these states, coincidentally, all the ones that didn't vote for Trump have no voter ID law. Wow, that's pretty crazy. We're just seeing, it's just fraud at every level. And I think now that we're starting to look into it, and I think the jig is up. I think that enough Dems are disillusioned with their party that they're not dying on the hill. I think some of the old people are dieharding. And I think there's a group that we have to fight the Republicans at any level. So these are our pieces of shit, so we have to defend it. And I just don't understand the idea that they can sit here with a straight face and go, no, sir, none of this is happening for years. And then when it very obviously is, just try to like do the, oh, Andrew Wilson or Destiny thing, which is real semantic, and be like, oh, well, you said libel. We're going to have to talk about the definition of the word libel for the next 6 hours before we can actually talk about the issue. And then you never talk about the issue. No. What we're going to do today is we're going to talk about the issue, which is they've institutionalized their bullshit. And now the American people, if they vote in these states, your vote ain't worth the paper it's wrote on, because they're just going to make new ballots, and they're just going to have illegals come in, and they're going to give them the money, and then they're going to bring the family, or they're going to give them protected status, and then they're going to give them the money, and those people are going to have more money than you, and money equals power. And that's a problem.
That's true. Now, how do we know that the right isn't committing fraud or voter fraud, misuse of funds, so on and so forth? I mean, I know you mentioned the whataboutism at the beginning, so I figure we can just go ahead and get that out of the way in terms of, like, is the right participating in stuff like this? I mean, I think it's natural to say in any form of power or people with lots of money moving around in different places, there's more likely going to be some kind of fraud somewhere.
Well, maybe, but there's two things. One with Trump. Trump is one, he funded his campaign mainly, and two, he was very populist. He got a very big populist upswelling from like a lot of small donors, which is not the norm in these elections. And he also was able to win without spending. It was a lot of money spent, but he was able to spend money strategically. When we sit here talking about this, I know the Dems are going to sit here and go, look at this example. And I mentioned Zapata, who once again his boss ended up being a Dem, and then she's now been fired and under investigation. But they're going to point to small examples. Now, for decades, for every decade, for the last 20 years. So I guess, for 20 years, I've heard this talking point from every day. There might be some small scale voter fraud, Republican to do it, but there's never been enough to influence an election. Well, when we have accusations like the one being made against old Vogue, where she's over here got just enough to somehow win the election at 3 a.m., and which is crazy because every Republican for a while was talking about that. It's like, oh, well, maybe we need to talk about what is the actual thing. Ken Paxton in Texas has found 21 people, put them on trial that were working with LULAC, which is the Mexican Rights American organization, where they put them on trial, and they're basically saying, oh, you were literally signing illegals up outside your offices here in Texas, a red state. Imagine what they're doing where they control this, and they can do this brazenly. And so when they go, oh, Republicans are doing this, it's either one of two things is true. Either Republicans are doing it equally and poorly, which I doubt, or and there's no evidence of, and the Dems were telling us with their face that this wasn't happening in mass. So on either side, and it never influenced the election. So either now they're switching sides, they're lying because they believed for 20 years that the Republicans weren't doing this to a big enough scale to be a problem, or it's just the whataboutism, which, is more likely is going to be the whataboutism because, they don't actually have anything of substance. And that's why they have to go with these things, just like the economy stuff. Every single time when we look into their stuff, they just get proven wrong. And it's just outrageous.
Are they doing audits right now?
Yeah.
Or did they finish?
Yeah, not only they're doing audits, they're taking action. Ilhan Omar has been removed from the Foreign Affairs Committee. About time. We're sitting here seeing them do audits. I think Scott Bennett is over here getting into it. They just signed a special prosecutor to now look into all of this fraud. Pam Bondi's talked about it. There's all sorts of stuff being happened. The problem is I can talk about any one of these individual, but it's like there's so many different things now being found. We're finding fraud in Ohio. We're finding fraud in Texas. Doge is finding new fraud. We're finding fraud in California, and they're arguing that might be the biggest ever one ever. And then we're seeing stuff that's not technically fraud, right? But like, okay, I'll give you an example. The Palisades burned down. Oh, now you're going to build low-income housing. That's not fraud, but who's that benefiting? Well, it benefits these same people, and it's pretty suspicious, right? That, oh, we didn't happen to not have water to save these people, and then it burns down, and now we're going to give this to low-income housing. Or, oh, we're not going to prosecute these crimes. So it's very like fraud, and then we have sanctuary cities. Well, if you believe the federal government's the power in charge, how the fuck do we have a sanctuary city? If you're following the federal government's laws, then guess what? You have to follow immigration laws too. And there's all sorts of things that fall under this umbrella. So it's not just fraud, it's institutionalized corruption at every single level.
What is going on in California?
Oh,
You said there was a big one in California?
Yeah, I'll have to find out the exact things. I don't have that right in front of me, but I do have it. It's basically they're saying that it could be the largest fraud ever in history. There's all sorts of welfare fraud being alleged. There's housing fraud. There's there's just the same place that's giving illegals driver's licenses to drive semis. It's just like endless. I mean, like, hold on, let me just pull a little Google here. If you just Google California 250 first day pops up fraud. Okay. California report puts state fraud base estimated at just at 250 billion. This is from the Denver Gazette, according to whistleblowers and tips commissioned by the DOJ. And like this is one of their prime candidates, like Newsom, right? We just saw with Walls, he was their candidate for VP, and like if these people are running these huge states and we're seeing all this different fraud alleged. And it's like, I like want to go into specifics, but we'll be here all night if I just start reading like the list of shit. Like, let me just read some of the Califradia here. This is what they're on.
Califradia.
Yeah. Califradia said, the California state auditors, this is from the California state auditor's office, recent high risk was alleged flag problems across CalFresh, Medi-Cal eligibility, financial reporting. Hill and Morton also alleged widespread pay-to-play abuse within the state's K-12 education system and noted fake community college applications were created to steal student aid funds. They also spotlighted unemployment insurance gifting during the pandemic. The state has already been admitted to being defrauded for more than $55 billion in recent years. Most likely, the money will never be recovered. There are $55 billion reasons why people who may not have been eligible for jobless claims. A state audit paying the California Employment Development Department as chaotic as handling of overpayments. I'll give you one here in Texas again. There's a center here in San Antonio. I talked about this on Tim Pool. That was fleeced the government for something like $6 billion, right? And it was outrageous that they were able to do this because what they did was they would sit here and they go, they had 3,000 people stationed there for 3 months ever. And then they were open about 6 years. And what they would do is we have to keep these doctors on and all these people on payroll because we could be opened up for immigration inflow at any time. And they, like if you're paying a doctor for 6 years and they never work at $250K a year, that's fraud. I'm like, why are we paying you somebody $250,000 a year to sit on your ass and play piddly dicks? Like, it's outrageous. Right. They're like, we have to keep the janitor staff. There's nobody there. What do you need janitors for? Get them there once a month to wipe up the dust. Like, we have to make sure the batteries in the golf carts are charged. Like, bro, I can go down to Walmart. We'll go fire 3 of these illegals you're sitting here trying to protect, and they'll do it for $15, like for the day. Like, it's outrageous that they're getting away with this, and they're going, it's not fraud. Like, I just think at every level, and this is the problem. I think with this is what we're going to get fined is as we find the fraud, we're going to find how they legalize it. Just like when the Dems just this last week put out a bill to protect illegal aid going to the illegals, right? And it's like, you're going to have Medicare and all this stuff go to the illegals. You all said that wasn't there. And now you're putting bills into Congress to protect the money going to these people. Like we've had in Texas, that's not happening. And in fact, we've had the problem where illegals will go to hospitals and then just, run out on the bill. And we've had low income area hospitals shut down, creating medical deserts because guess what? They are not earning enough money because these people are just running. And that's in Texas where, maybe that's not direct fraud. I mean, they're defrauding somebody or they're just thieving right there. But when we're seeing a state like California, they're just like, not only are we going to just give them the money, we're going to take care of them, and then we're going to give them all this health care, and then we're going to do it at the taxpayers' expense, and then we're going to lie to their face. Like just this week, Newsom said there's no homelessness. Or homelessness is all-time low. And then a guy walking down the same street he did shows homelessness on each side, and then goes to a homeless shelter, and there's no hobos there, and they're collecting money in droves. It's just like they lie and they just think nobody's going to check them. And I think that's what's good about Nick Shirley is he went in there and started checking. And like I said, this guy doesn't have like the resources CNN or MSNBC or these have or Fox. But guess what? I don't trust any of them fuckers. Fox had the Dominion thing. MSNBC and CNN lied to us for the whole Biden presidency. Like, if you're going to sit here and have the audacity to tell us, he didn't do enough fact checking and like, I don't know. Say he made 50 claims and 8 of them weren't right, but 42 of them are. That doesn't invalidate the other 42. We need to look into this shit. And it's like every day he goes and finds new stuff. And then it's not just him now. Now that he's started, other citizens are going, and these people are patriots, but we have Tim Walz calling them racist.
Oh, so racism. I wanted to tap into that. What is so racist about investigating fraud?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, Republicans, this is a chide to you. Bad Republicans, it's your fault. It's your fault you're getting us called racist because y'all are sitting there playing into the thing. I just watched a video today and it was talking about Somalia and why they have lower IQ or an average IQ of 68, and they reference culture and memory and all this shit. Cool. I don't give a shit if that's true. And I like, let's just say it's 100% true. Stop fucking using that as a talking point because every time you say it, immediately there's a section of people in the United States who just go, that's racist. They're talking about people's IQ. And, I don't know if it is actually racist to say that, but I feel like there are people that are going to take that as racist, and it makes Republicans look bad. I basically exclusively for me work with Guatemalans, with the leather stuff. All these guys, they're Guatemalans. They all got papers. When I worked in restaurants, they're all Guatemalans. They went and got papers. Some came illegally and they went through the citizenship process. And legal aliens are super pissed about all these illegals getting all this benefit because it's like, why go through this process?
Right.
And then when they could have just came here and got millions of dollars. And then, so when I sit here and look at this, the Guatemalans' average IQ is allegedly it's like 67, 68. It's the same, but we're not talking about Guatemalan fraud. We talk about maybe how some of them came here legally, but most of the Guatemalans I know are here legally. And guess what? They're pissed too. And guess what? They're pissed with whatever IQ they got, and they're pissed at all these people. So when we talk about IQ shit, that's probably why they're talking about us being racist. And it's like, I think once again, I think we started with the Somali fraud. And I think it's easy to pick them because they're an exemplary example of what Trump has talked about, which is we have these groups like the Haitians and the Somalians who don't want to westernize, right? So they come here, they spread Muslim values, and I hate to break it to you, Muslim values are not the same as American values. Now, what are American values? We're not going to do this bullshit where I sit here and list 10 of them. I don't know what they are exactly. I guess there's fucking winning and whooping that ass, but we know that Somalia doesn't know how to do that, so they're not preaching those values. So we're sitting here, we got these people that are a group of people. They're not a huge group of people, but they're a group of people that had, until I think last week or the week before, had protected status and were fleecing the government in mass. And not only that, they were one of the first groups that America fought wars with. I don't know if y'all remember this, but it's the Barbary Pirates. We fought them and Tripoli and all these groups. They're all classified as Barbary Pirates. And they all said back then to Thomas Jefferson that us being Muslim give us the right to take over your shit and take your shit because Allah wills it. And so this is a group of people that's anti-American values. They're a group that's had protected status, and they're sitting here fleecing us. And I think it's a great target group because it's not a huge group. Now, if we sat here and said, "Oh, it's all the Mexicans," right? I'm Mexican. I'm Hispanic. That's where I grew up here. There's a lot of cartel people out here. A lot of cartel people. They're bad people. I'm sure they're committing fraud too. I'm sure they're selling drugs and they're shooting people. In fact, not only am I sure of it, I know it. There was a murder last week here. Someone fucking died. I'm sure that they have fake businesses. But guess what? There's millions of fucking illegal Mexicans, and there's only about a few 100,000 of these Somalis. So if we're going to pick somebody, let's pick a group we can start with, and then we expand from there after we see the tricks that the Dems are using to get them. And it's not racist. It's not racist to want to save American taxpayers. Now, this is why, like I said, I keep coming back to this IQ thing. I think Republicans, there's groups that have gotten in power, and it's fun to sit here and say the fiery thing. I love saying the fiery thing. I mean, I'm wearing an El Fafo shirt. We're wilding out. I got Trump dressed as Pancho Villa, talking about wilding out on my shirt. I like to be controversial, but let's be controversial within reason. When Nick Fuentes is starting to sound kind of chill, that's not a good sign.
When you can kind of nod and be like, oh, okay, that's not, you're not wrong, right? It for somebody as controversial as Nick Fuentes, that's when it's like, wait, why does that feel okay?
Yeah, and I come from the generation where when I went to college, and I'm gonna openly admit this, I am a corrupt individual. I'm gonna take every advantage I can get legally if I can find a loophole. So I'm Hispanic. So you know what I did? I applied for this organization. I'm blanking on the name on the top of my head. I can find it. And it was Aggie Plus, right? Aggie Plus. And we came in there, and basically it was to teach us about how the white man was bad, and how we need to sit here and we got to have diversity and women's studies and all this ticky-tack, maybe bullshit. Right? And it gave me a scholarship, right? For it helped me get preferred classes at A&M. This is A&M, one of the most conservative colleges in the nation. And they got some pop your pussy asshole bullshit in here sitting here going, oh, we got to play to the lips. And like, I would bring up questions in this class, some of these classes, because it was like, not only did we take normal classes, but we have special little classes that we had to take to be, in the program. And I would ask a question, be like, well, hold on, this sounds pretty racist to white people. And they're like, well, that's just because you're white passing. And this is, that's because I'm white passing. Well, that's great. So I'm not white enough for the white people. I'm not brown enough for the brown people. It's just institutionalizing racism a different way. But when you ask questions, now you're the racist. And like, I come to now, and it's like we've had a generation of this that lived under this. Like, it's so insidious because we can see the results of this playing out in real time. And thankfully, thanks to Charlie Kirk and others, and really the streaming in general, we've seen a swing back against the fight on this, because it's just like, at some point, people aren't stupid, wisdom of crowds and all that. Like, you might have 1 million people and they all might be idiots, but listen, enough of them are going to go, hey, something's fishy here. And I think that's where we're at. I think the American public on both sides, and I think Bernie was the answer to this for on the left, and I think Trump was the answer on the right, was this populist uprising where they're like, we're sick of being lied to by an establishment. And I think now we're seeing this. And I think that's what's happening right now that makes this time so different.
Do you think the American people will eventually take back their government by way, with all of this fraud and corruption and things, the voter fraud, the money, all of this stuff? Do you think Americans eventually are going to get tired of it to where they're going to put the government back in its place? Because I think, in my opinion, like, this is just how I look at it. The government has taken over so much where you can't take a shit without the government having some kind of tax on it or telling you what to do about it, where to shit, how to shit, what color toilet paper, what kind of toilet paper, is it soft, is it hard? I feel like we're kind of at a weird point where the government's just kind of like too overpowered, and we've allotted that. We've given the government that kind of power. Do you think people are waking up enough to say, you know what? You shouldn't be in charge of that much, at least not the federal government. They've put us in debt. They've caused us a lot of issues. They've allowed all of this fraud to go on. Are the people going to take it back and give the power back to the states?
No. Maybe yes and no, right? Like, I'm a Texan, okay? And, right behind me, I had the original national flag of the Republic of Texas, right? And as a Texan, I don't trust the government for shit. Like, them fuckers are bad, right? I don't trust them. And they're going to lie to us, and I said this earlier, Trump's our piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. I'm under no assumption that a guy that used to be a New York real estate mogul is going to sit here and not come up with his own corruption. That's that. The other thing is, when I sit here, what is Trump doing with the boats? I've sat here on many panels and said, I am a little sus about using the idea that we could name cartels as terrorist organizations, even though I think they're the same, if not worse, because I feel like what's next? We're going to classify someone here as terrorist organization, and let's say on the border, right? They decide we're going to use the Marines as a joint operation in Mexico and in Brownsville, and they attack a house and they kill 8 cartel guys and there's 1 American. Well, nobody's going to be sad about that. People are going to be like, it's expected, whatever. Well, we shouldn't be using the Marines on American soil. But hey, we're going to probably let that one slide. And so I always think the government's always going to keep trying to gather power in different ways, because Trump is just using the extension with the boats and stuff of the stuff that Bush started and Obama expanded. And so, no, I think they're going to do it. What I do hope that's going to happen is that we have this new populist movement, and we're going to sit here and we're going to basically open up the books, and we're going to run a more efficient government, and we're going to tear down this institutionalized, what I'm going to call, use for the sake of the argument, uniparty deep state kind of stuff. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm a conspiracy theorist, the frogs are gay. No, I'm going to sit here and go, I think there is a real credibility to this now, where we can see that some of these people have been in here so long that they have maybe established, ways around it. Like, if you get elected into office, you become Speaker of the House, then you're going to start making money hand over fist, not just because you know what laws you're going to pass, but because you have insider information that you're giving somebody, my husband, my wife on the outside, to benefit. And we're seeing things like this. We're seeing the NGOs where they were giving money all over the place, and then we're tracing them back here with Doge. I'm hoping that we can tear down this institution, and we can maybe put a more American people first friendly agenda in. And, I think over time, everything's going to be corrupted. And I don't think with as technology advances and, the population grows that the government's going to get smaller or stronger. I think we want like a strong but targeted government as a small government conservative. Like I still want to have the biggest, baddest military in the world. You got to fund that somehow. But if we can fund it through tariffs or we can fund it through legitimate taxes, great. But if we're going to sit here and do, these like insider deals where, shit costs like $1,000 for a screw and we're getting bid, like that's bad. Right. That is not good. That's also fraud I want taken care of. I think that's something Republicans work on. But I think that's a different type of fraud than what we're seeing right now, which is openly stealing from the government.
Right. Isn't there something where there's like a post office in DC where they could just go and cash checks? Do you know about that?
No, I don't know anything about that. But I mean, like, there's all sorts of stuff. Like, I mean, there's okay.
There's like a way where it's some kind of way where they were able to go because they had to mail stuff out or something, and they can just go and like basically cash these just randomly cash checks from the parties.
I'll tell you what's even more insidious than that might make you mad as a normal American, right? You remember, what was it, 2 years ago, whenever they decided, the Dems in their wisdom and their power decided, hey, guys, Americans, we don't trust you if you spend more than $600 on Cash App. We're gonna sit here. We're gonna check you out. We want to see that information. Well, that's cool. Then we turn around and we have actual donation lists. And we have donation lists from Somali daycares hitting the max amount they can donate in one time, depending on the state, like 1,200, 2,400, all these different lists, 500, all large amounts, all bigger than 600. And they have the audacity to say, you Americans can't be trusted with $600 going to old grandma. But hey, guess what? We can sit here and take donations with no questions asked. Like, it's just like outright disgusting. Like, and they're going, that's because, we don't need the Republicans hiding money on. We don't need this in Cash App. Like, bro, like $600. If I have a family of like 18, like, and that's just like cousins and whatever, and we're gonna have like a family, like, let's just say we're gonna have a block party at my house for old Uncle Theo's fucking quinceañero or whatever the fuck he wants to. I don't know why he'd be turning 15 again, but we're gonna have a quinceañero, right? And everybody's over here, and like we got 18 people, and I got some neighbors. $600 at HEB or Walmart. That's enough for those people. Why the fuck should the government have any questions about that? But hey, if I'm a Somali daycare and I donate $1,200 to Illy Nomar, no questions asked.
Why would daycares be donating money to politicians?
Well, I mean, if I own a ranch, why wouldn't I donate money to someone that's going to back me on ranching? I'm not so much. It's not so much why they're doing that. It's an issue. I understand why they would do it, but it's like if you're going to receive government funds, you shouldn't be allowed to turn around and give those funds to a candidate. That's outrageous. Like, there should be stipulations on this shit. Like, there should be monitoring. There shouldn't be whistleblowers being told no. There shouldn't be AGs sitting here like on tape going, don't investigate. Like the idea that we have the whistleblowers that have come forward and then been fired the day before they testified in Congress is disgusting. And they're like, nah, Gibbs, it's not happening. Not happening. And I'm just like, at what point do you is it just enough is enough? Like, at some point, you're just a partisan hack. And I won't pretend that the Republicans are saints. I'm not going to pretend Trump's probably getting people in bed with him he's selling guns or whatever. He's probably got the people that he prefers selling whatever. And I'm just making something up. I'm sure the Dems are going to come on here and list all their examples of Trump corruption left and right. But it's like, I just like, there's something to be said about like the fact that it's so institutionalized, and the idea that if we ask any questions, it's you're the problem, right? Like, every American, red, blue, green, purple, doesn't matter, should be concerned whenever $1,400 is being taken from you and just taken and done. This is what's happening. This is literally what's happening. We're taking our money and we're just going, hey, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just give it away and just like go it away to people left and right. Like, why are we gonna just burn
fake. I hope
of course, yeah. It's all TOS. We won't break any TOS rules.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, like, I hope that $100 bill is fake for your sake.
Yeah, we're not going to break any rules. But yeah, don't worry. But the point is, though, these people are just burning our money. And it would be better useful to burn real $100 bills on stream right now, because at least people are going to hear about this shit, than what they're doing, which is taking the money and then jacking off with it all the way over to Somalia in giant suitcases full. Like, it's sickening. It's sickening.
But where does it go when it hits Somalia? That's my bigger question. Like, where does it go? Who is gaining? Who is benefiting from this?
Well, American people that we put in power, of course, whatever their government that we recognize is. We have actual connections we found that are proven now to Al-Shabaab and Al-Qaeda and ISIS affiliates in Somalia that have received American taxpayers. Like, it's just disgusting. Like, where is it going? It's going to fund our enemies, whether they're domestic or foreign. And like, I can't get over it, because then when you say this, people are like, but the foreign aid, it needs to go to these countries. And it's like, we need to go and look at what this foreign aid is doing. And I'm not talking about like, okay, let me give you an example, right? This came up when I talked about Doge. It's like, there was the example, I think it was Nigeria, of a NGO grants going to fund trans operas in like Central America or something, right? And it was like $250K. Like, okay. Do I really think that there's a trans opera happening in Latin America?
No,
probably not. That's probably like some kind of CIA black thing. I'm not talking about that. What I am talking about is when I see, $2.8 million spent to learn a dead butcher's language in France. Let the fucking French figure that shit out. I don't care about a butcher's language. When I see millions of dollars going to aid Somalia, and we still don't have a U.S.-backed government that controls all of a country that's the size of New Jersey. When I see millions being spent all over to Nigeria, and Boko Haram is still fighting, and now and ISIS is still fighting in droves in Nigeria, and fighting Chad and 6 other countries. Clearly what we're doing is not working. And then we're not even giving money to Sudan, or we're not giving enough. And people go, we should give money. And we're seeing images of just piles of bodies. Like, there's places we could send the money and help people, but we're not doing that. All of this needs to be reassessed. And what we're finding is this money is coming back to America in this shadowy web. We all hear Rob Lord talk about it. All these other people talk about it. They're absolutely right. All this money's come back in a shadowy web, and it's being either spent on, corruption and going to Democrats to keep them in power and subvert American electorate, because money is power. You can buy more with campaigns, all the shit if you have the money, or it's going overseas and we're never seeing it again, and it's going to our enemies. And it's just outrageous. It's disgusting. And I don't know why more people aren't mad about this.
I'm with you on that one. To anyone in the audience, I have dropped the link to join the panel. Please feel free to start jumping back there while we go through one more quick topic, and then we'll move along and bring our panels up while you guys get situated back there. All right. Moral authority. You mentioned that earlier. What is moral authority to you?
Okay, so this is, I guess, where I'll do the debate bro little thing where we can be deducting. Maybe we'll do a theory. When I was in college, I got 3 certificates of political theory. They're like ancient political thought, modern political thought, and Latin American political thought. And so I sit here, and the first time in my life have we seen what I like to call of the righteous moral left. Right? We go on shows all the time. Now, I'm a conservative, like economic conservative. I'm somewhat socially liberal. I don't care if you're trans. I don't care if you're gay. I mean, I like everybody. Y'all are cool. We're all cool, right? I'm not going to sit here and like fight. Like, I have some issues with some of that. I don't like transport stuff. I think it's dangerous to women. But like, I'm sitting here like, you want to do your own thing. You want to do some drugs. I don't give a shit. If you're not affecting other people, go rail an 8-ball at home. Cool. Don't care. Now, you paid for it with your money, and you do that. I don't care. Now, if you're going railing like 8-ball in public and then acting crazy on a train, that's a problem. But we're sitting here like I'm someone that I feel like could build a bridge with lefties. But they don't do that. What they do is they find one talking point that you sit here and say, and they're like, this guy's evil. How can you not believe? We even see this on the left. Libs and progressives hate each other. Why? Because they sit here and they'll go through their list of things, and the minute you disagree with one of their points, oh, this guy's the great Satan. How dare they not believe? And so for generations, the right has been the ones that have been the moral Indian ones. We've had the Christian right, where we sit here like, oh, you're not doing this thing. You're living in sin. We got to do this thing. And they had power for many years, but then they call them tapered off. They lost some credibility with the Catholic Church falling off. The Russian Orthodox. We have arguments. They're funded by the Russian government that like seep into America. There's all this stuff. So they've fallen off some. We've seen a little bit of a resurgence in recent years. But we're seeing like this not trusting of the religious movements on the right. We're seeing community kind of fall apart overall. And what we're seeing is on the left, though, they put people in institutions like academia, and they sit here and they judge you. And they tell you that they're doing this for you. How dare you speak out against diversity? Are you racist? How dare you speak out about trans athletes in sports? How dare you check into Somali fraud? That's racist. Like, it's this idea that they will shame you because of your moral choices. If you're a white male Christian in America, you're evil. You didn't apologize for your ancestors conquering these people. What if you're Irish? You were basically the people. You were basically the Africans of the Europeans. But hey, you're white, so you benefit. So you're evil. Oh, Gibbs, you're Spanish, Gibbs. Oh, you know what's terrible about you? You killed all the natives in Latin America. I don't know if you read what the Aztecs were doing, fam. They were sacrificing people in mass. They're eating them. Pozole was made out of people before pork, and they came in. Yeah, now I'm not saying the Spanish are good guys. Cortez pretty evil. We got Columbus, probably pretty evil. But when we got two evils fighting each other, I don't want to sit here and hear about how the bloodthirsty cannibals that sacrifice people and wear their client tribes' daughters' skins as cloaks or the good guys. Sorry, not buying it. The Apaches fought in the Texas Revolution against, guess who? They fought against the Comanches. They fought against the Mexicans. They were some of the first Texas. Why? Because they sat here and go, oh, these fuckers are evil. There's good guys and bad guys in all groups, and history is nuanced. And so when they're sitting here trying to sit here and go, you fuckers are evil for believing in something, that's moral indignation. And this is the first time in history where we've had the left sit here and dress up their shit as moral superiority. Stalin and Lenin didn't do that. They said they were helping people. They're helping the the population against the proletariat, right? But in the all this shit, or the bourgeoisie, the proletariat was fighting against the bourgeoisie and all this bullshit, the rich evil. But they weren't even claiming to be like good. Marx is racist. He uses the N-word about 50 times. But they didn't pretend to be good guys. But now, hey, let me tell you, there's nothing better than taking your hard-earned tax dollars, pulling it out, no lube, and then giving it to somebody else and going, hey, buddy, this is more, and how dare you have any questions about, where your money's going? Like, bro, you could have 50 women that you have baby mamas on, you're paying child support for. But you know what? Hey, you're going to give the 50 more in taxes, and it's all going to go to people that you don't want to give it to, right? And it's just outrageous. Like, I just imagine if we did this. If every time someone's tax dollar went to somebody to pay child support or money from the government for WIC, you got to fuck that woman. I guess how fast they would sit here and turn around and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. But instead, they have no problem saying, hey, you should be able to take your money and we're going to give it away. But sexual communism, that's bad. It's outrageous because if you follow the same logic, both are the same thing. But, they don't want to do that. They want to sit here and point and go, you bad because you're heartless. No, I'm not heartless. I just think my money should go to me and my own before it goes to Bob, Dick, and Sally down the road, or goes overseas and funds Al-Shabaab.
Right. Well, and even at that, you mentioned earlier about conquering other countries and people. We didn't have necessarily diplomatic approaches. That's how you took over spaces and people. That's how you conquered. That's how the world turned. You either fight or get out of the way and let me take your land, or let me take your things, or let me take your women. And if you couldn't defend yourself, then you didn't, you were worthless.
But it's just crazy because it's become like all white people, right? Like, it's like, is your white? The Dems have lost the white male, right? Like you're telling me the Irish are who basically weren't even considered white until like Kennedy, right? These people who are poorer than all fuck, who like are basically Somalia of fucking Europe, are somehow they're the ones benefiting from all years and years. Like these people have had it worse than almost anybody. We're talking about like all Eastern European countries that these people come over here. Oh, those evil Czechoslovakians. They were oppressing us left and right. Whenever in fact we have evidence that the Barbary pirates were raiding the shores of the lower Mediterranean so much that their population didn't recover for 200 years. But hey, we're not going to talk about that because it's racist to mention that white people were slaves too. Like it's racist to talk about all this stuff. America is the fastest country from founding to inception to slavery being abolished of any country that I can think of off the top of my head. There might be some other one that was not, but we did it in less than 200 years. It took other countries hundreds of years. The Netherlands, they were selling them for decades. Korea, I get told Korea is this pinnacle of wonderful. Korea has the longest unbroken chain of slavery in history. No one's talking about how evil the Koreans are. No, they're saints. The longest unbroken chain of slavery. But America has it for 150 years. Lordy, we're never going to recover from that, boys. Like, it's just absurdity at its finest. Like, I at some point, I can't take him seriously. And I'm sick of pretending that I do. Because I don't want to sit here and come in here bad faith, but it feels very bad faith when they want to sit here and go on their high horse and be like, we got to do diversity and inclusion. Right. Oh, the white man's doing this. And then it's like, well, what about these poor white man groups? Or what about Asians being the ones excluded because of affirmative action? Like, what about that? They're like, well, the Asians are doing good, so we're not going to talk about them. It's just
right.
What is this mental gymnastics that we're doing here?
I like the mental gymnastics just to make fun. It is entertaining. I do have some fine folks hanging out backstage ready to come have some fun with you. Do you enjoy playing with your food before you eat it?
Always.
Fair enough. And to get through some super chats while they're getting themselves sorted backstage, Texas Bully Mom sends a big 10 and says, so glad you're back another night. Yes, thank you so kindly. And his compliments of Gibbs that we got the bonus open panel last night. So you can say thanks to Gibbs for getting sick. And he had to take one for the team so that the Maters could come out strong last night and play with an open panel. It was a great night. She also says, quietly say hi to Opie for me. I will have, Opie is my new puppy here at the house. I will have Opie make her presence in maybe an hour or so. I'll go grab her for you guys. We'll have some fun. And Texas Bully Mom says, win for the matriarchy. The matriarchy was winning for a hot minute on the super chats until Mr. Jason Reeves says, fuck that. Boys rule, girls drool with the big 50 to cancel out all of Texas Bully Mom's donos there. And Kokomo, I think Kokomo is a male, drops in with another 10 to say quality luring center. So the boys are up on the donos. Ladies, you'll have to fix that on your own or else the men will win tonight. It's up to you, girls. All right. Are you ready to meet your panel, sir?
Yeah, let's meet him. I'm going to use the restroom while you bring him in.
All right. Have some fun. Here we go. Actually went to the restroom that fast. God. I'm so jealous of men at this rate. Like, you just go and just like whip it out, piss. You could go piss literally. You could be pissing in a bottle right now underneath your desk for all we know. And like nobody would ever know.
Well, so can you.
It would be a little harder for me to do that.
You
Like
still
I
can
would
do
have
it,
to.
though.
I would have to
Didn't
like
make the little hook
really
thing for the car.
squat. You know,
You need a
would-
wide mouth bottle is what you need. Yeah.
I would have to like be off the seat, like awkwardly peeing. You know what I mean? There would be definitely some noise to that one. Welcome back, Logix. Thanks for joining in. I know I tagged you earlier and I said all my lefties to the front. Jason back. I'm sure Jason's here to get in some fights. He's been having some fun since we broke his cherry on panels, and now he's addicted wholeheartedly. Animated effigy, of course, I could not let you sit and talk shit in the chat and not join the panel for some fun. And Andrew, I think you've been here once before, maybe?
Nope.
No? You look familiar. Where have I seen you?
I was on last night on another for the first time. I was watching last night, lurking, and you answered a couple of my questions. And my picture came up. I was on another channel.
Oh, okay. Well, wonderful. Wonderful.
Yep.
Oh, midlife.
Yeah.
Is that you?
That was
okay.
me
Well,
last night. Yeah.
You made it then. I'm really excited.
Yes.
I'm disappointed because Alex Kirsch Project has not made his way up to the panel. Somebody message that little bitch and tell him to come talk his shit up on this stage. He said he wanted to be here for this one. I expect nothing less. All right, Logix, you were backstage waiting patiently, first in line. I'll give it over to you if you want to open up with anything to Gibbs. Go for it.
Yeah, so Sarah, I did come because I saw you tagged me, and I was actually streaming, so I have not heard everything that Gibbs was saying. I heard some. What's going on, Gibbs? Haven't since last time. How you been?
Good, Papa. How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah.
Well?
So I did see the beginning of what he said, kind of the intro, and I was streaming, and then I just came. Is it echo?
Yep, I got it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I kind of heard the ending before you brought us up, of course. So Gibbs, let me just understand before we get into it. Is your claim that Democrats as an organization are responsible for fraud and they should be held responsible for it? Like they are responsible.
I'm basically saying that they're pulling Tammany Hall, but at a national level. Like they are enabling fraud in order to benefit financially and politically, and they should be held accountable for it.
And what's your strongest proof of that?
Well, I mean, I think the Somali fraud right now is excellent. We can see direct ties to people. I think Ilyan Omar is one of them, but we see them direct ties with companies that have been given money, some of them that don't even exist. We have direct ties to them donating to the Democratic Party. So we have basically the party receiving money that was put in place by them to fund a group of protected people, and then it's going to Democratic candidates after it's going to these people who are taking fraudulent chunks in places where businesses don't even exist. And I think that is a pure, prime example. And then on top of that, not only does the Democratic Party know this is happening, but Tim Walz was the VP candidate. And so they have institutionalized the fraud and corruption in order to stay in power. And that's why they have things like no voter ID. That's why we're seeing the ties to the illegals. That's why we see them wanting to bring people in. That's why the welfare is going to them. And that's why it's coming back through NGOs and them and all sorts of other different ways.
Okay, like almost all of that is like speculation, right? Like
no.
Yeah. It's mostly speculation as far as even if let's say I granted you that people that are getting money are giving it back to Democrats. That's not proof of Democrats engaging in fraud, correct? Like that doesn't necessarily mean that, right? Even if I granted you it.
If you're a business and they're giving the money to the business through government giving it to them, yeah, I would say that is, and they're getting the money back. I guess if there's some, hypothetical, perfect Jesus Democrat that's just running on idealism and doesn't know that their campaign is getting funded by this, Sure, but whenever you turn around and they, like last week, put forth a bill to protect the money that's going to these illegals, and they've sat here and dismissed prosecutors that have been and other people that have looked into this, then yeah, I would say no. It's not just like they don't know. It's that the AG has even said don't investigate this because the money comes back to candidates. So no, I think that they know, and I don't think it's just some innocent coincidence.
And who's at the top of this whole chain? Who's at the top of this pyramid?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question, but
so
I'll tell you what. I think that Walls is in on it. I think that Omar's in on it. They're both leaders in their party, so that implies to me that the leadership, or at least a significant portion of the leadership, would have this money. And this is a complaint that people have made a long time, and people laugh at them, call it conspiracy theorists, call it the deep state. When I'm talking about the deep state, I'm not talking about the lizard people and their little secret cabal or the Illuminati. I'm talking about the party has come together and they put in place mechanisms such as giving money to illegals, having protected classes, bringing these people in mass, and then turn around and giving money to places that don't even exist, which turn around and give money to the Democratic Party after it's been allocated once they're in power. I think, yeah, it's insidious and duplicitous and disgusting.
No,
Okay.
see, Gibbs,
Okay, go
I
ahead,
think
go ahead.
the problem is that a lot of us actually have memories, and we remember that we already went through this in 2019, and that most of the statistics that most of the things that people are talking about was the shit that the Democratic governor and Democratic people at that time found, like the $5 to $6 million in fraud that they convicted of the daycares that were doing what you guys said now we're doing then. Like all this has already happened.
It's almost
well, no,
like
that's the thing. Like when Nick Shirley went to a daycare and pointed at it as proof, and it was actually closed down, it was because it was closed down way back then when they actually already found the fraud. It's you guys are rehashing old things that have already happened and saying that it's happening now and without any proof, and you're swallowing any allegation without the least bit of proof. I think the best evidence to prove that is the suitcase thing that you guys all seem to be passing around, which is actually a mix of three completely different stories. Somalia has no actual banking system. It's a failed state. So they have what they call the Hawala system of couriers who curry large amounts of money officially into people who are still trying to run things in Somalia. That they've had investigations. It's so easy just to look shit up. You know, they've had investigations into the large amounts of money.
Hey, Evans, quick question. Is this the same brilliant mind that thinks California is the largest state and the 8th largest GDP? Just
California
wondering.
has the largest population, doesn't it?
You said largest state. You didn't say largest population.
That's what when I say largest state, I say largest population.
They're not the 8th largest GDP. They're the 4th. If you knew anything, you would have known that, but you don't know anything.
Andrew, I'll give you an opportunity.
I want to touch what he said real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to go on record. The political prophet, Admiral Gibbs, right again. I nailed their first two. I nailed his first two talking points, which was going to be, we're going to talk about, this low hanging fruit that they got and they couldn't ignore, and they're going to say, hey, that's proof. When it's like $6 million. Wow, you found $6 million out of $9 billion. That's terrible percentage. It's real bad. I don't want to do the math.
The worst percentage is saying it's 100 million.
Is it as bad as Doge's numbers? Is it bad?
Admiral Gibbs.
Doge is finding lots of fraud, and they continue to find stuff.
I thought Doge didn't exist anymore.
Hold on. It's more than what these guys are saying.
Doge even exist anymore?
I mean, I listed one example of Doge that was several $1 billion alone. Right, correction, it was 2.7 billion was what the total was for the center here in San Antonio.
What was the goal?
I looked it up while we were talking.
Hey,
and they found it. They found the fraud, and so that's more. I don't know if you do the math. 2.7 billion is bigger than 6 million. So yeah, I guess Doge has already accomplished more.
Hey, Gibbs. I was watching a Senate hearing the other day where they had Democratic members of the Minnesota, basically members of the Minnesota House or whatever, testify in front of Congress, so sworn to oath that they had whistleblowers who have tried to call out the fraud for the last 5 or 6 years, and every time they do, Tim Walz and Keith Ellison threaten to end their careers if they do it.
That's true. That's true. And as for the suitcase claim, Yeah, this is according to Fox News. No, that's the wrong one. This is according to Fox News. They have the authorities arrested people, several Somalians with 700K in their briefcases on the way out. So I think that there's enough proof now to claim that at least some of this is happening whenever we have arrests being made in progress of it happening. Like,
but it's all made up, Gibbs. I mean, it's on our
Come on. Just last night, Sarah was reading from a story that was being passed around on one of those trash ass fake news channels where they were saying that someone smuggled $700 million at one time through an airport. When
I do want to
pounds of money.
Interrupt on behalf of, I believe this is over on Mr. Balderson's side. Tom Carpenter sends a big hundo and says, heard you had it rough for a while last night. Had already hit my cap. Hope this gets you a nice night out. That was so thoughtful. Benjamin, I will allow the floor if you would like to say anything to Mr. Tom Carpenter.
Thank you very much, Tom. That is absolutely huge. We have had a horrible year. It's been rough here in California. My wife wants to say thank you too.
I also want to say thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Certainly not anything we expect, but it's very much appreciated.
Oh, I love this.
Miss Balderson and Ben are good people.
They're such good people. I couldn't find another couple that's more deserving of your kindness. Thank you so much. Tomatoes in the chat from wherever you're watching from, please, on behalf of Tom Carpenter, putting my favorite color up on the screen and to a good cause. I love that. All right. Go ahead. If you want, I wanted to allow Andrew, since he is new to the panel, we're popping his cherry here tonight. If you wanted to add in on anything, if not, I can pass the mic over, but I wanted to at least give you an opportunity.
Well, thanks for letting me be here. It's the first time, I guess, that I've stumbled onto your channel last night, and I'm glad I did. And so I wanted to join the panel this evening. I guess carrying on with this whole conversation of the fraud, lack of a better term, I don't understand why people are defending this and not wanting to help get to the bottom of it. Okay, let's say that you're right, and it's a big nothing burger. Why is it so hard for the Democrats to, why do they want to block it from any kind of investigation? If they are completely innocent of it, wouldn't they want to say, all right, let's jump in, let's get to the bottom of this so we can prove to you that we're not behind it?
That's a most excellent point. Lefties, what do you think?
Nobody's blocking actual fraud. Like, what do you
I'm not saying they're blocking the fraud.
Well, I'm sorry.
There's all kinds of resistance.
I'm sorry. I mean,
the last series of audits on these businesses was 2025.
They're doing everything they can to block it.
It's become a thing at this point.
No, this is not true at all. This is a lie. We have on record in Congress, Minnesota Rep. Marion Rarick says that if any whistles, this is what a Minnesota's rep says any whistles that came forward to expose fraud, Democrats would make sure they lost their jobs, their homes, they'd be blacklisted from new jobs, they would track their children. Retaliation has escalated. Now you're going to lose your job, lose your home. We're going to track your children. We're going to make sure that you can't get a job anywhere else in the state. I mean, and for Minnesota, can't get a job anywhere that Democrats control. Then I have another quote.
Wait,
this is actually on. Hold on, one more.
I heard
this
it.
Is actually
I
on
was
tape.
watching it too.
On tape, we have the Attorney General Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison on tape recording. I took a meeting in good faith, didn't know some things, yada yada. Hold on, we'll get an important quote. He said basically we can't look into fraud because it's going to hurt us with the voters, and some Democrats are receiving money from them. So we have two institutionalized people saying this is happening. So either you know more than these people or you're lying.
Gibbs, they also had Tim Walz's daughter on an interview the day after he dropped out of the race. Or no, the day of he dropped out of the race, that afternoon, say the pressure was getting to my dad. He just couldn't take it anymore. We all knew what we had to do. That's why he's dropping out. Talking about the fraud.
Wait,
here's the exact quote.
This pressure, but he was wanting to be the vice president of the United States? Really? Wow.
Yeah, the exact quote. Sorry, the only way that we can protect what we have is by asserting ourselves into the political arena, putting our votes where it needs to be, and most importantly, putting our dollars in the right place and supporting candidates who fight for our interests. You can only protect our interests, and then this is AG Ellison. That's right. And he goes that you can only protect our interests when we have your back, and you don't have to worry about who is behind you in reference to the fraud.
Gibbs, I'm sorry, I can't take your word for what you say because of how you misrepresented stuff in our last debate. So is this the same?
The facts.
You're talking about the same AG that has said he announced that Medicaid Fraud Control Unit has charged Muhammad, can't pronounce that, with 8 counts of felony theft by false representation. So the same AG that is catching people for fraud is saying that he's not trying to investigate fraud. Is that what you're saying?
So you don't believe a congressional hearing? You believe your own facts?
You didn't even answer my question. You asked me a question, but didn't answer mine.
Once again, I would like to point out that I am a psychic, and I preempted another argument here when I said that this is exactly what they would do, and they would pick one little small example where they caught the dumbest criminal,
when it refutes you?
Then it was not small. It's not doesn't refute me at all. It proves exactly what I said. Is y'all are going to have one person on a sacrificial lamb and go, "This worth investigating, boys." And then we sit here. It's just like when y'all told us the illegals weren't coming, and then we shipped them to Martha's Vineyard, and suddenly it was a problem. It's because he's sitting here going, we're going to get the low-hanging fruit while we protect the big donors. That's literally what he's doing. We have him on recording saying this. It's on recording. And we have congressional people saying this is happening. You're either telling me you just are willfully choosing not to believe this because, I don't want to be proven wrong, or you're just being an idiot. I don't really know.
You read a quote that I'm not taking in face value. That's what happened. You didn't prove
it's a direct quote.
It's a quote from a congressional hearing, you moron.
You moron. It wasn't given context. He just said something he said. I don't know what happened around that. I'm not even saying he's lying. I'm not even saying
he just said he was lying.
You guys give a shit about
you're stupid. You don't even deserve to be up here. You can't even remember what you say 5 seconds ago.
Not
this
only
is
that,
more fun than I thought it would be.
Not only
that, it's just amazing.
Listen, just be honest about the fact that this same AG that you're saying is not trying to investigate fraud did, but when he does it, it doesn't matter because it doesn't help your narrative, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's just so crazy that I've said literally verbatim what was going to happen.
I'm not. He said this last time. He's not going to give it.
No offense. I know you said you missed a portion of this, but I think that is important because you must have missed the part where I addressed this in the show earlier.
I said I wasn't here for your part earlier.
I know you weren't. So I'll just re-over. I literally before you came on. So this makes me even happier because if you didn't even watch this, it makes it even crazier that I verbatim went through this exact situation that you're talking about, and then it said how it shows that they're not actually investigating fraud. They only went and investigated the lowest hanging fruit that was going to get caught anyway. And then they use this over and over as their example and go, look, we found 6 million when we find out there's between about 9 billion being done. So 6 million and 9 billion is what percentage? Tell me to do the math and tell me because I don't want to pull up a calculator.
I'm not a math person. So basically what you're saying is no matter what I say, I'm always right because I'm always going to pick out of every basket, right?
No, we're saying facts are right. We don't go off our feelings like the dumb liberals.
Jason, I got you. Jason, I'm not going to be long. I promise. So when they're not investigating fraud, but when they do investigate fraud, it's not good enough, so I'm not going to count it. That's what your stance is. Cool.
I gave you 2 quotes, one from their AG basically admitting that he was letting it go, and 2 I gave another quote from a Minnesota rep at a congressional hearing where she sat here was talking about this specific thing. That's the context where they have the whistleblowers. We also have the example of the whistleblower that got fired the day before he went to Congress, which is literally a thing that happened. We have all sorts of other examples, and yeah, you want to go, those examples don't count, but this one example of them getting some
I say it don't count. I just don't take your word for it.
Hey, Gibbs, Keith Ellison said it ain't true, so it ain't true because Keith Ellison said so.
I wanted to open it up and see if obstacles, did you want to take an opportunity to chime in and maybe reset the panel?
You trying to give me that job to reset the panel? I mean, come on, man. What kind of job is that? Of course, we got 2 individuals in the panel that just think different. For me, I just come from a logical standpoint, whether it be Republicans or Democrats. Each side is going to deny some level of fraud, maybe because they don't interpret it as fraud, maybe because it also is kind of a thin line or a gray area between fraud and misuse or abuse or just inefficiencies. But shout out to Doge, which did save $215 billion. But then watch the goalpost gets moved. What were they supposed to do? It's not 1 trillion. See, they suck. And so at the end of the day, it's a complex thing to peel back. Go ahead, Logic. I see you
No, I
had
was
to
saying
say
that was the
something
same
about
strategy
interrupting, so
Gibbs
go
had.
ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
But you did, you see? But it's cool. I'm just showing that you did. Now it's cool. Don't worry about it. It's all good. We're not Jordan Peterson or anything, right? So we're
Obstacles,
just
I'm
having
glad to be on panel with you. I watched you before I started coming up on Sarah's panels, and I'm glad to be on panel with you, Obstacles. You always
And
talk,
shout out to
you always talk common sense.
yeah, and I get it, and I have to understand both sides of it. But definitely, I think it was you, Admiral, who said earlier, Gibbs was like, "Man, why can't people just be down with just trying to stomp out fraud?" Or it might have been Andrew.
I said that.
But yeah, okay, so I get it. But you ever seen something where somebody did something wrong and it might come up, so people want to clean up the image because it's not good for PR. Even though they understand something wrong happened, it's still going to look bad on them, right?
Yeah,
Like, they
nobody
don't
wants
want
to own
type-
that.
Nobody wants to own that, and we just have to realize that that's a reality of it. And so when we're dealing with this fraud thing, I think if you have the power, just make the moves. Andrew, the Republicans have the rock, just go get it. They're not going to agree with you. Other people are going to be your enemies, and that's how it's supposed to be. I mean, they have their perspective and their viewpoint. And I'm sure if they get the rock again, they'll look for fraud and try to paint it on you. And so at the end of the day, just move accordingly, move with power. That's the only thing that really matters.
The problem I have with this, though, right, is like I think that it's been such a duplicitous lie from the very start. That is the issue, right? I'm not pretending the Republicans are saints, right? They have their own issues. But I was told for decades, hey, there's no illegals voting, there's no fraud, there's no Medicaid going to illegals, and then it turns out both of those things are true. We have examples all over the United States now that we're actually digging into it, where there's charges being made in mass to all sorts of people for both of these things. And I'm going, oh, well, you're going to sit here and go, hey, buddy, Republicans are bad too. What do we do? Now, it's like, okay, we have a new Republican Party group in power, a new faction of Republicans, right? It's not like this is the traditional neocons. This is not the normal Republic. This is like the new MAGA people. It's very populist. We have new people that were MAGA, that break away from MAGA. We have all this kind of like upwelling from the lower roots. And it's like, if there's ever going to be a time to talk about this institutionalized fraud, it's now. And what's happening is once you find one example of fraud, like, oh, hey, these guys are doing like this person, Esperosa, that was owned an apartment building. They put forth 346 ballots, right? And they've been arrested for it for illegals, okay? Well, now that we know that this is something they're doing, they're an apartment manager. Oh, well, let's look into more of these apartment managers in the area and see what they're doing. Oh, we see the Somalians are doing this wrong. Oh, well, this is how they're doing it this way. What if we could see those same things over here? And we're finding now how they're doing it, and now we're peeling back the onion. So I think if we're going to do it, we have to do it now. But what's happening is Dems are going, we investigated 6 million of fraud. Look, we were the good guys. Y'all are just so morally superior. I'm not even saying we're morally superior. I'm saying it's time to fucking take a hard look at shit, and let's at least try to clean up the rot that we can get at. And right now, MAGA and the Republicans are in power, and it's the Democrats' turn to answer for subverting the American public.
Gibbs, I think it boils down to, I mean, I honestly do with the illegals, that if they take all the illegals from California, I mean, I live in Texas like you, but if they take all the illegals from these states, that they're going to lose House seats when the next census is taken, and the Democrats are going to lose some of their power because a lot of the Democratic states are the states that are going to lose the most people because they have these sanctuary cities, so they're going to lose tons of House seats. Then they lose power in the House, and then they lose power in Washington.
I'm just going to step away to the ladies' room, gentlemen. I assume you can all play well without me. I'll be right back.
Oh, you don't have the jar under your seat?
You
No.
A little like travel
rookie move.
I also want to say, like, I don't know if y'all saw this video of Lindell TV. I think this is actually I think Obstacles, you just said that, where they're not going to like rat themselves out. They want to make themselves look better. I think there's something to be said for that. I think you're right. Obviously, if I'm committing fraud, I'm not going to go be like guilty, unless I like cut a deal, like, I mean, like, and then I might be Tashiki 6ix9ine and say I'm Batman. But I think with Omar over here, she is doing something a little more insidious, is that she's like casting aspersion on people's credibility. It's one thing to deny hey, I'm doing this. It's another thing to start calling you and anybody that believes this, anybody that's crazy and saying your brain is fried and y'all need to go get a mental health check. This is what we call this relationship gaslighting. And I think the Democrats have been gaslighting the American people for too long.
There's a food pantry that was in that same Senate hearing or congressional hearing that they get all their funding from the U.S. government or from the state of Minnesota, and they had written a $1,600 donation to Lon Omar. So why do they need to kick back $1,600 to her if they're if we're giving them all their funding?
Yeah, and I even said some of this stuff's not illegal. Like, I don't know specifically if, like, I own a business.
And you're just talking about shit that just happens in politics now, right?
Yeah, but
no, I mean, if it's tax money going to fund a food pantry, you should be able to take tax dollars and say, "Oh, let me give it back to the the congressman who's going to get me more money."
But there's you acting like this is something new in politics is ridiculous, right? Like
it's been going on for a long time.
But
we're trying to investigate it. I mean, Gibbs, obviously know a lot more about all this than I do. Didn't Ken Paxton just start an investigation into Texas fraud?
I brought this up recently. Specifically, he did arrest people for voter fraud. I think it was 21 defendants have been arrested outside of LULAC for basically signing up illegals literally outside of their offices. That's a case. He's got some other cases that he's pursuing that have not made it as far as that one. But that's his big, like,
I thought there was a new one though that they just when they started finding all this financial fraud in Minnesota that he started.
I mentioned there's several like housing like projects here that they got the money that's basically been given to them by the government. So those are like kind of early in the stages of the investigations. But yeah, he's filed stuff on several people here with fraud. And like if this is happening in a red state like Texas, like this is kind of my point. Imagine what's happening in California or Minnesota.
Oh yeah,
have law enforcement that's in their favor. Like.
Hello, Vibe. And Tom Carpenter sends in a Big Ten, says, I built a ladder from questions I could not answer. Each rung bending under the weight of doubt. And every step was a thought correcting the one before it. I'm confused. What did you guys say something that was like correlating with this? And the summit kept moving as I climbed.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the moving goalposts. It's like each
time it's getting older. The older you get, the less sure you are of any fucking thing. The more muddy it all gets.
This is a valid point.
I knew about a quarter of what I did when I was 20, I think.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. All right. Okay, Vibe coming on in hot and heavy. Let's go. What you got?
I love that you said hot and heavy. I actually just got off another panel, so I'm catching up. I actually don't have anything hot or heavy yet, but I'm ready to engage.
All right. Well, Tom Carpenter finishes up to say, only then did I see the climb itself was the goal. Oh, that's pretty. Tom always comes in with like all of these random quotes and stuff. I love it. And speaking of, he finished the goal. So shout out to you, Tom Carpenter, for completing that. And I will wait a little bit before I start another one since you guys are having fun. And the patriarchy is still ruling in the dono goals, ladies. Figure it out. The men are going to win.
Here's something else I wanted to throw out there. I know a second ago I said that why don't they want to work together? If there's actual fraud, find it and get rid of it. If not, just forget about it. Since Trump and his wife came down the escalator, the left has done nothing but want to make him look like an absolute fool, and they've failed at every turn. So
he does that pretty well himself.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we know you have TDS, so we won't get into that. So if this isn't happening, wouldn't it be a golden opportunity for the left to say, listen, all Trump and his cronies are barking up the wrong tree. None of this stuff is happening. We will prove to you that it's not happening because here's all the books, here's all the figures, here's everything. it's a golden opportunity for them to do that, and they're not doing that. Doesn't that tell you something about?
Well,
what's
when
going
we
on
do,
over there?
What are you talking about? They're currently auditing all that
y'all
shit.
say is fake. When there's proof of things, they'll say it's fake. I got a question. When you talked about him coming down the escalator, has it ever at one point in time ever crossed your mind that maybe Trump is like a fool and is an idiot and isn't worthy of being president and makes bad decisions and is a con man? Like, has that never been a thought in your mind? Never. Not once.
No.
Despite the bankruptcies and the fraud, that never crossed your mind. And he was
Dude, if you understand business, you understand.
Wait, Gibbs, hold on. I want Andrew to answer.
If you understand business, you understand what the bankruptcies were about. It wasn't a personal bankruptcy. It was business
not trying.
bankruptcy.
If you know business, I don't stop.
Yes,
let's
like
not
9
do
of them.
that. You don't get that.
No,
many
6 of
bankruptcies
them.
if you know business. Even if that was the case, has Elon Musk had that many bankruptcies?
Well, I take umbrance with this problem.
Wait, Gibbs, you go and divert, bro. I'm talking to Andrew.
Well,
sure.
Does Andrew want to respond?
Yeah, I said if Elon Musk has had any bankruptcies, I'm sure we would have heard about it. But is Elon Musk the only way to do business?
No, absolutely not. I'm not saying
then.
that.
All right,
but
then.
is it normal for somebody that's supposed to be a great businessman to have that many bankruptcies?
Yes, when you've had that many,
and not only have the bankruptcies, but be sued and lose for fraud too. Fraud
yes,
and
that is very. When you have as many
fraud and
businesses,
discrimination.
Hey, when you have as many businesses,
if you're gonna say yes, you want him to be your president too.
Go ahead, Jason.
Be your president.
When you've had that many, when you've had the number of businesses he's had, it's very common to have 6
And
fail.
you want him to be your president.
Y'all had Joe Biden,
Yeah.
who
He
was
can make mistakes.
dementia-ridden, as your president for 4 years.
Why are you talking about
so
Joe
don't
Biden?
act like you're
Wasn't
morally
Gibbs saying
superior.
Don't do whataboutisms. Why are you talking about Joe Biden? We're talking about Trump. Why are you talking about Joe Biden?
Yeah, let's
do
talk
you
about
think it's
Trump
okay
here.
that you want somebody that constantly commits fraud, constantly has bankruptcies?
He hasn't constantly done either one of them. You're just showing out.
Back that one
You're
up.
showing the
What do you mean
lack of
constantly?
intelligence that you have. That's all.
That's all.
I can
You
say.
never refuted anything I said. You just been trying to insult me, bro.
I think
You never
Gibbs
refuted what I
wants
said.
to.
You just
I
insult
think
me.
I think Gibbs wants to jump in here. Go ahead. Gibbs.
I do want to jump in. I think that what's interesting here is like one thing I've said when I'm talking about this fraud with the Dems, I've called it ineptitude, but I called it like weaponized ineptitude. I don't believe for one the Dems are stupid at all. I think they're very intelligent. I think they're insidious and duplicitous. Now, what they're doing is bad, and I don't think there's even the ones that are stupid, quote unquote, are like sitting here plotting and they're pretty high intelligence. They're getting this product. So the idea that what logic is presenting about Trump is that this man who has somehow been able to defraud people and hide his money and not getting it taken away through these bankruptcies, somehow is able to win an election, somehow has been able to tap into this movement, is somehow just an idiot, and then somehow also keeps winning Supreme Court cases. I find it ludicrous, and it's not serious because either you believe he's this like mastermind, or you
Except
believe
the
he's
60
a
when he tried to steal the election.
Logic, I have a question for you. How many businesses has Donald Trump, or subsidiaries of his company, has he had in his career?
Say that one more time.
How many charities has he failed?
No, answer the question. How many subsidiaries or
stolen from? How
businesses
many
has
colleges has
Donald
he
Trump
stolen
had?
from?
Effigy, quit trying to change the damn subject.
It is, but what I do find funny, I'm sorry, you kind of
No,
slurred.
answer the question. How many businesses or subsidiaries has he had in his career?
I don't know the exact number.
Hear the
I don't know the
question.
exact
People are
number.
talking over
250. 6 have failed.
So
actually, Tom Carpenter comes in to speak to that. He says, hate to break it to you, but the number of bankruptcies compared to the number of businesses is way lower than the average. It's actually proof of business acumen. That's just a fact.
Not really, and that doesn't mean he should be president.
Logic, you're just more. How many businesses have you run, Logic? 0?
That's
Okay.
so irrelevant. That's so irrelevant.
No, it's really not, because you don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Talking about it. Shut the fuck up. You're just saying shit because you don't have arguments.
I just proved you wrong.
All right, hold on,
Someone
hold on,
agreed
hold
with
on,
me.
hold on, hold
That's
on.
how dumb you are.
You just keep trying to
Let's
insult
have
me.
some
Hey,
form
hey,
of
everybody.
order. Gentlemen, do I have to start yelling at you to shut the fuck up? I don't want to
everybody,
do that.
relax.
Obstacles, I think you were adding,
Yeah.
I think you were trying to add something in. If you'd like to go ahead and go.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. Shout out to Logic, but it was just kind of funny because it was like Donald Trump sucks at business, who is good, Elon Musk, and it's funny. they hate both. And actually, those two people actually work together with each other. So that was pretty interesting. So a dumb businessman hooks up with a great businessman, and they make things happen. So shout outs to them. But I would say also with the bankruptcy, your net worth really matters, right? Like how much wealth you have, regardless of how many bankruptcies you have. Do you still have wealth, or are you piss poor broke? That's the actual end equation. But let's go to the actual important point about the whole thing. Look, you become president by being voted for. So for you to sit back, you have one vote, and you might say, well, this guy shouldn't be president. So I'm going to vote no for Trump and let's say Kay Harris, right? Oh, yes, she's qualified. Cool, that's your right. If a bunch of other people, right, in this republic decide, hey, I want him to be my president because I just like the way he looks. I like his toupee. And they vote. Long as they're 18, they're allowed to do it. You're not allowed to come through and say, and warriors, Marines have fought for people to have these liberties. You're not allowed to come and say, well, he's a bad businessman and he's not a good president, so therefore he shouldn't be president. According to you, and you had your one vote. When we tally up these votes, most people said in America, he should be the president. So guess what? He's the president. He can't be, you can't change that just because you think, well, I think you need to be a good president and you need to go to Yale. Okay, that's your requirement, but that's not everybody else's. And you have to respect that. If not, then you're a tyrant. Just say it. Just say I'm an anarchist. I don't care. I want to suspend your right to vote. I don't think you are qualified to vote because that's a stupid measurement and I don't agree with it. And you should vote the way I think you should vote. But that's not the case.
So at the beginning of his first term, when he didn't get the most votes, he shouldn't have been president?
I have a didn't get the most votes. The way the votes are done, of course, right? The way the votes are done. So it's not populist, right? It's not the most popular vote. It's done differently in our country. Do you know that? And so that's the process.
That was
so if you want to change it for the most popular vote,
wait, can you answer the real question? Because what he said was implied in the question. Obviously, the popular
I said
vote
what
isn't
I said,
what
and that's my response, Logic.
So you didn't understand the question then, basically.
No, Logic, we understand it, but we know how the government works.
As a response
I think
to the
Vibe
question,
wanted to
Logic.
jump in on this one since you guys can't get
Clearly
along.
he knew
Vibe,
that.
Where is your logic, Logic?
Vibe, I will hand it over
Just
to you,
avoided the
sir.
question.
Vibe.
No, I was just backing up obstacles here. I'm just like, praise him on this. We voted for this person, right? He's not going to be king. There's no way he can be king. There's no way he's going to be elected for a third term. The leftists are freaking crazy on that. But Obstacle just like laid it out pretty simply for everybody. Also, for Logic, when it comes to comparing Donald Trump to Elon Musk, do you realize that Elon Musk companies were going bankrupt, even though he didn't file for it? He was living on sofas when he was running Tesla and SpaceX and borrowing money to pay paychecks last minute. Everybody does their business acumens differently, but they both failed and succeeded, right? Simple.
I mean, let's not pretend he came from like a trailer park, man. His father was a fucking rare gem mine owner from South Africa.
And that didn't have nothing to do with
He had a pocket full of emeralds at all times. He was doing all right.
Trib comes in with a big 5 and says, in direct response to obstacles and ops, Trump voters not only believe 2020 was stolen, but their only reason for the belief is because Trump didn't win. Any thoughts to that, Obstacle?
No, because what happened? Biden became president and the United States moved forward.
Yeah.
Okay, they were salty. So what?
Salty? You just call what happened salty. It was just salty.
Wait, hold on.
We was salty, Kamala lost. That was salty.
Was he the president?
Was he the president? Exactly.
We go,
president come into power. When president come into power.
So what? So when Trump lost, his
bro, you can put
salty.
whatever name you want.
So what was?
Hold on,
so
let
what
him.
was we when Kamala lost? Was we salty or was we like?
I don't think there's a question.
Y'all are salty right now, that's for sure.
I personally don't think anybody.
I don't care. But what do you call Trump? What do you call the Trump supporters that believe the election was stolen? That's what he's referencing.
People that believe
salty is the equivalent of overthrowing the government.
Mad, angry, outraged.
Let me just take a moment, gentlemen, to kindly remind you there are a lot of voices up on this show on the screen, and we have to go one at a time because right now
crazy.
Right now all I hear is blah, 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 and we can't hear all of these amazing great points that you're saying. We want to hear you. Let's just go one at a time, okay? Who was saying? I think Logic, because I think you were going. But what I had a thought to add in here, and now I completely forget.
I want to talk about the election.
Yeah, we were on the election, but I also wanted to add in. You could be salty about something, but if you do end up proving that there was voter fraud later, that I find to be a bigger issue. And if you're claiming that, if the claim is that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump because of voter fraud, and we're starting to actually prove it, and the audits are showing that this is true, I don't think it's a matter of being salty at that point. I think it's a matter of saying, see, I told you so. Gibbs, I'll go ahead and hand it over to you, sir.
Yeah, I want to talk about the 2020 election real quick. I think it's interesting because first we have in December of 2020, December 20, what is the day of this? December 22nd, 2025. This is from Atlanta News First. We have Fulton County officials admitting that 315,000 votes were allowed to go through without being verified by poll workers' signatures. Right? Pretty suspicious. We have Fulton County just dropping their case. Now Trump is seeking $6 million in legal fees repaired to. We also have, I mentioned this earlier, it was Wisconsin, not Minnesota, but Wisconsin Election Committee Commission Executive Director Claire Woodall-Vaughan delivered just the margin needed to overthrow the United States coming at 3 a.m. This is the claim. She was fired. And we have on tape says, damn, Claire, you have flair for drama. Delivering just the margin needed at 3 a.m. I bet you at those votes counted at midnight, just wanted to keep the world waiting, delivering just the margin needed. And so we're sitting here looking, we're seeing examples all the way through where they go, oh, they've got examples of voter fraud. And they go, oh, in Wisconsin,
so your evidence is that the election was close.
And well, hold on. My evidence is now that we've been in power, we got people in power, and they're looking into it. We're finding examples of voter fraud. We have examples I just mentioned of Esperanza, who's been charged now in Georgia for exactly this voter fraud, where illegals are voting based on their apartment complex. We're seeing this thing with Fulton County. We're seeing this thing in Wisconsin. We're seeing voting examples all over the nation. We're seeing in Ken Paxton that is going in Texas, where they had illegals voting, where they've had Xerox votes voting, where we had suspicious other stuff. There's now an argument at mail-in ballots. I just saw a report today. They're opening investigation. Some of the mail-in ballots had different paper from the military, and somehow all 100% went to Biden. There's a lot of suspicious things now, and for people to go, oh, the election, there's no questions. Whenever we see all this rampant fraud, I think that's disingenuous.
Gibbs, I find it interesting.
You see all the things that you just by default believe the first time you read. Like saying you discovered a shitload of ballots for the 2020 election after the 2024 election is a little bit stretching it, right?
Okay, it
sounds a little bit stupid.
Okay,
right?
Here's a fact that we can just not dispute. Is there a state that Trump won that had? No, hold on. What states did Kamala win that had voting ID laws? I'll wait.
How do you register to vote?
Hold on? You have to show up with an ID. What states had voting ID laws that she won?
Was that the answer to my question? Or no?
I asked the question. You asked the question.
No, your response, I didn't know if you were answering me or not. I'm not even being like an asshole right now.
Yeah, no, I didn't answer. I don't know how to register and vote in all those, but specifically in Minnesota, they have a voucher system. So one registered voter can vouch for 8 other people, and then they don't have a voter ID law, coincidentally. So, strange if that's how that goes down.
Genuinely, I don't know this information. You said in Minnesota you can vouch for other people for
I believe
part of voting?
For federal voting. Yeah, it's a voucher system.
I thought it was only 4. You can only vouch for 4 people, though, Gibbs.
I might be 4 people, but
is this after they are registered or not? That's what I'm asking you.
No, this
one registered voter can vouch for 4 unregistered voters.
Yeah, and then they can be registered that way.
Okay.
It's either 4 or 8. I can't. I mean, I knew it's one of the two. numbers,
Regardless, pretty sus whenever they don't have a voter ID, and then all the states that voted for Kamala coincidentally don't have voter ID. Is that a coincidence or is it evidence at this
I mean,
point?
Gibbs. There's the proof right there. The teacher who, that was an illegal alien who got
verifying
arrested.
their residence. That's
And
it.
no, this was an illegal that they had been trying to chase, and he pulled a knife on the feds, and they literally proved that he had voted in like the last 4 elections. So yeah, and that's that's a little bit hard to disprove, Evg. Whenever they, I mean, he was a superintendent for a school as an illegal alien.
How do you do that?
Just happened.
How do you do that? Become
And
a
he had voted.
superintendent of a school.
Oh, and the school district didn't even try to deny it, Sarah. They're like, yeah, we know, yeah, we didn't care.
This is all like, look, no one wants bad shit to happen or for people to do bad shit. But do you guys not think at all that your hyper focus is a little bit more you? Like statistically, illegal immigrants still commit crimes at a rate 1/3 of both legal immigrants and citizens. So like, you guys keep pointing to stuff, and of course it's bad. But
why should we have
citizens
one
over
illegal
here doing it like 5 times more?
Well,
and you guys are like, but this is worse. So
no, there's now questions about the reporting. Texas started identifying crimes differently. Yeah,
Texas,
and now we're finding out illegals are committing crimes at a higher rate than regular citizens. So like,
Gibbs,
we just found out that everything's been framed dishonestly.
it's
by the left
funny
for a
how
while.
they just start saying that when everyone's getting their ethnic cleansing fucking vibe.
Hold on though.
Wait, hold on. Can I say something?
Hold on though. Hold on. I'll hand it over to you in just a second. Obstacles. Every single illegal alien is committing at least one solid crime. They are 100% all committing a crime.
Obstacles. Can I say one thing really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to hand it over.
They proved that Texas, I believe, is the only state that records crimes as illegal or legal citizens. The rest of the states don't do that. All the other 49 don't do that. Texas is the only one that does.
Yeah, I just want to bring up this superintendent again before you give it to obstacles, but this is a great example. This is a prominent member of the community that not only was voting, we know he voted, but he was a superintendent in charge of like local policy to some extent. And this is all Democrat. This is somebody that they back. This is somebody their Congress people are defending. And then he sat here and we know for a fact he voted. And so what I was told was there's no illegals voting. And not only are we finding out illegals are voting, but we're getting illegals put in positions of power and they're voting.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, obstacles. Carry it away.
Yeah, I get what FG was actually saying, but one of the things I'm kind of big on is just reciprocity. So any place that you go, probably non-Western, but any place that you'll go in the world, they don't care. If you're a foreigner and you're committing any ounce of crime, they don't care. To the point where I lived in places like Thailand, right? They're like, foreigners, you need to wear your helmets when you're out here riding bikes. And if you don't, the cops will get you and ask for some money, right? But net, some foreigner would be like, Thai people are doing it. And they're like, so what? They're Thai. Now, of course, the law is to wear a helmet. It doesn't matter if you're a foreigner or if you're a local, right? Both have to follow the law. But most people of countries don't want foreigners, outsiders, violating their laws. They don't care what percentage it is. They say, stay here and obey our laws. If you don't, if you break just one law, we will be on your ass. They're not going to start stringing up their own people or saying, oh, well, we got Thais breaking laws, so let's not get the foreigners who are breaking laws. Mm-hmm. So you just got to realize that when you're a guest in someone's home, yes, you're not allowed to commit any drama, conflict, and issues inside their country. It might be family business, and they might have problems, but that's different. And every country in the world looks at it like that. America's nothing special. We're actually kind of stupid because we allow people to violate our laws.
I'm not advocating for people in the country and out of it to violate laws. Let's get that out the way. What country do you want to emulate as far as how they look on the world stage? What country do you want us to look like?
The United States under Manifest Destiny. Like, I mean, what's your point? I don't know.
Well, I'm talking about a country that's not us right now.
every other country on the face of the planet has strict immigration laws.
That
If you're there illegally, you're being deported.
Or getting shot.
Like Japanese culture, right? You
I'm sorry,
probably like the
you got
country
cut
and
out.
think
Say
it's
that again.
Oh, I said you probably like Japan, right? You could say they're probably a cool country and they have a nice culture, right? Okay, so when it comes to immigration, I want to come with the same type of reciprocity and smoke Japan has. They don't play that. You don't come to Japan illegally, period. So that is the area that I would like to reflect.
Fair. But how do they compare to us on the world stage? Japan.
Pretty high. They're one of the strongest nations in the world. They're up there.
One of. There's always a.
They don't even have an army.
Well, okay, South Korea.
That's why I'm like one of. I mean, but that comes with like, you know how it's like if you got a scale, like you could be number one, but number 2 is like kind of far down from you. You know what I'm saying? But
top 10. They're top 10. They're up there.
But I'm talking. Yes, there has to be a top 10 if you're gonna rank things, but that doesn't mean they're close. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean you're close just because you're in the top 10. Even if you're number 3, that doesn't mean you're close to number 1.
How many countries there are in the world, my guy?
A lot. But that's irrelevant.
Yeah, so top 10 is pretty high. That's not irrelevant.
That is irrelevant. If they don't have an army,
guys, you see what happens? You see what happens? Math starts. It becomes a problem.
If they don't have an army.
Logic. Let me ask you a question. If you wanted to move to Mexico, no, let me ask you a question honestly. If you wanted to move to Mexico and say buy beachfront property, you think you can move to Mexico and buy beachfront property?
Not just the way you're presenting it. No.
Actually, if you're an immigrant in there and you even do it legally, no, you can't buy beachfront property. You have to be a Mexican citizen to buy beachfront property in Mexico.
You want to be like Mexico.
But I'm saying that Mexico is basically a shithole of a country.
But look at what use them as an example for what we like.
But I mean, y'all want to just open the borders and say everybody
cruel as them.
I opened it up and said I'm not vouching for anybody to break laws. I said that from the jump.
Well,
so
hold on. You brought up.
I'm not
and you
arguing
said pick a country. You said pick a country, and they picked Japan. I feel like they can pick Korea
but also they don't have an army.
Hold on. Sure. Okay. Fine. We got
they're
South Korea.
always going to pick
South Korea's got an army.
I love your army, don't you?
Hold on. South Korea's got an army. They got a pretty good one. I like. Let's just pick them then. I mean, we can pick any of these countries. The reason why Japan, I think, just changed their constitution, so their defense force is now basically an army, or they're in the process of it.
Yeah, they're remilitarizing now.
Yeah, they're remilitarized. So, like, if we pick Japan or like Korea, I feel like it's the same as we talk about Somalia. You got to look at like the size comparison. And so, like when we're sitting here going, "Oh, a country the size of New Jersey basically has a GDP of this, and Minnesota is basically having this much fraud, and it's more than the GDP of that country." That's a problem. And then when we look at Japan or North South Korea, and they're the same size, and they're wildly restrictive on immigration, then I think that, maybe we should take a look and go, okay, why are these other countries that are successful?
They're going to hit a demographic cliff very soon.
I mean,
Gibbs. There's problems and wins, but I mean, in this case, economically,
no, both Japan and South Korea are about to hit a demographic cliff very soon. Like a really
Gibbs,
hard demographic.
But we're not.
The Democrats always
because we have immigrants.
The socialist Democrats always love to point out Norway and Sweden or whatever. I mean, look at their immigration laws.
Now, I know that was not funny, but so what's interesting? This is hilarious. This is how I show you the example doesn't exist, right? I mean, people are just biased at the end of the day. Watch this. Don't you hear Americans say, "Man, America, it should be like Europe. They have universal basic health care." Or this country that has universal basic health care. So we use certain aspects of human activity or a certain society and what they do, and we use that as an example to say we should try that. We should have that here in America. Does that mean we want to become Sweden? No, that just means we probably want universal basic health care.
The difference is you don't have the evidence to prove why what they're doing is better. That's the difference. Unless you could come up with an empirical evidence of why what you're advocating for is better, that would be the difference.
No, go ahead. Yeah, so what I'm just saying is we're advocating for strict immigration laws and not allowing illegals to be in America.
Nobody
Just
is advocating for illegal immigration, though.
Here's the craziest thing,
I
though.
beg to differ.
You're talking about immigration, this is what's
I'm
happening
sorry.
now.
I'll be fair. I won't say
Passive
nobody. I won't
methods.
say nobody.
say
The
it
actual
again.
passive
Say it.
methods
but the
put
point
out
is,
higher
that's not the goal.
numbers.
Clip it. AI, clip it. Say it again, Logic.
I just corrected myself. If y'all gonna be literal, yes, I'm not gonna say no everybody or nobody. I should say, because yes, we're gonna. If y'all gonna be literal, yes, I'm not gonna say nobody. I'm not gonna sit here and speak for everybody in America.
I mean, there's certain liberals on here who literally
policy by Democrats is not let's
What?
have illegal immigration. That's what I'm.
What would you call a sanctuary? What would you consider a sanctuary city?
It's just to not have the obligation to report it so they can keep up with actual, so people aren't afraid to report crime. That's the goal of it.
Sarah, I'm going to say one word: Minneapolis.
Yeah, it's a place where it's not easy to
Why they have
violate
such a
someone's
problem
constitutional
wrangling them
rights
up
just
since
because you
it's so
think they're an
many?
illegal alien.
So you see that? Like, look.
Oh, look, nothing like a good pussy on the screen to calm everybody down. Hello, beautiful.
That gets me ramped up.
Yeah, that's a fat cat. How do you get your cat that fat?
Gibbs. This one's not even overweight, apparently, according to the doctor.
Gibbs, is that Mancoon?
Lagging.
He's like, yeah, he's part Maine Coon. He's like half.
It's a
I
normal
don't know.
size
His mom was like part something else, but she was massive. She's like a
Normal
30-pound
size
cat.
Damn, that's a fat cat.
My cat who passed away last year was 24 pounds right before he got sick. So
Yeah, he's a big old boy.
Okay, I got to jump
Fair
in here.
enough.
I want
Go
to say
ahead.
something.
Actually, if you don't mind, Andrew, I'm going to just say one thing. I'm going to kick off the gauntlet here in just a minute. So if you know where you're going, you should get the notification. I'd like you all to start heading over, and then we should all be over there within the next 5 minutes. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I don't know what that means, what the gauntlet is, and I don't know if I'm invited or not. But
Where we get dirty,
You're
bro.
not.
You'll
You're
be
just
transferred
gonna
over.
stay. You're
At the
just gonna
gauntlet,
stay
where we
right
pull
where
the
you
hockey
are.
shirt
Okay,
over the
all right.
head. Hockey
Right.
shirt over the head.
What?
Yeah, you don't look white enough to know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I didn't hear what you said. No,
I said over there is where we pull the hockey shirts over the head. We go
Oh.
full on with it.
Gotcha. All right. Now I'm going to say something, and it may make me not be invited back anymore. But Sarah, I got to say, you are absolutely gorgeous. Wow. I know nothing about you, so I don't know anything about you. Wow, you are absolutely gorgeous.
Put him in the
All right.
simp wagon.
Don't worry.
Creep
You are
back
most
just went way up,
definitely.
didn't it? There you go.
You are most definitely invited back. But the gentlemen, don't be alarmed if they start calling you a simp and making fun of you for that
That's
comment.
fine. Yeah,
However,
that's fine.
I am the
Hey,
host.
jealousy
It is
is
my
jealousy, so
show.
whatever.
It is my show, so you can most certainly tell me how gorgeous I am all
Get
day
your money,
long,
Sarah.
and I will gladly accept it. But thank you. That's very kind. All right. Kick us off, Effigy. I know you got more to say about that. Not the simp stuff, but the other stuff.
Wait, what were we talking about?
You were on
gorgeous Sarah is.
sanctuary. You were on sanctuary cities, and we were also. The claim was that nobody's advocating for illegal immigration, and
Right,
we
I
all
think-
laughed.
I think the proof in the pudding on this is that presidents who use passive methods of deportation, like Obama did, actually have higher rates of deportation of illegal aliens. I mean, it's just yeah, you can count it off, Gibbs, but I mean, it is a true fact. He's not even meeting his own quotas as far as expelling people, and he's sending his own little baby Gestapo in there to do it for him. When people who actually used intelligent methods of going after criminals and getting the worst elements first and getting them at the border, that's mostly where the deportation numbers come from, is at ports of entry. They put up higher clip numbers. So, and sanctuary cities, to me, those are just places that guarantee your constitutional rights, so that people are secure enough to actually report crimes. That was the whole point of it. I know people don't like to give even illegal aliens constitutional rights, but that's the entire point of America. is that once you're on the fucking soil here, you get constitutional rights.
Yeah, Minneapolis has proven that they, just care about those rights of the ICE officers and other
Oh, you
U.S.
mean as
citizens.
ICE goes door to door and fucking pisses on the Fourth Amendment?
You mean like the illegal aliens who beat the crap out of the ICE
more than
agent?
illegal immigrants, bro. Like, stop.
Yeah, we can have a conversation about who's actually violating the Constitution in Minneapolis.
We don't need to have a conversation. We're in power. This is why I tell people like Gibbs and Andrew and Jason, just keep moving. Stop listening to them. They're losers. At the end of the day, if they were in power, wait, let me finish. At the end of the day, if they were in power, they wouldn't be talking to you. They wouldn't be having conversations. They'll be executing the way they see fit. So you do the same accordingly. You have the power, they have zero.
It's actually not true. We would be still talking to you.
No power should be saying narratives like that. They should call you a racist because you want to protect yourself. They should,
considering the Democrats are the only ones who know how to pass bipartisan legislation. We definitely are the ones who still talk.
Let you finish your statement. Thank you. When you just finished yours and I didn't interrupt, my brother, let's continue. Powerless people do stuff like that.
I'm sorry, I just heard you preaching.
Andrew, Jason, keep moving on with strength. We got the power. They don't.
I mean,
shout outs to you too.
Speaking of power, I'm going to be shutting down the Raging Tomatoes side. You will catch the raid over, or you can start heading over now. The link is in the chat. Please feel free to catch the link or ride the raid. You can tomato port on over. If you don't know where you're going, hit the link. So on and so forth. All right, Raging Tomato is shutting down now. And we are officially on the Gauntlet. And for you, Andrew, the Gauntlet is just another channel I own. It's kind of our DGen Power Hour where more people get a little more dangerous, cantankerous, and sometimes TOS violations come out. So I don't want to lose the quality of the good part of the show where everybody was pretty calm and chill and doing their thing. So if I have to delete anything later on the Gauntlet, I'm not losing out all of Mr. Gibbs' work. So, but it's at the Gauntlet debate on YouTube. That's where you are now streaming from. And the link is in the chat if you need to or want to go there to subscribe. But that's where you are now.
I bet Effigy's a real big fan of.
We're staying here. You just moved the YouTube.
Yeah, you guys don't move.
Okay.
Yeah. I just plug one in, unplug the other.
Okay.
It's pretty
I bet
easy.
Effigy's a really big fan of the Latin King that just got arrested for stealing a semi-automatic weapon out of a federal agent's car.
What?
I want to come back to something that Obstacles was talking about real quick, which is when he said he tells me and Andrew, and I've had this fight recently with someone I respect, Pentuple. I don't know if y'all know Pentuple. He's a good MAGA lawyer, but I fight Pentuple on this daily. I actually vehemently disagree with you. I think it's a key like that we go and we fight the fight, like where it's at all the time. And honestly, I know I've cut my support down because I don't come on the Republican circuit enough and like get enough of like y'all to come rah cheerly on because I want to go fight this fight. And I think it's important to fight this fight because we need to show how duplicitous and evil this ideology is. Because what they're doing is we talked about this 6 million thing and I earlier, right? And it's like I can point out examples that are happening right now. Just right now, that's like last week, Ilhan Omar put forth a bill after this place had been exposed that for $1 million to go to a person. It wasn't a bill. It was an add-on to a bill that was established. Republicans caught it after the Nixon thing and cut it out. And so it's like, even if they're not fully in power, they still hold like mechanisms within local levels at the highest level. And if we are not vigilant in fighting their mouthpieces and we're not vigilant in fighting these mechanisms, then they're going to just come back. And we need to remind the American public what these people are at every chance. That's, I think, where I disagree with you on.
The 6 million isn't duplicitous because we're the ones who fucking found it, not you.
But then you say, oh, we found this. Look how good we are. And then when we want to investigate it more, you attack these people.
The normal
we literally
shit,
fired a whistleblower. You literally fired a whistleblower before they went to Congress. They literally have gone after people's jobs. We have people on tape, and we have them at congressional hearings say this. And y'all are still
good.
Like,
get them.
But we did this.
I'm fine with that.
So it excuses all the rest.
Bring them up.
No, that's not how it works. Just because you got one,
yes, it is.
You should be cheering on the rest of them.
I'm
you should be
fine
happy
with
the rest
that.
is happening.
Well, what I don't like is just like lying, like it's just fucking flowing out of your mouth like sewage. Like you're just wrapping up. You're wrapping up news stories all the way back from 2019 all the way to 2026 and just regurgitating them. And maybe there's a little bit in there from the current scandal, and maybe there's like a whole bunch of other bullshit. But it just ends up being this big flood of like BS, man.
Yeah, Gibbs, the only story we talked about from 2019 is the one y'all brought up with the 6 million. All these other ones are like from now and like the last like 6 months. And this is what's crazy is you're like, well, just because it happened then, well, that's because y'all didn't do enough. And now we're actually looking at it and we're doing something. And y'all are like, it's just conspiracy.
Gibbs, we don't have good theories like the Hunter Biden's laptop is Russian disinformation.
Oh yeah.
So here's my problem. Here's my problem.
Somebody won bingo just now.
Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead, Ben.
My problem with this is
crazy Republican
the same
bingo.
as what happens with Ireland and Scotland. The reason Robert the Bruce succeeded where Ireland never succeeds in freeing himself of the nasty government they were involved with was because he went and got the people on his side that were fucked up out first. That's the first thing he did. He didn't go and attack the other side first. He got his shit straight. He cleaned up his own yard. And I don't understand why, and this applies to both sides. Both sides sit there and pretend like their side isn't doing it and justify and mealy mouth and lie for their side. Obstacles over here is just like, hey, it's cool. We're in power. And then it's stupidity at its finest. Like, why you need to clean up your own side and quit being piece of shit yourself before anybody will believe anything you're saying.
That's fair. Sure.
I'm Miss Balderson.
Yeah, he's absolutely correct, though. I just this is kind of the double standard, and this is what I talk about with this moral hierarchy on the left, where this moral superiority is like they'll judge you for your values, and then when you start looking into stuff, it's like it's hypocrisy. Well, at least I openly admit that. I like some people.
I will give you credit if you admit that you don't have values.
Here's my value. Whatever's best for Papa. That's my value. Whatever's best for me. Listen, it's right now. It is. It's if it like, hey, listen, if someone else comes along and promises me something better, Papa Gibbs is out. I'm not MAGA.
At least you're honest, Gibbs. I will give. I will never disrespect you because for the level of honesty you portray. I will give you that.
Yeah, I'll bite that bullet. I'm just saying, like, I wish more people would bite that bullet because then we can get some shit done.
And you're right, because we can have the real conversation. If people bite the bullets that they try to act like they don't want to, then we can have a real conversation. Because all that bullshit where people be putting a facade up. That's why, Gibbs, I know I'll be frustrated with you sometimes, but you bite a lot of bullets I don't expect. And that makes it easier to get to the heart of the conversation.
Well, I appreciate that.
I'll tell you why I'm MAGA. We don't try trans kids or anything like that. So
right,
that's a big.
All right, man. All right.
Yeah. Somebody is going to hit Republican bingo tonight.
Didn't want to hit that one.
Been on that one a while. He's like, I gotta talk about trans kids.
No, Effigy. I mean, hey, we're fixing to win another Supreme Court case against the trans, so that's pretty big, Effigy.
We'll see how it goes. Yeah.
My goodness.
Are you gonna cry like the little bitch you are when we do?
Who are you talking to?
I cry at every Supreme Court reading.
Because Effigy is a devout communist.
I actually genuinely love private property. It's one of my favorite things, at least top 5.
But yet you want socialized everything.
Effigy.
Socialism and communism are 2 different things.
You have,
no, they're not.
You'd know this if you read books.
Karl Marx disagrees with you, and I mean he was the founder of it.
Am I muted or something?
Effigy, you like dogs?
Do you have like a solution to all of this fraud issue?
I mean, I'm totally for locking up people who commit fraud. Yeah, my biggest problem with all this is using it as a backdrop to demonize a community that they've been demonizing for like 5 or 6 years. We're almost right back to their eating the dogs and cats, right? The overarching bent of this presidency seems to ethnically cleanse the country, like it really does.
Yeah. It feels that way.
In these conversations, it's not even brought up that nearly all of the Somali people in Minnesota are citizens. They're either naturalized citizens or they're the children of naturalized citizens, which means they're full citizens. So like a smaller percentage of them are actually like considered quote unquote immigrants in the sense of they're not American citizens. So what they're talking about is they're trying to like get this hatred up toward this group so that they can denaturalize them. That's really what's happening.
Citizenship can be revoked.
Yeah, but
what will we do without the Leering Center? Ooh, America's going to destroy.
Gleefully say that, yeah.
Yeah, but Effigy, this is kind of the problem I have with that, right?
They print their own signs, right? Obstacles. They print their on signs, right?
The Leering Center won't allow us to excel. Oh my gosh, we would have never figured out the rocket.
Rocket. Oh boy, here you go.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
So like,
that look like me, bro. That look like me.
This is the problem I have with what you're saying, Effigy. Right?
I did not give permission to anybody to use my picture like that. Sorry.
That's funny. Is that we have to start somewhere?
Wait, what the hell?
And is that we have to start somewhere, right? And like you're sitting here going, "Oh, this group's demonized," and I'm like, "Well, okay, I think they rightfully should be demonized to a little bit." If you're bringing a culture that's like antithetical to American culture, which is like we're bringing hardcore Muslim values, and then we're having all these other things that are happening. I see the dispatch. Sorry, and then we're having all this other happening, and we're having 80% of these people live off welfare. That's what the stats are saying. We're getting 80%. That means you're net negative. Okay, it's fine if you're net negative because maybe generationally you'll fix that. But then if you have a net negative and you're a protected group and you're getting billions in fraud and taking it out of the country, that's a problem. And I think we need to start somewhere. And guess what we're finding? This same thing.
Well, I mean, protected status means they can be here. It doesn't mean they're protected from.
You don't think we should
here.
talk
That
about
means
that? Why would
it's
you
the allowance of them being allowed here.
This message is sponsored in part by
Sarah. What the fuck was that?
Hey Gibbs, just to be correct, they just got rid of the protected status for the Somali.
I like how his voice went up when he said that too. He suddenly got like 15 again.
But I mean, the protected status thing doesn't matter anymore because, like I just told you, they're citizens.
It does matter because listen, just because you have your citizenship doesn't mean your loyalty is American. If you're like a net negative as a group and you're stealing in like mass, that's trade. That's almost traitor.
But my thing is, when do you know that's gonna happen until it happens? That happens to American-born citizens like
it's
7 generations
now.
in. No, I know, but what I'm saying is, you don't have a barometer until it happens, right?
Well,
otherwise, you just say you don't want people that's of another ethnicity to ever reside here.
No, hold on.
I don't want people of other ethnicity resigning in America. I just said it.
No, I hear this point all the time.
Okay, so what do you want?
This is the same argument for every ethnic group for the last 150 years.
Like,
though.
what do you? Because
I know, and I'm just going to double down on it.
I'll include you. I'm not going to put it obstacles. I'm not going to put that on Gibbs because I don't know if he feels that way. But there's a lot of people in this country that feel that way about you. So is that the stance you want to hold?
Obstacles.
Come and get me.
You say another. That's a pussy ass answer. That ain't.
Hey, obstacles. Here's their
shout out to the Powder Dusty and his raid over in Welcome Dustians.
Shut up.
Obstacles. Here's their argument. Basically, we already have crime in the United States, so why do we care if we get more crime from other countries?
You can say some stupid shit. Look.
No, that's just the truth.
No, that had nothing to do with what I said.
Let's take Somalians from a losing country to come over here and help us lose like they lose.
Wait,
come
don't
on,
most immigrants usually come for the most part? People come here to do better.
You know, the dope guys. Like, let's get the dope guys from another country. Let's not get the losers from other countries.
Most people come over here from
to
do better.
You got no roads and no electricity. Don't come over here talking about what we can do.
Why do you think they're coming here? You think they're coming here to do work?
Peasants who came over from Somalia, seriously?
He was coming out here. What was it? What was the immigration status that they was coming under?
First of all,
just like it's poor peasants from white Africa, from South Africa that they're trying to come in.
Let's get one thing out.
Hold on. I think these two need the.
I don't know who she's gonna put. I don't know who she's
me and you, of course.
Okay,
black on black crime. So let's get it.
This is funny. So what I'm asking is, let's get this out the way. even if you do, I'm not vouching for this by no means, but if you're going to come here into this country and fraud it, that means you're trying to better yourself, even if you're doing it through illegal means, right? And what's not something that Americans do besides try to get over on the government?
Wait, so you saying if I come here on fraud, that means I'm here to do good for myself?
For yourself.
Go ahead.
That's
say it again.
correct. For yourself. I'm not saying for everybody
not
else.
for America or anybody else.
For
just
yourself.
For myself.
Right.
So, all right. So if I'm coming to America and I'm doing fraud on documentations, I'm forging passports. That's good. I'm at least I'm doing something for myself.
You talking about other people? No, I'm
for myself.
That does. I'll be fair. That does benefit you as yourself, but that's not the. We're not talking about passports. You good. So what I'm saying is, the way y'all are portraying foreigners that do come here and do crime as if it's separate than the same type of crimes that Americans commit to get themselves elevated. Natural born citizens. They're not like as much as the administration wants to lie and say they're rapists and murderers. That's not the crimes. If they're committing crimes, that's not the first crime that they're going to commit is rape and murder. But people that's doing fraud, that's the same shit Americans do to try to get over. Again, not saying it's okay and acceptable and I want that to happen. But what I'm saying is don't act like what they're doing is something that Americans don't engage in. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you, but I can't go to Thailand and say, hey, let me come in here on fraud basis because Thais also commit fraud. And let's not act like Thai people don't commit fraud or Japanese people or any country that I might go to for immigration purposes. They don't care about that. They just don't want myself coming up in their country on that type of perpetrating a fraud.
And I fully understand that. But the problem is some of these people are advocating for just stopping them from coming here just because they have a certain ethnicity. And I think that's wrong. You won't know until they commit the crime. And I'm not for illegal immigration. I want people to come in legally. And you can't really, you don't know people's intention until they do it. You don't know. You just don't know.
Yeah, but what I'm just saying is, and we agree on that point. But one thing I actually want to say is meaning legal migration, right? We agree on that. But even then, people might disagree with it. You got to admit that too, right? Because if you come on an H-1B visa, then you might get people riled up and they don't even think you should be able to do that, though that's legal.
It's completely legal. Yeah.
But that's a different conversation. But at the end of the day, I'm just against people coming here illegally, right? And it's regardless of your premise and your right to do good, because I've met people who want to come to America, but they do it legally because they just know, hey, I'm not going to violate America's rules. I'm just going to go about it. That's somebody with good character also. So it's not just about trying to get rich, 50 cents, get rich or die trying. It's about, are you willing to pump drugs on your street to get there just because you're trying to get rich? If you're saying, no, I'll never do that, then that's the type of person, because it shows character plus drive. So I think people who are migrating here to America need character plus drive. The character, the right to follow the law, and the drive to go out there and make better for their lives. That's the type of person.
I'm not mad at that perspective whatsoever, but I also want to acknowledge the fact that there are a lot of great people come from the bottom. A lot of people come from the bottom and they have good character, but they only have so few choices to survive. And now killing people, I don't think that's one of them, but there's some things that people have to do to survive. That's all. I'm not mad at what you said at all, but sure.
I get that point that you're making, but it ain't going to be on the back of our law. You might have to do what you got to do, but do that joints in your next country.
If you come to this country and you want to work and you come to the country illegally, that's at the same level as jaywalking to me.
Gibbs, go ahead.
Come here to work.
Yeah, I have 2 points really. And so your question was basically like, why is it we're focused on these groups? Like this keeps be a recurring question on, oh, it's racist. Why are we talking about foreign? Why are we talking about immigrants? Like, I want to point out two things. One, let's just take a look at an evil organization that's all American. Let's look at, like, I don't know, the Hells Angels, right? Where do you think that money is spent? Like when they open up a biker bar and they're sitting here and they used it with their ill-gotten gains and they sell drugs at it, where do you think that money's spent? Well, the money is spent in America. Even if it's bad, they're still spending it in America. People that aren't criminals are going to benefit. The guy that's selling them the cases of beer at Specs, he's going to benefit, right? The guy that's sitting them, I sold them their POS machine for the legitimate transaction dues, they're going to benefit. Like there is something to be said for, at least they're American, committing American crimes, the money's staying here. What we're seeing with a lot of this fraud is it's leaving the country. That's a big issue. And the other thing I think is important is that Republicans, and not all Republicans, but at least the segment of Republicans that I'm advocating for, we have a problem with welfare and all this stuff in general, and we have a problem with the way our tax dollars are being spent. That's why we like the Doge. That's why we like these investigations. That's why we want, we go, Texas got rid of income tax. United States is talking about getting rid of income tax now because of the tariffs. Like these are things that we like as a overall policy prescription. And so when I sit here and I see billions being taken from me in tax fraud, basically, I'm pissed. And when I see it's leaving the country, or I'm seeing it's basically spent on pseudo welfare, which is then being abused, it makes me doubly mad. Because one, I don't even think we should go in there because it's welfare. And then I find out I'm getting fucked again. Wow, great, boys. I love it. Yeah, so I think it's realistic to go, let's start with the foreigners, and then we can talk about the Americans after that. Like, I don't think that's a ridiculous concept.
And Calvin, welcome. Jason, I'll hand it over to you, and then I do want to hear what Calvin has to add in. I know he's excited. Go ahead, Jason.
Well, here's what Evgy and Logic weren't understanding about. They've already got it doesn't matter. We waive their protected status. It actually does, because waiving their protected status is the first step of being able to denaturalize their citizenship and get rid of them.
Anyone have thoughts to that they want to add in?
I'm sorry.
If not, I'll hand it over to Calvin.
You said that's what calling your shot on being a piece of shit is just calling your shot on being a piece of shit.
No, I'm ready to get rid of the people who are just leeches off our system and send them back where they came from. I know y'all don't pay a lot.
How do you know where they came from, Jason? How do you?
Because they're from Somalia, Duck. I mean, that would be a pretty good clue.
Yeah, they're eating the cats and dogs. They're all from Somalia. So put your knee in the back of their neck and call it a day.
80% of them are on welfare, just like you.
80% of 20% of our country are on welfare.
No, Duck. 80% of Somalians are on welfare.
And speaking of welfare, Iotin sending in the Big 10 to help contribute to this wonderful, amazing show and keep my lights on with nothing but tomatoes across the board. Don't forget, folks, you do have a dono goal that you have to hit for the show to keep going. You got about 40 minutes left. You're moving along just fine. Keep it moving. Thank you so kindly, Iotin. Calvin, to you, sir. Calvin.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I apologize first because I'm late to the party. So I missed a lot of what's going on, but I did see the title ahead of time and kind of, I guess as I'm listening to everyone, I kind of see where it's going, and I imagine it would go this way. I guess we're kind of looking at the Somalians, that community, and what has gone. As an independent, I would say that I do hold the Democrats, or not the Democrats, the Democrats responsible to a degree for a lot of what.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Let him talk.
Are we talking about, I'm sorry, I'm late.
Actually, what the fuck are you talking about?
Was the conversation about the Somalians? I'm sorry.
No,
yeah, we were there. Don't worry.
I'm sorry,
You're good.
sir.
You're doing good.
I thought I heard him
Doc,
say.
shut up. Doc, shut up. Calvin, you make him.
That's what I
Either you shut up or I'll make you.
Go for it, Jason, you bitch.
Okay.
Go ahead, Calvin.
Well, like I said, I'm an independent, so I mean, I hold fraud across the board, and I do see that the Democrats tend to be lax in terms of letting their side get away with certain behaviors I could condemn, like probably fraudulent things of that nature. So if we're talking about that community and what happened with them, I would generally do agree that there should be.
You're just a pussy, Calvin. You're a pussy.
Not really. Accountability. Well, let me finish what I'm saying. You might like it. I said so they should be a degree of accountability that they should be holding their party to. However, I guess what I'm puzzled by, if we are indeed, or if there are some concern about fraud or what things of that nature, I think there's a lot that is going on within the Trump administration. So I've just wondered if the same concern is there as well.
Oh, they don't care.
Oh, and Sarah, just so because I wasn't
All
up here
good
last night to say
them.
it, fuck you for the way you disrespected Mama Tomato last night, Duck. So this is another one for tonight.
All right. Well, you're a bitch,
There it
Jason.
goes.
As long as you
There
know
it
you're a bitch.
All
You're my
right.
friend, but you're a bitch.
Allow me, if anyone needs to take a short bathroom break, now is your time to do so because Duck is now officially on the chopping block. Duck, Jason has sent in $100. You know the drill. I think he's still upset about you being disrespectful to my mother last night, even though you did apologize. So I give you a lot of kudos there. Duck, and before you say anything, Texas Bully Mom also follows up to say, Duck, shut it. You disrespected Mama Tomato. You effed up with that. Damn. I love how many people love my mama here.
Did she hop on panel yesterday? Did Texas Bully Mom ever make her way up here?
No, she said she does not do panels, and that's okay. But
oh, she's got a lot of opinions, a lot of strong opinions in chat. I know.
Well, and it is her right to do so, and I especially love that she has opinions followed by money. And Andrew, if you're not aware, I think you watched the show yesterday. We do allow people to get booted. $100 is a full boot for the evening. Doc, you have 2 minutes, sir, to either plead your case or utilize that 2 minutes to say whatever it is you would like to say, sir.
All right. So if you've seen the movie Frozen, you guys may know how this one goes. So join me if you know this. All my life has been a series of doors in my face. Oh
my God.
I was thinking the same thing because, like, I've been searching my whole life to find my own place. And so this is what I want to say is that no spoilers, but it's possibly that Princess Anna at this time was learning what it is like to conduct politics and to meet unscrupulous male figures who have a patriarchal leadership structure. And so when people minimize what it actually means to say that I hate immigrants, or they refuse to admit that they hate immigrants, they just endorse violence against them. And they don't believe that people that oppose violence should have civil rights, people like me. We should embrace this heroic story where we can have dialogues. The Raging Tomato is a place to do that. You guys are in good hands with Effigy. Calvin apparently lost his ball sack overnight. And so I think you should save me because I think we should have at least 2 left-leaning voices. I'm a progressive Democrat. You guys know I have conservative tendencies. And so you guys should pool some money, oppose Jason Reeves in this decision. And I think justice requires the conversation we're going to have tonight. It also requires change out there. It requires that we don't selectively nitpick on issues, but we look at a failing federal agency like ICE. We look at a failing federal agency as a result of the Trump administration. My local office in Maricopa, the sheriff said he would have to arrest ICE agents if they broke the law. Sheriffs don't normally do that. We're not seeing this rhetoric with the DEA, with the ATF, or with the FBI. And so why is it the case that only ICE is failing? Why is it the case that only now Americans are pearl clutching and outraged at immigrant behavior? It's because it's based on hatred, and it's because it's based on an evil prince's evil plan, and you guys are not being Princess Anna. You guys are being an evil prince, and we know that's not the plot of Frozen.
Bye, Duck.
For more Disney cartoon wisdom, go ahead and just put your nuts in a vice and clamp that fucker all the way down.
I mean, Duck wants us to have no decisions. The government should just take over everything for us.
And in the meantime, Duck, I'm going to go ahead and tuck you backstage. If anybody would like to save Duck, now is your time to do so. You would have to pay a full hundo to hope that Duck survives. And Mr. Andrew is going to be leaving us for the evening. It's midnight. He's checking out. Andrew, please feel free to take a moment to tell everyone where they can find you if you have a channel and anything about yourself.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, my name's Andrew. I got a couple of channels. One's called Popcorn and Whiskey. Don't do too much of that when I go live streaming on Saturday night, Tuesday. I go on that one. But my main channel is I work in the fitness over 50 crowd. If you're over 50 years old, check it out. Top Fitness Strategy is one of those kind of things. Loved being here. I hope I can come back again sometime. You guys have been fantastic. Some of the times I felt like my testosterone was in question when somebody talking about Frozen, really? Okay, whatever. Yeah, one of those kind of things. You can call me a simp all you want for thinking Sarah's gorgeous, but she is. But at least I'm not quoting Frozen on a panel of guys.
Andrew, glad you came up tonight, man.
Thanks a lot, everybody.
Yes, thank you so much. We do open panels for sure, definitely every Monday and Thursday night. And then if I host a debate, there's always an open panel after that on the topic.
Oh, and Sarah, don't forget the Sleepy Tomato on Wednesdays.
Sleepy Tomato Wednesdays, but those are not paneled. But if you're simping, you can just come sit and listen to me talk and look at me on the screen. So it works out either way. Andrew, it's been an absolute delight. Thank you for joining, and I'm glad you were able to pop your cherry here. And we can definitely whore you out to many other panels.
Fantastic.
Definitely join Discord. That's where you'll find a lot of them there.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening, Andrew. Logics, are you leaving? Sorry. Iotin said, have a nice night, Andrew, and good job, sir. Sorry, Iotin, I missed that in time. He just left, but I'm sure he'll see this after the fact.
Sarah, you got to start advertising Sleepy Tomato so it gets monetized.
I want Sleepy to do its own thing. I don't necessarily want panel and debate people to come watch me on Sleepy. Logics, are you leaving now, sir?
Yeah. I'm gonna call it.
All right. Well, I will actually give you the opportunity just the same to say whatever you'd like to say.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you for tagging me, giving me the heads up for this. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Everybody I debate with and insulted. I appreciate it. It's nothing personal. I love the conversation. You know, it's nothing personal at all. I hit up some people in the chat. I want to have some panels and, you know, talk to people with different opinions. I don't want to be just talking to people that agree with me all the time. So add me on Discord, join my Discord. Logics on YouTube. I'm a left-leaning content creator. Do a lot of science denial coverage, debunking, political content, social commentary. Thank you, Sarah, again.
Absolutely. I'm glad you heeded the call, because I was like, I need to make sure my lefties know what's going on, and I think I'm gonna.
Logic, drop your link in the chat, and I'll follow you.
He's in Discord.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the Discord. I'll pop in there real quick.
Okay, appreciate you, man.
Yeah. And if you want those little calls a little further, I could keep doing those. I don't want to bother people either, but if you want those, I will definitely ensure I tag you on when it's righty on screen. Thank you, Logics. And we'll catch you around next time. Gotcha. Testicle Johnson comes in with a big 5 to say Admiral lives.
Yeah, if you've never seen that, if you've never seen it, by the way, I highly recommend go check out CuteBot's little political stream in early January of last year about who should win the election. You get to see a performance by yours truly as Admiral lives. It's fucking hilarious. I highly recommend 10 to 10.
You did do Admiral lives here too.
Yeah,
one night with Hal.
Yeah, I'm like, frankly, you're all fake righties. Let me tell you.
Gibbs, you did a good job of holding your own against Destiny the other night on that panel too.
Yeah, I think I'm 3-0 against Destiny now. I'm just gonna go ahead and claim it. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
To be fair though, it was like 1v11, so I don't know. It's like a 1/10 of a win or something.
Hey, that's still a win. A win's a win. Ant, welcome aboard, my friend. It's nice to see you once more. Any thoughts to jump in? Ant, my darling Ant. Did your mic cut out again, honey bun? Earth to Ant, Earth to Ant.
I don't know if he's there, but I was going to hit out also too, Sarah. I appreciate it. Shout outs to Gibbs, Jason, everybody. Oh, you put me on the big screen. Hold on.
No, I felt like
But
making
nah,
everyone feel special.
shout outs to everybody. Appreciate the conversation. And then, of course, Ice, thank you for the service. Continue to rile these guys up. Make America great again. I'm out.
Good
Obstacles.
night.
Have a good night.
Obstacles.
Wait, hold
Thank
on,
you
Sarah.
for
Can I do it
stopping
one
by.
more time?
Oh, you
'Cause
too.
I'm
Hold on.
proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Let's get it. Peace out, tomatoes.
Play
If you ever,
ball.
if you ever served the most
Obstacles.
overplayed song,
Oh,
now we hear
yeah,
Ant.
I played that
dude.
like 6 times at my boot camp graduation alone.
Oh God, yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah, I forgot to make sure my inputs and their outputs were well. The output's set correctly. It always messes up my microphone for some
Ant,
reason.
you finally figured out how to work a computer?
Finally, what are you talking about? I knew what the problem was. It happens all the time. I just was a little sleepy when I popped in, forgot to check it.
Fair enough. How are you tonight, Ant?
I'm not bad. What are we talking about? I heard like the tail end of it.
We're on the kind of the Somali fraud, the voter
Okay.
fraud. The Democrats are just frauding everything which way, and they should be
I-
held liable and accountable.
Yeah, and the
agree.
quote Frozen, they just think we should let it go. You know, let it go. Yeah.
Well, I agree. Like something has to be done. The question is, I don't know that there are legal mechanisms for like what Jason wants, even though I kind of would agree. Like if that's it, because this isn't just a case of they're enriching themselves, right? I mean, partially, but most of this money is being shipped back to Somalia.
And they're enriching terrorists over there.
And that feels more like something bigger than just the individual, you know? But the question is like, all right, but now you have to kind of show that there's just an organization, right? Legally. You can't just go, well, we know they're doing it. Well, prove it, right? Then what mechanism is there to actually do anything more than just throw them in jail? And how will that fix well, it would incapacitate them. I guess it would fix the problem, but we have the new problem of we have all of these Somalis now that we now have to intern forever, basically. And I don't necessarily like that idea much better. Thoughts?
Effigy, Calvin.
I'm a horrible person.
I'm a horrible person.
Can you clarify some of the fraud? Because you said election fraud.
No, not election fraud. Or are you asking Jason? I'm sorry.
Well, I think that Sarah was citing some of the fraud that was spoken about earlier.
Gibbs was getting into that, so I
can go through a list of them. I mean, we have evidence of Fulton County. There's evidence of that we have Esperanza, I believe was her name. She was signing people up, illegal aliens left and right in their apartment complex. We have evidence of that. We can look further back. We can look at Connecticut with the mayoral race, where we had them on tape stuffing ballots in the thing. We have Ken Paxton. He's now charged 21 different people here in Texas for signing up illegal aliens to vote. We have all the stuff in Minnesota with the voucher system. We have double registered people. We have the fraud that's alleged in Wisconsin, where Biden won by 0.67, and we have them on the county chair or whatever, the committee chair on record, Miss Vlog, saying some pretty sus shit about it, saying how she delivered votes at 3 a.m. And if you remember, it was coincidentally all those votes showed up at 3 a.m. and everybody called it conspiracy. And now we have evidence with them on tape, like admitting that basically they were doing some sort of shady business. And then when we bring this up, people go, that didn't happen. And then until we charge people with crimes and prove it happened over and over, which is what's happening now.
So we're back to the election fraud between the Biden from Biden win.
Just an additive to it's like Gibbs was encompassing all of the fraud, and he was utilizing these as examples.
Okay, and they're all tied together. Like the fraud, like for the money, goes to the party. They run on it. When that doesn't work, they go to more extreme techniques like voter, playing games, or they're signing up illegals to vote, or we bring illegals here and then we give them welfare. We were told there was no welfare. There's lots of welfare. We were told no illegal voting. We have a superintendent we have on record voting multiple times. This is a high-profile person. So you imagine law 10s. It's probably all of them. It's everywhere. It's rampant.
So with these claims, you should have a lot of wins, some legal wins, right? That you can refer to.
They're not just starting to come in.
They're just getting started. The legal cases are just getting started.
Wait a minute. So this is
Right,
like
but you
4 years. Well, it's like 4 or 5 years ago, right?
Yeah, but I mean, cases take time, and we're also seeing this. Like, whenever we go back and look at the records, it's like, oh, if I have an accountant and they go back and audit me for a full 5 years at the IRS,
4 years ago,
they
4
might
years
find
ago.
crimes if they are able to do that.
And Calvin, do you really think the Biden administration was going to investigate themselves?
No, you were in control. I mean, Trump was in control when the investigation should have occurred.
He was on his way out. What do you mean?
He was in control.
This happened after the election. So
And if you recall, they were fighting all of his appointees in the justice system. Do you remember this? He wasn't trying to get this going.
And all the courts were basically running away from the cases. Like even the Supreme Court ran away from this issue.
I mean, the mayor, I think it's the mayor in Fulton County, is even fighting giving the Trump administration the election records that they're asking for right now.
Well, the Connecticut case is really damning because they've already been convicted, and they're not only doing
it's
that, they opened up further
unprecedented for the
cases.
federal government to demand election records from states.
So
Like, everyone
what?
keeps
They've
saying
been
that that's-
subpoenaed.
It's weird that they're not giving up. This is the first time that the federal government's asked for that shit.
They've been
Like, they don't
subpoenaed.
normally
You
do
get
that.
subpoenaed, you follow the subpoena. That's plain and simple.
Well, why does it matter if it's the first time or the fifth time? If I'm the federal government, and I want to make sure that elections are held with integrity. I don't think it's crazy for them to go, I would like to see some voter.
Because the Constitution
Why
says
should
that states are the ones who run elections. Full
Why
stop.
should any part of our government be objecting to transparency in their activities?
Because think
Especially
about it.
another
You're in
person
charge of
no,
that
I'm not going to
state.
think about it. That makes no sense. I want to know what our
I'm gonna
government's
explain it to you.
doing.
It makes
It
perfect
should not be a
sense.
black box.
Do you
Go ahead, Dusty. Go ahead, Dusty.
If your boss comes and says, "Hey, I want to inspect your work," what you're facing is a lose neutral scenario. There is no upside that you can gain from having them inspect that shit. Only downside. They can only find problems.
That's true.
Do you
You're
think?
welcome.
Do
So what?
you,
We
do you
find
think?
problems, we fix problems. Like, if you just ignore the problems, they don't go away.
Yeah, but who the fuck wants to? Who? Nobody wants to be in that situation. Like that's just.
I don't care. They put themselves in the situation by being part of the government.
I'm not
I don't have
saying
any
that
sympathy.
they shouldn't have transparency. I'm just explaining to you. You seem to not understand why anybody would do that. And I'm telling
Oh,
you
I know
why.
why. I'm just saying, like, why should eyes outside of all of that object to one group wanting transparency from another group of our government? Like, for me, it's a win-win once it's revealed. Well, actually, no, it's win-lose. I lose if they
guys give me
succeed in hiding
whiplash
the
when your
information,
state's rights
and
and
I
when you're
win
not.
when they. Hold on. You're confused. You're confused. I'm not against states' rights, but I also understand that we have a federal
The
government.
issue is
and the federal government
fuck against them right
has
now.
to have authority over states because somebody has to have authority over states.
Your mom does.
Well,
I was just thinking that.
my mom was pretty awesome.
Aw. Dusty, how was your show?
It was short and sweet. I wasn't doing a long stream. I got YouTube featured somehow.
Nice.
Which is cool, but
Well, thank you for the raid.
mm-hmm.
That's very kind of you.
Yeah, and I see Jason is here doing his simp thing. Jason, you and maybe Gibbs should probably go back and check out at least the first part of my stream where
I planned on it.
Yeah. Just the first part about the U.S. Mint and stuff.
Oh yeah, I'd already seen like the
I'll check it out. If you send it to me, I'll
I'd
definitely
seen the
get it.
subject on it, and I was like, okay, yeah, that definitely interests me.
I could go into it again. It's a good time. It's not financial advice, but the next 2 days is probably the best time ever to buy American Silver Eagles or Gold Eagles.
Yeah,
Is that Sonic Ice?
Fuck yeah.
That is such a Midwest thing.
Midwest.
There's no better thing than Sonic
This is
Ice.
the Midwest still. You're in
Jimmy
the middle.
John's has been nice too.
No.
Yeah, they
First of all,
do. That's actually true.
First of all, Texas isn't even part of the South. We're Texas. Like, let's just get that out of the way. We're not part of the Midwest. We're not fucking part of the South. We're our own thing. Like, that's just crazy work. I mean, also, Sonic is one of these companies that's franchised. Sonic has different shit in Texas than it does in New York State, just like Dairy Queen.
Isn't Texas just a ward on Mexico?
Let me tell you something. We whooped Mexico's ass twice by ourselves, and we took the Nueces and we made the Rio Grande our goddamn border. You know who helped us? Not the U.S. We had the Apaches help us. We had ourselves help us, and we didn't have no fucking help from the U.S. I don't want to hear nothing about no wars to Mexico. They couldn't beat our ass alone, much less if the U.S. is backing us now.
Then
So
we
Texas doesn't go in there and take these cartels out. That's what
Then we actually pushed Mexico all the way back to Mexico City and actually gave them the land back after the war.
Texas just took over 3 islands in the Rio Grande from Mexico. Yeah, so fuck you, Mexico. How you like the way that dick tastes?
That's like bragging about beating up Panama.
Hey,
You guys are so tough.
There's
beating
those
up
that
Mexico.
can.
Did you walk across
and
the
those that
Rio
cannot.
Grande?
Yeah, don't fucking
People
cross
walk
the Rio
across
Grande.
it every day. Absolutely, you can.
Yeah,
You
because
call
the
those
Biden
islands?
Abbott shut that shit down.
Now y'all in trouble.
Hi,
Dread the
Steve.
Rio Grande.
Oh, hey, darling, how you doing?
I'm
Fine.
lovely. How are you?
Oh. Chilling. Fantastic day.
Christian backstage, you'll need to do a quick cam up for me backstage, and then I can bring you up. You don't have to stay cammed up, but I just need to see that you're not naked and trying to show a dick. If you're gonna show me your dick back there, just know I will provide a rating, and I will laugh hysterically on screen because it will be small. But if you want to get on screen, you have to cam up.
What if it's like a huge schlong? Like
She
just
likes small ones. So don't worry about it.
Like
I'll
they can
still
wrap it
laugh
around
at
their
it.
waist or something.
Gotcha.
Like,
You're
what if
good,
it's
sir.
fucking John Holmes.
Gibbs,
Thank you.
which direction in Texas are you, Gibbs?
I'm in San Antonio.
Okay.
All right. Steve, I've been waiting for you, sir. Once I saw you in the chat, I was like, why the fuck is Steve not up here? Kick it.
Steaks don't grill themselves, man. They don't.
Gotta respect the steak. What are your thoughts? Go ahead.
So, okay, we're going off the basis of the original prompt. Yes, of course, Democrats should be held liable for enabling fraud. So should Republicans. This is a government problem. The Minnesota thing is the tip of the iceberg. No matter what state you go to, the common denominator in each and every case is the government. It's not beholden to a party. It's not beholden to an individual. The entire system itself is built on theft, extortion, fraud, and grift. That's what taxes are. Taxation is theft.
No, it's not.
That's the government saying, I'm going to rob you, and then I'm going to turn around and I'm going to grease the palms of the people that got me here in the first place, and we're going to take all that money and we're going to launder it in immeasurable ways that you would never, ever consent to. The entire thing is built on fraud. So if you're going to point fingers at one party or another, it's for purely partisan hack points.
Reread the welfare clause and get back to me.
That's reread
What is the welfare clause?
I'm sorry. That's the most like fundamentally childish response you could come up with.
Well, I want to fight you a little bit. Like this is like I am sympathetic to the libertarian argument that you're kind of making. I don't fucking like taxes. I to some extent I agree with everything your premise was. Yeah, a lot of fraud is built in. There's a fraudulent system. However, this is kind of my problem. Like I'm not a libertarian. Like there has to be some way to pay for the government. So when
Hold on just a second, Gibbs. I apologize. Unbiased. Are you talking?
He's doing
Okay.
something.
I'm just waiting till my turn. That's all.
I don't know if we're getting feedback or
That
something,
was
but you're
that was some phonetic feedback. That was crazy.
yeah.
But yes,
Go
since I'm
ahead.
not a libertarian. I just
Yeah.
I sit here and I go.
Yeah, he's got. You can hear
Hold
the
on.
entire thing.
Unbiased. Do you have the show on behind you, or do you Like, what is going on with your stuff there? Because
Your mic's
everything's.
down. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we're also hearing. Maybe just mute when you're not talking, and that way I don't have to keep going back and forth. There you go. Thank you. My apologies.
Yeah, no problem. So when I'm sitting here like arguing with like libertarians, like I guess my problem is right. Like I live in a world where the government is going to take some taxes in some form, whether it's tariffs or whether it's for me. And like I know that y'all on principle have a problem with this, but I think that we can both agree when I sit here and go, okay, if I'm going to be taxed, which I already don't fucking like.
Let's not assume I'm a libertarian. I'm not nearly autistic enough to be fully yeah.
Sure, but like I hear this argument from libertarians a lot, and it's a very libertarian argument. My problem is when I'm sitting here going, okay, let's just say I grant that, but like we're gonna live in the world we are getting taxed. When I see my money going 1 to welfare, and then 2 the welfare is being used to defraud me and the American public, it makes me doubly mad.
Sure,
I think that we should do something about this when we have the power to do so.
Is detaining American citizens and shooting them the answer? Does that stop fraud? Especially from the illegals?
I'm sorry, where was that intended to stop fraud?
Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying, well, that's what's happening. There's no fraud being stopped. In fact, fraud can and will explode in multiple ways. So if the problem is illegal immigrants are engaged in fraud, and the reaction is we need to stop illegal immigrants from engaging in fraud, and the solution is Palantir technologies deployed throughout the streets of America to be weaponized against U.S. citizens, regardless of what the official excuse is, because that's what's happening, then the original problem wasn't the problem. That was a flashpoint that was weaponized to get you emotionally involved, to lick boots and let your government do exactly what they did to all of us during COVID, but for this reason, and much worse and much more violent with better technology. And everybody's getting set up like a fucking bowling pin, and they're cheering it on and stroking the fucking dick of people that couldn't graduate a basic fucking high school math test. To go, hey, let's fucking arm this guy with 47 days of training that doesn't even understand what ROI means. Has no clue what that means. We're gonna give
part of that rambling soliloquy. Do you have a point or an argument to make?
Like, why did you interrupt such eloquent beauty? Hold on.
It was bullshit.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Ant? He was putting it down.
Are you literally retarded?
No, I just don't agree with you. It doesn't make me retarded.
He was in the flow state, and now it's gone.
Okay. Well, that's
Can you hear me
great.
now?
Make an intelligent argument, because what you did was
that
just
Palantir app is actually really scary.
farted
Once you get into
onto
what
the
it can do.
fucking screen.
Sorry, that sounded more like what you were doing.
You're great.
You haven't made a
Dude. You're
single
solid.
point or
You
good
do this
argument.
for
You're
fun
just
or a
connecting
living?
things that aren't connected and complaining about it.
No, I can fucking show you 100 years of
By all
dedicated
means,
history
show.
to
I
this
love
exact
show over
moment.
tell. I love show over tell.
All right, man. Let's start with the Technocracy Inc. Familiar?
No.
Of course not. Are you familiar with who Elon Musk's grandfather is?
Seriously?
No, because you're a servant for fucking retard. So how about you go and look up Ian Davis? You go look up Unlimited Hangout. You spend about 15 years or at an accelerated pace reading and catching up with where we are, so that you stop having
so I can read your
reactions to
conspiracy
obvious
nonsense,
political
ideas.
flashpoints to get you to
Insane
see
as you.
your rights. I'm
sorry, why
on
do
your
I-
side
why
in
do I-
this. You're
Like,
just
why do I
dumb.
care who Elon Musk's grandfather is? I don't. I don't even like
Of course
Elon
not,
Musk.
because
so-
history isn't for people who have knee-jerk reactions. You need a knee-jerk dopamine hit.
You should care about who Elon. No, you should go look at it and then tell us you still don't care.
And go look at their plans for the
doesn't
future and,
matter.
and how it's maybe
It
matching.
doesn't matter. It's happening, dude.
So,
It's
and
happening.
you're willfully ignorant. You're
What's a flock
intentionally
camera?
dumb.
What's a flock camera? What's a fusion center?
Listen, you're telling me to look somebody, but you're not telling me why I should look him up. I don't like right now.
I did. I laid it out. I said go back to Technocracy Inc. because we're living in it.
Yeah. No, I mean,
So
if
you
you
read
if you're not
something
if
you
you're not
agree with,
if
and
you
now
don't
you're
have
trying
any
to apply
curiosity
everything.
on your own, then I'm not interested in pushing that boulder up the hill.
Coming in
This is why
biased.
it's rough coming here because these guys are like fucking kindergartners tripping over their fucking shoelace.
Coming in biased, I
Tomato.
wanted to give you the opportunity. Welcome to the panel, sir. If you wanted to go ahead and add in here.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
I find it ironic the gentleman up there said he hates Texas.
I love Texas.
Who hates Texas?
Texas or taxes?
Oh, me. I hate Texas. Yeah.
I hate taxes.
Taxes in Texas.
I love Texas. I was just in El Paso like a couple of months ago. It was rad. I had a blast.
Nobody likes taxes. I don't like doing the dishes or taking out the garbage either. But there's some things that are just
Yeah,
necessary.
but nobody who's ever going to ask me to do dishes is going to imprison me, take my house, or fucking shoot me if I don't do them. That's kind of the difference.
I wanted to hold on. I wanted to give unbiased the ability to finish the statement because he started and then we all got confused for a second. Unbiased, if you wanted to finish that thought. Hello. Coming in unbiased. Did you have a thought to add to that? All right, I'll hand it back. I'll hand it back over.
Remember when the government implemented income tax and they're like, this is just to pay for this war and then it's over. And then they just kept that shit rolling.
Oh, you mean World War II?
No, Balderson, none of us were fucking alive. We can't remember it.
Well, I just gotta wait till they're done.
Oh, there you are. You're back.
Because
attitude.
He's got a lag, Sarah.
hear me?
Unbiased, do
You
you
know?
maybe jump out of the StreamYard and then jump back in here? I'll drop the link back in the chat again. I think you have a lag or something going on, and it is definitely interfering.
All right, thank
and
you.
make sure you have everything else closed out when you jump on. I'll try that again.
And keep your legs closed, slut.
Oh my. All right. So taxes, Balderson, you were saying the origination of taxes.
That they said it was just to pay for one war, and then it was done, and then they just kept it on rolling because that's what the fucking government does. That's what all you bootlickers don't want to understand. Every step you give them, they never give back.
Well, then that's not
both sides.
People are never going to see taxes as a boot on their neck, dude. Taxes is like the agreement in the social
we don't
contract,
see
right?
taxes as a boot on our neck as they take a third of our paycheck. Maybe because you don't fucking work enough. You don't feel
I
it.
agree with that.
Anybody needs to check in with the office first. They need to file their paperwork, and I'll give up all my rights to make sure that they've filed their paperwork properly.
Ben, that's not completely true though, because the IRS was formed in World War One. They discontinued it after World War One, and then brought it back in World War Two. So, I mean, for like a 4 or 5 year period, or whatever the distance was between World War One and Two,
More than 4 or 5.
4 or 5
Yeah.
years. 2017 was the end of World War
Revolted
I.
against England over a 3% T-tax, but love paying a 38% marginal tax rate so that pedophiles can rob you and send that money to a laundromat over in Ukraine.
And speaking of paying your taxes, you have to pay your tomato taxes. You are 6 out of 10 on the dono goal, and you have only 5 minutes to complete that goal, or I go to bed. It's Friday night. You want to keep partying, you have to pay the taxes. All right, coming in unbiased. Let's do a mic check. Can you hear me? Are you with us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Go ahead. Uh-oh. Is there another lag?
Oh god.
Coming in unbiased. I think you have another
This is the
lag
most
again.
subtle troll ever.
If you why don't you maybe either try again from another device or come back on a different night, okay? As if we can't keep doing this back and forth. I'll go ahead and remove you now and figure it out. All right. And Texas Bully Mom said, who said they hate Texas? Nobody actually said they hate Texas. They said they hate taxes, but then we had to ensure we were hearing the correct
Two words
thing.
do sound a lot alike, though.
They
Is
do.
coincidence? Maybe
You swap the
not.
vowels.
Yeah. Maybe it was somebody who was dyslexic.
Gibbs and Balderson looks like they could be related or something. Like the beards that.
Oh, yeah.
You look a lot alike.
We both can grow facial hair. We
No, like,
it's like the same kind of soulless color of facial hair. Holy,
you do have that point. Yeah, I got the red beard.
can you drop everyone but Gibbs and Balderson and Sarah off and just like let the phew.
All right, here we go.
It's good. It's good. God damn, that's sexy, huh?
Mm-hmm. I'm saying.
Hello,
They don't know.
hello.
They just are jealous of these luscious, full, manly beauty. This takes testosterone to grow. A lot of low T men.
Yeah. Powder Dusty gets that little like 5 o'clock shadow thing that he's got, and he calls it a beard, but it's definitely not.
Yeah. By 5 o'clock, I got this again. It's like Chuck Norris. We keep an extra fist under here.
Exactly.
I expected so much better from you.
Well, you know what? You left yourself
what you
out
paid
of
for it. Y'all didn't pay
You
for
belong
it.
in there too. We know you don't have a fucking soul either, Sarah.
Wow.
What, you wanted all the redheads on?
Yes.
Well, I'm
He
not a
was calling
redhead.
Ginger- He was calling Ginger
You're not.
soulless.
You and EOD aren't redheads, sure.
I'm I'm definitely a strawberry blonde.
That's literally what every redhead says.
Look,
My red is all like copper colored. It's not like ginger red.
Dusty, are you streaming tomorrow,
Except
Joe?
except for at 6 in the morning when he's late getting up.
I
Then
like
it's
let's see,
everything.
tomorrow. Yeah, I likely will. My daughter's got. I had to take her to her driver's ed thing. Driver's ed is such a pain in the fucking ass now.
Oh my God, yes. Ours
It
was
cost
every
four-
day
it
for
cost
2
$400.
weeks.
They needed her
Mhm.
social, her birth certificate, my ID, proof of address, fucking homework and shit is stupid.
Yeah, it was pretty lame. She was actually able to do a lot of it. She was able to do a lot of hers at home. Like the class was an online class.
Yeah, she had like
And
3 in school when we were kids.
speaking of, your parents were your driver's ed. We didn't have to take, I was in Missouri. I didn't have to take driver's ed. My parents got in the passenger seat and then screamed at me for, a couple hours, and that was about it. Speaking of paying a bunch of money, Texas Bully Mom sends another 10, says, oh, okay, good. I hate taxes too. Had to make sure. I love it. And Tiny Lucy sends in love for Christy. Is Christy still with us, Mr. Balderson?
Of course she is.
Hello, darling. We love her. And
She's
Nuke.
within 5 feet of me, or give or take.
Oh, where's her hands at then? And Nuke sends in the final dono goal to make me yet a happy tomato once again. Says last one, soulless bitches. I guess if you put me next to these two, I could understand how the color is similar, but I'm definitely a blonde. I'm labeled as a blonde on my driver's license, and
Yeah, I'm listed as 185 pounds on my driver's license.
my birth certificate. I was born with white hair.
Me
So-
too.
All
Oh,
that's because
fuck.
that's because melanin is where the soul lives.
Now, my mama is a redhead. She's got that auburn color. She had that copper color growing up, but I definitely am. I qualify as a blonde, not a redhead.
You know what white people have about the same amount of melanin as black people. It just doesn't clump up the same.
Seriously?
Yep.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Like this big
So I could identify. Hold on, I could identify as black then.
I've been doing it for a long time. Get you a hat and be an FBA with me.
Hell yeah.
I mean, look at all the things Kent identifies as.
I identify as a fucking legend. That's all I care about. You know what I'm saying?
I like that. I like the
Hey.
confidence there.
We've got all Texas on one side of the top screen. So
that's right.
I'm not in Texas.
Fair enough. Could I get away with not paying taxes?
if you want to go to jail,
Now,
Get away with it until they catch you.
you got to play it right, and I'm not going to tell you about it here. I pay taxes, all my taxes. I pay extra taxes sometimes.
If you have a business, you have to pay taxes. Personal taxes it's if you work for a corporation, the corporation's going to do it. But absolutely, you can get by without paying taxes.
I wouldn't recommend
There's
it.
lots of ways. There are lots of businesses that lose money.
Well, I mean, you lick boots. We know that you wouldn't recommend it. We got that.
It's not a matter of
You
licking
suck
boots. It's a
on
matter of
Kiwi.
I don't
We
want
got
to
that
see
part.
going to jail over paperwork. I think that's dumb.
Look, one of my first YouTube channels that I ever started was because
Not over paperwork. It's over stealing my money that I earned.
It's not stealing.
you guys
Yes,
need to fight
it
it.
is.
Fuck.
It's 100% stealing.
It's
No,
100%.
read the Constitution. Congress has the ability to levy taxes
Yeah,
against
Congress mandated stealing.
Right.
people.
Yeah.
Our society don't like it.
Yeah. Hey, the rules we wrote said we get to rob from you, and if you don't let us rob from you, we can shoot you and your dog and your wife and your kids.
Constitution
so, hey,
lays
the rules
out
that we wrote say
the
that. So
framework of
those
this
are good
nation.
rules,
If you have a
right?
problem with it,
but-
either
but-
figure out how to change it or go somewhere
This
that's
is
more
gonna be
favorable to
childish.
your way of life.
Yeah, but
No,
well,
it's-
here's the thing, though. Let's just like pretend we live in fantasy world where we have
Well,
to pay taxes.
let's pretend like we can challenge unjust laws.
Well, sure. we can do
Let's
that, but
pretend like
Good.
we can.
Hold on, Steve. Let him go for a second.
Yeah, before we get there, like we live in the real world, we pay taxes right now. If you live in the U.S., yes, or you're supposed to. But I think we can all agree that when I see shit like this fraud shit, whether or not you agree with paying taxes, I can tell you what, we're getting fucked. No room, and it's awful, and we need to talk about it. And I'm sick of it. Like we need to go and investigate all of this shit.
I feel the same way about $1.5 trillion military bill, dude.
We get
I feel
fucked by
the
the
same. I
government
feel
taxes.
equally pissed about all of it. That's the thing
No, I
that, like, I'm not a partisan hack, so I don't have to have partisan hack feelings, and I don't have to have partisan hack talking points. All of it
I don't either.
pisses me off. I think all of it is bullshit.
Crazy.
Base
I
as
truly
fuck.
believe it is great that we got 11 super carriers and we can go beat the fuck out of anybody that gets in our way. And I hope we use those super carriers to go take everybody else's shit. So when you're sitting here going, let's talk about talking.
Okay, so you're a bootlicker because it's not your super carrier.
I'm not
The argument behind just calling people
baby. I mean, what are you talking? Like, if anybody
That's
can
just being like, oh, govern me harder, daddy, as long as my team is doing the governing. But the second the shit flips and it's Newsom doing it, you're going to be pissed off. You're just a hack there, dude.
I am pissed about it. When somebody else, and I say that all the time. I even say when we do stuff and I go, hey, I know the opponents are going to be able to use it against us. I go, maybe we shouldn't do this because it's going to be used against us. So yeah, I guess I am partisan hack. But I tell you what, at least I'm
thanks.
not living in fantasy land.
Not
because
living in
guess what?
fantasy
Well,
land.
I know
I'm
you
not-
got to pay taxes.
Do you
And since you gotta
understand
pay 'em,
that
it's like you
advocating
do
for
something,
things
you don't
that
get done.
shouldn't
When you
be?
sit here and do what you're doing, we don't get anything done. You're like, we should just burn down the system. Sorry, buddy. The
Nobody
system's
said
here,
that.
and
Now you're
pay it.
putting words in my mouth. Now you sound like an even bigger idiot. Advocating for something
Okay,
that shouldn't be is
All you're
not
doing is voting for
living in
anarchy.
fantasy land. That's not how that goes.
You
If
think
I
we're gonna
see
get
a policy
taxes
I don't
just
like,
for
if I see a policy I don't like, and I go, man, it's really fucked up that that's that way, and it shouldn't be that way. Maybe we should try to
what is
figure
the
out a
appropriate
better solution
opinion
to
on
it. I'm not living in fantasy land. I'm identifying a problem. That's the only way you can find the solution is if you identify the
Yeah.
problem.
No. What happens when we don't spend the money on the military? You brought the military up. What happens if they, I don't know, cut it down to a tenth of that? What do you think happens?
Show me a point in U.S. history where the military budget has decreased.
Sure, I'm not asking that. What happens if
No. In order for your argument to exist in reality, you would have to show me where that's happened and then point out a
I'm giving you
result.
what you want. I'm giving you what you want in this hypothetical. This is what's crazy. Even when I give you what you want, you sit here bitch about it. I asked you if we decrease it to a 10th or whatever number you want, what is going to happen to us when we have no military? We got to spend our money on some of this. And this is why I'm like, oh, the libertarian ideas are
We
just
have
crazy. I don't want
a-
to spend the money on the military. The only reason why we exist and are able to do what we do is because we're a superpower militarily. Like, you understand that, right?
Oh,
You
I
get to argue
I
with
get
this
that
because nobody can reply.
1,000 military bases and bleeding the country dry is what has given a small amount of Americans extraordinary
You
success.
know what the biggest
But I
one-
also
what was
understand that this is how every empire collapses and explodes.
We're the empire.
Throughout
You should
history.
admit that. Yeah,
What?
but here's the deal. We're basically
Did you say the dumbest thing you've said yet?
everything you said.
Who's pretending we're not an empire in
We are the empire.
people?
We're literally the world's biggest arms dealer and have military bases and everything. Fuck yeah,
No
we should
kidding.
embrace that shit and stop sitting here trying to do
Right.
what you want to
So
do.
what
Which is
happens
pussy
to
for the wrong,
empires
which is
when they're
embrace the
okay?
wrong.
Has there ever been an empire $38 trillion in debt before?
Well, I know that we've cut the GDP and the.
What do you think is bound to happen to every? What has happened to every empire?
They've all fallen even.
They expanded too big. They fucking bled out all of their citizens through extra taxation, rampant fraud and corruption, and they imploded. That's what we're
You know,
doing.
most empires, whenever they stop expanding, that's when they fail. So you just clearly don't know history, even though you
The last, what were the last two empires? Prior to the United States, what were the last two empires?
Let's just look at Rome as a great example. Rome, whenever they got stuck in Britannia and couldn't keep expanding to the tip or into the Asia, that's
So
when
where
they
did
failed.
and
Because
then they
couldn't
tried to
feed
go into
their
Africa,
economy.
and then
You're
they tried to
telling
go
the country-
elsewhere.
And they failed when they started failing.
Right. Well, why they failed? Because they couldn't supply themselves. I mean, they kept taxing the shit out of all of the people that they'd already conquered, and the only way that they could keep the grift going is to try to continue conquering, because they bled everybody else dry. They bled all the fucking resources in order to continue to
every
expand.
country that was under the Romans all want to return to the glory of Rome because the Rome provided their citizens and their auxiliaries better than what existed before.
That sounds like it was written by Kim Jong-un's propaganda.
Shit up as we go. Literally, these are just facts. You're just denying
You,
historical.
you sound like Kim Jong-un's propagandist. Everyone wanted to return to the glory of Rome. Sure, dude. Sure. That's what all of the people that Rome conquered wanted. There's literally, yes, the annals of history are loaded with that.
Died off. The ones that didn't died off. Where are they at? Do you see them around? No, they died. They got their ass beat. I'm sorry that I don't want to be a pussy. Do you want to be a pussy and be one of these people that lost to better people? I guess that's what you want. You want to be like, bending over for all these other countries. That's what you want.
That's not. You're not okay. That's okay. Number one, that's not even the fucking argument. Number one, it's not even the fucking argument. Your argument is okay. So you're saying that you personally are going to go conquer for America right now, today.
No, I'm just saying
You're going to pick up arms, and you're going to do that because that's the only way you could effectively call anyone else a pussy.
I'm calling you a pussy right now because you're advocating for Poseidon.
That's retarded. If you're,
You act like a bitch.
you're allowed to have your own opinion, you're dumb. I'm advocating I'm advocating against empire collapse. I understand we're a bit late for that.
My ass beat on the internet. What videos have you got out there of you getting your ass beat? So don't call someone a pussy just because I think it goes fair.
fuck
But I'm
is
sitting here
that,
using my
dude?
tax dollars to go pay for the
What are
monkeys
you
that we
doing?
hand out. We're
You're
using my
chipping
tax
out.
dollars to get stuff done. I'm not tripping out.
You're
I'm just
completely chimping out. You're screaming about videos about getting your ass beat on the internet. My guy,
You can't call
that's
someone
chimping out.
they're gonna go out there willing to go get their ass beat. Like that's kind of the point there. Like I'm calling you a pussy because you're advocating for Poseidon. Like what example do you have of you not being a bitch when you're like, oh, I'm so sad the U.S. is going to go fight these other countries?
Gentlemen, should I break out my roller?
Child? Like, are you actually a fucking child? Is that a wig? Will you cut a little bit of the beard off and hold it up so we can see if it's real hair? And you're not actually an 8-year-old with a fat suit and a very skilled makeup artist? Is that possible? Just tug on it. Can you tug on it so we can see that it's attached to you? Can you? That's not convincing. I think you might have to snip a bit.
Oh, I might have to step. Yeah, let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go look that up under both
You
of these.
see that
nuts.
fucking
I'm not
guy
gonna
right now?
fucking do
He's a
any of this
kid.
shit.
He's a fucking child.
Listen, I shave off more peach fuzz off my nuts every day than you
Look
have
at
on
him
your
chimp
entire
out.
life.
It's hilarious. You see this guy chimp out right now? He's fucking worse, dude.
Like the
It's
wind
funny.
on the skin of my balls, bro. Like the
It's
wind.
funny. Now he's just sitting here talking about his own genitalia like a child again because he's chimping out.
I'm
You know
very
who's
childish,
obsessed with
but
their
I
own
do like-
genitalia for the most
I am.
part?
I mean,
Jews
are you
and
not?
children.
I mean,
Which one are you?
I mean, it sounds like you just are afraid of yours. Like, what's going on here, bro?
Oh, dude, you lost like 15 minutes ago. It's okay. Take a lap. Come back. It'll be fine.
If that's what you think
I
happened,
love it
then
when
now
people
someone's
stealth
living a
their
reality,
victory.
someone isn't. Guess what?
Especially when they haven't actually done anything to deserve it.
You could definitely
will
afford to
break
take a
out
lap.
the
if you want.
ruler and
Yeah.
we can truly measure these dick sizes, gentlemen, if you so choose, or we can get back to the conversation.
You know the thing that I find interesting, Gibbs?
I don't
They
need
don't.
to see
They don't
anybody's
understand
private
money.
parts. I don't.
Steve,
Not-
can anybody talk besides you?
I don't know
Gibbs,
if
I find it really interesting. They don't see the difference in money that benefits our country and money that benefits people who are here illegally in our country.
Did I say that
Wait, are
I
the
preferred
Somalians
one
here
to the
illegally?
other? That never happened.
We
That
just
never
prefer
happened.
our
Like, you're
money
just
not
making
get
shit up.
stolen and used for shit purposes. Because don't pretend like all the money that gets taken from us that's not going to illegals goes to good things. I
like our military. It keeps us safe.
Nonsense.
And-
Rand Paul every year goes up in front of the Senate and lists all those things Doge uncovered. That shit is
Speaking
been going on
of
forever.
taxes, Nuke sends in $10 over on PayPal and says some accessible tax. Thank you so kindly, Nuke. We appreciate you.
I mean,
Actually, I do want to bring up too on, I believe it's January 26th. I think we are going to be watching on Discord. We have to do it on Discord because we're going to be watching a movie about the progress. It's I forget what it's called, but it's the Australian video about progressives. And the trailer, we watched the trailer here that night. It's pretty hilarious. I can't even remember what it's called, but Nuke paid for and delivered that video for us to watch. So if you're not in the Discord, get there and mark your calendar for January
Have fun
26th.
watching your propaganda.
It'll be good. The it's like a cartoon, kind of like King of the Hill or
Well, FG, it's a good point.
Beavis and
good time to come
Butthead.
Point out where it gets things wrong.
Yeah, it'll be fun, FG. You'll enjoy it. But it's Australia.
I'll say I like our military. I mean, I like being the strongest nation, military wise in the world.
Nice.
But you agree that we have limited money in the country, and that the fact that we spend more on our military than the next like 20 nations combined means that we could possibly cut down just a little bit instead of raising it to its all-time high of 1.5 trillion, which is what he wants.
And you realize we could cut back, billions of dollars on illegals, and
You realize we
let's
just
do
had
that.
the
Let's
largest
do all of
monthly
it.
deficit in the
Let's
history of
do
the
all of
United States last month, right? The largest monthly deficit in our history.
yeah, but it's
This is what
steadily
Trump
going
does.
up. So yeah, that's kind of what's called common
there
sense.
is no Democratic president for like the last three
Yes,
Democratic
reckless
presidents who
military
hasn't had a
spending is always
lower
common
yearly
sense.
deficit than
It
our
didn't
starting.
go down under
Hold on,
Biden.
you're
That's
all
bullshit.
talking together, and I can't hear what anybody is saying.
The deficit did not go down under Biden. That's just a bullshit Democrat
There
talking
you
point.
go. Thank you, Nuke. That's the name of the movie. I was like, it's progressive something. A super progressive movie. It's meant to be very comical and funny. And I'm looking forward to it. But yes, January 26th. I remember the date. We'll be there. Go ahead.
I will look it up. I'm fairly certain Biden's first year deficit is larger than his last year deficit.
But
Yeah,
I'll
that's
give
what happened.
Biden a little bit of
Yeah.
a cut there because that was right when COVID was at its peak. So yeah, government spending was kind of outrageous for everybody at that time.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, it's yeah.
Well, I mean, is it the Democrats' fault that every time they take over, they're in the middle of
No.
a fucking earth-shattering calamity?
Is it
their
Trump's
fault?
fault that there was a global pandemic that occurred at the end of his? Come on,
According to
I'm not
Evan, the way he fucking dealt with it.
He dealt with it about as best he could. Just like
Really,
he found out about it in January. By the end of January, he was trying to stop the flood of people coming in that might be carriers for this disease. He's the only one taking it seriously at the beginning. The Democrats are going, it's nothing. Go out to Chinatown and have fun. I mean, come on.
Which president had more people pass away under them in 1 year, a time period? Just wondering.
I'm sorry. This is a pandemic. I'm not going to hold a president.
that is a completely moronic fucking question.
Wow.
Considering how fucking viruses work.
Oh, but wait. Biden had a vaccine by that time, so shouldn't have that number got smaller by Democrat logic?
Presidency was it until they got the vaccine?
He came into office with the vaccine available. It was developed.
Yeah, they had early releases of the first version of the mRNA gene therapy in December of 2020.
And Biden, when he was running as president, actually said, and so did Kamala Harris, they both said, if Trump wins the presidency again, we will not take the vaccine because we don't trust something that Trump did. And then as soon as they became president and vice president, they said, everybody take the vaccine.
Yeah, that's because everybody in politics is paid to lie to you and weaponize your fear and emotions against your neighbors. That's what they do. It's their only fucking job.
Started going, it's bad. Even though the vaccine didn't change. When it was Trump, vaccine good. When it was Biden,
I forgot
bad.
he was on the panel. I never should have mentioned.
And then it reversed the other way because both sides are full of shit.
The only reason I even took it, and I only took the first two, is because my mother's immunocompromised. And so,
That's the worst reason to take something designed to kill immunocompromised people.
No. Well, it's a true
very
vaccine.
good friend of mine who used to do sound for me.
Okay, Steve, I'm going to listen to you because I'm sure you have a doctorate instead of my friends who are doctors. I mean, please show me your doctorate.
I have two doctorates right behind me.
Vaccine, Jason. Why didn't you keep taking it if it was so good?
I'm just going to appeal to authority all the time. It's working out.
You should be up to like 6 or 8, 10 boosters, whatever, if it was so good. If we were so wrong.
Because the information changed after the first two.
That's what's called not being a bootlicker, dude.
Well, I'm sorry that I didn't want my mother to possibly die. Maybe with Steve, I wouldn't give a fuck, but when it's my mother, I care, Ben.
Yes, they use all kinds of emotional tactics to get all y'all.
Ben, Steve's obviously probably living off the government, so why do I care?
And let them autopilot me. You gave up your own personal responsibility for bullshit. It was always an experimental thing.
You know, what's happening right now is...
And I find it really funny that the only time you ever have an issue with me is when I call out your dumbass little friend, Steve.
You didn't call anything out. You just made yourself look like an idiot, dude. Keep going. It's fun.
Well, you just
show me your doctorate, Steve. Come on, show me that doctorate.
I'm also against yours. I'm very clear about that.
Nothing to add to this, Steve.
Both sides are full of shit. Real easy.
Yeah.
I mean, Ben's upset because I called Steve out. I mean,
do you know who Denis Rancoux is?
Can you do your own lifting, or are you just going to keep asking other people?
Do you know who Denis Rancoux is? I'm trying to cite. I'm trying to cite people who've done like extensive work.
I'd rather just hear your thoughts, not somebody else's. I can go read.
Well, see, that's the thing. I tend to point people in the direction.
This is a debate, not a classroom.
You know, PhDs, and it's like he's asking for doctorates. I'm giving him doctorates.
I got two doctors right there.
That's great. Trump University pays off, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's two more than
Can you sell steaks in all 50 states now with the Trump University degree?
I could sell Formanda cheese in all 50 states. I mean, what's your question? Like,
that's cute. I know you interrupted. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I mean, the point is that this is the problem. Y'all right now are doing what the Democrats do, and y'all are purity testing.
Oh, I did. Authority is worthless.
Like,
it's worthless.
We're purity testing.
That's what y'all are doing. You're
Yeah,
purity.
no, his appeal to authority is worthless. I made that
Never
clear.
do that.
No, you're purity testing right now. Y'all are like, oh, if you like don't agree with me on this policy prescription, even though y'all might agree on 90% of the other policy prescription, y'all are like bootlicker. He's a bootlicker. That's a bootlicker.
Not at all.
You're a bootlicker.
Steve, you just called me a bootlicker, dumbass.
You are, yes, you are. You're actively licking boot.
Suck my big one.
Keep checking out, fella.
And as you're down there, I'm gonna put a big ass knee
Keep
right in
talking.
that big ass forehead of yours.
Hey, and that is prescribed to him by Dr. Chokamai. Like, what are we talking about here, bro? Like,
Right? Yeah, you're just chimping out, fella.
yeah.
Steve, you come up here and try to overtalk everybody because you think you're a god. And I mean, I've literally never heard anything intelligent from you.
You're not listening, though. You should take the come out.
That's your
of your ears.
opinion
It'll help.
that you're intelligent. I don't care what your
You
opinion
can
is.
barely formulate a sentence, my dude. You've been freaking out for the last 15 minutes. Maybe you should rethink your position.
You obviously don't know time either. So, I mean,
I don't know who now. Well, I'm sorry, I missed the thing that you inflected on a little bit heavier there. It
why don't
slid
you
right
go
by me.
pull that guitar off the shelf and play
That's
a
a mandolin,
tune, Steve?
son. With your accent, you should be able to tell bluegrass instruments, but I guess you're an even bigger retard than you sound like. Jesus, dude. Stop chimping out. Take a fucking bong hit. Something. I don't know. Push-ups.
That was a good.
Unlike you, I'm not a pothead, Steve.
I love being a pothead.
I'm a
I
big
do.
fan, bro.
You tell.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah.
It's obvious. I mean, Steve smoked a little bit too much before
So
he came
tell
on
me,
panel.
at the Milken Institute in 2019, when Fauci gave the little talk about we need to be able to move from your standard egg-based vaccine to a more mRNA platform. And the only way that we can do that is if there's some massive event, like, I don't know, a
Just like
pandemic.
Fauci, he's not wrong, because a lot of people can't take vaccines that use those egg-based. I forget what they're used for, but yeah, they're allergic to the egg, so they can't get that.
Seems like a lot of people are
So if we
allergic.
move
Why are
away
you
from
going
that-
down the rabbit hole with them?
I'm just
Okay.
saying, like,
Just don't
the
do
whole
it.
point is, at the Milken Institute in 2019, when Fauci made that speech and said the only way that we're going to transition from an egg-based vaccine to an mRNA platform is if we go through a major pandemic. It seems like 3 months later when that happened, that somebody might want to go, huh.
We had years of this. We don't want anymore.
Well, gosh,
You know
we've
what? I
been
don't want
lied
any
to
more
about everything
January
about this
6th
so
debates, but we're
far.
not getting your bitch ass was trying to get the government to force it on people. Shut the fuck up. You got no morals. You got no decency. Shut up.
That's fair.
Fucking
They're
moral
so
high horse.
triggered by COVID. They're so triggered by it.
So
Still.
triggered by bitches like you, dude.
Well,
You
those are
try to
pretty
pretend to have
egregious
some kind of
attack on
morality
our
and virtue
personal
statement
liberties.
constantly when you're full of shit. You fucking ain't right. You guys broke the Nuremberg trial, the Nuremberg codes by trying to force that shit on us.
Did
And then
we
you
force it
pretend
on
like
them?
you're the fucking good guys. You're so
Did someone
full of
put a
shit.
gun to your head?
Nobody put a
Did
gun to
someone
my
put a gun to
head.
your head?
I didn't take it. Guess what? They didn't tell people it was
Wait.
experimental. Broke the
Wait.
Nuremberg
In-
code.
In
Something
Soviet
you You
America,
fuckers act like
you
you
got
care
away
about
with
things
not
until
taking
it
the
doesn't,
vaccine.
until it's something you want, and then you don't actually care anymore. That's
Are
why
you
you
running
lack
for your
morals.
life?
That's why you're
Are you
full
running
of
for your
shit.
life currently? Have they found you yet? I mean, the rest of us just became worker bee drones for the government as soon as the chip took us over.
Like you're a worker bee. You're too much of a bitch to be worth his shit.
Am I a bitch because I took the vaccine? Did it make me into
You're
a bitch, or was I a
because
bitch
you're a
before?
bitch.
Oh,
I imagine you were born that way.
and that's why I took the vaccine, right?
You fucking ain't right, you fucking eunuch. And then tried to force it on the rest of us while pretending like you were a good
Oh,
guy.
is that what it does? Is it actually supposed to neuter us all?
No, you're neutered. You started out that way.
Because the vaccine.
That's why
it
you
started
need that's
that
why
way.
you need the
Oh.
government to try and force things on people. Because you're a neutered little bitch, you fucking eunuch.
Did they force it on you?
No, you sure tried to get them to though, didn't you?
Me personally, no.
Oh, you fucking ain't right, you did. You fucking advocated for it, you fucking cunt.
No.
Shut your mealy mouth, little pie hole.
My.
Sarah, this all started because his little friend decided to tell me that he knew better than a doctor, but my mother's immunocompromised. And
Lots of
people do.
The doctor's wrong according to you right now, so apparently he did know fucking better.
Right.
No,
or else you keep
it's called, Ben, it's called the pandemic's not in the height anymore, Ben. But I mean, common sense is that common and hillbilly. Man,
you were able to figure out not to go get the shots.
Well, that pandemic done fell out of fashion, so I guess we ain't talking about it no more. But people's just a dropping dead from turbo cancer, and I guess that must be Jesus.
Ben, I try to respect you, Ben. But when your little fucking butt buddy over there fucking disrespects my mother, I'll fucking wipe the floor with his ass every single day of the week.
Your mother, dummy. Nobody did. I'm sure your mother was a wonderful woman. She had a lot to deal with. I bet she tried really hard.
Right.
I bet you did. Bless her heart.
Yeah, you take me to the nicest places, Sarah.
Yeah.
Pandora's box. You never know what you're gonna get.
Freaking dummy, dude.
Trying to use your mom as fucking emotional leverage. That's fucking pathetic.
No, it's called he attacked my mother, Ben.
No, I didn't.
Use my mother against me. Your friend is a bitch.
Like a bitch.
Your friend
attack
is a
your mom,
bitch.
dummy. Nobody here's ever met your mom. Nobody fucking would have it here. Nobody just get that out of your fucking
Hey, Steve, you
little
said you're in
head.
Texas. I will meet you in Texas, and we can settle this like men.
Oh boy!
All right,
You
so
should
how
have
you
to
beer?
save me from this conversation.
You want to settle it like a grown man? I'll buy you a beer, and we can talk about it. Like grown.
No, you disrespect my mother. I'm
That's
gonna stop a
fair.
butthole with your
Disrespected
ass.
your mother, you fucking dolt.
Hold on. Tell me more
Jesus.
about this beer time. Are we gonna? Is there like?
Fucking A, dude.
Is there like
Wow.
dim lights, candle lights, maybe some red roses?
Red roses, dude.
I just offered to buy this dumb fucking beer. I'm trying. I'm building bridges here.
I'm sorry, I don't
Yeah.
drink the freaking swill, that you would be able to afford.
Are you you're tripping over your fucking feet all the time, dude? Just stop. It's just dumb.
I know you're a genius,
I
Steve.
know
We should
you
all
love
bow
the
down.
beer.
We
Dude,
should bow
just
down
no,
to the
dude, just
genius
stop.
that's Steve.
Let somebody else insult me. It's way more fun. Gibbs, you were fun. This guy's a fucking lame dick. Yeah, come at me.
Come? Did somebody say come?
Steve likes it. He swallows a bunch of it every single day.
I hate that brother. Jesus fucking Gomer, take a break.
When he
You're
goes to
really
the truck
bad
stop,
at this.
he's a little
You
lot
really
at the
are.
truck
You're
stop every
terrible.
single night.
It's all right. All right. If we get AP up here, we'll have 3 Texans on one screen.
Oh no.
And even
I'll
more
take it over.
assholes. All
I dig
right.
the fuck out of Texas. Yeah.
I like Texas.
Yeah.
I like
Never had a bad time there.
Never been there. Well, I've been through it, but I've never really been there.
Yeah, I usually run through things too. It's pretty fun.
Somebody clip that.
All right. So where were we?
I'll clip it now.
Up, Iotin has spoken. Here we go.
Jason, I'm sure your mom was a lovely woman and she tried her best with you, and that's all you can ask for a mom. I wasn't insulting her in any way, shape, or form, and I am glad that you get to wake up every day in God's favorite state, Texas.
And I'm sure you've done something good in your life, but the world will be better off
God,
whenever
you're terrible
it's the
at
last
this,
day
dude.
that you're here.
You're just bad at
That is not something nice. Say something nice. There's no
He can go suck a dick for all I
Oh,
care,
you're
because
so
my
bad
mother's
at
still
it.
here.
You're
So
such a
fucking
little
kiss
child.
my royal ass.
No. Iotin has paid for you, Jason, to say something nice, so now you have to say something.
At least you can see with the glasses on.
You're terrible at this, dude.
I'm not going to say anything nice to you. I don't like your ass. You're a retard.
Are you pretending to be a grown man? How old are you?
I'm old enough that I'm more successful than you.
How old are you?
And I was more successful than you at 21 than you've been in your entire life.
Do you have a speech impediment? Because I don't want to make fun of you if you legitimately have.
No, Steve, I just got over fucking food poisoning, so suck my goddamn dick.
Food poisoning? That
We're
makes you
not
talk funny?
supposed to keep escalating. We're supposed to de-escalate
Yeah,
and just
food poisoning.
say something.
Clearly dealing with a child here.
Iotin has spoken again, Jason. She's saying, please, it's
No,
for
Iotin. When he keeps
It's for
insulting me and keeps
Iotin.
insulting me, why am I going to say anything nice to this four-eyed little bastard?
I totally said something nice to you. It's possible.
You don't even know who your daddy is. Or did he run off after he fucked your trailer, trailer trash whore mother?
Try to get it out in one sentence in one try, buddy.
Jason, hold on.
Can you do
Remember,
it in one take?
hold on. Remember, Jason, we still all have to be able to walk away at the end of the day and still be happy.
Oh, I'll walk away
And
perfectly
play
happy.
along, but we have to play along well.
imagine getting
Now, Jason, we must respect the grift. When you send money here, we respect what you demand. Iotin has demanded you say something nice, and she paid for it.
He thinks he's smart. How about that? You're disillusional, but
dude.
I mean, that's about all I can say about you.
Oh, God, dude. How can anybody with that low of an effort attempt to lie about being successful?
I don't have to lie. I've donated more money to Sarah than you could donate in a fucking lifetime.
Okay, Tiger. That's great. I'm very happy for you.
You want to see how much I can donate? Because I can
whip
kick your
it
ass
out,
off the
big
panel
boy.
real
Let's
quick.
all say it. Let's see that big old stack you got. Come on, Peter, get it.
Okay, let's
Jesus,
just, yeah.
Fucking, like, do you not understand how big of a fucking
shit.
child you're being? Like, this is lame at this point. It's boring.
AP,
It's all good
take
boring
us
for a few more
home.
seconds.
AP, have some fun with this one.
Why is everybody
bye,
screaming
bitch.
at one another?
Drop down and called you a
All right,
bitch.
elbows up, baby. Elbows up.
Oh, boy.
You just got hit.
Bye, little boy.
Served.
Yeah, I'm not successful at all.
Jason. Jesus fucking Christ.
Bye,
You know,
boy.
I just had an issue with somebody who was overly sensitive about their mother on the internet too. I don't know if you saw the Zen Rhino saga.
Your butt shaking video was the absolute best. I love the oiled up look as well. That was my favorite. I sat there. I didn't even listen to what you were saying, AP. I just sat there and stared at your ass moving.
I don't blame you. Thank you very much for making
Yeah,
my.
AP, I'm a little sensitive about my mother when I've almost lost her twice to cancer.
Well, that's
Yeah,
terrible.
I'm really sensitive about that.
You shouldn't tell people on the internet about that.
Don't
You
give a fuck.
definitely shouldn't.
I'll defend my mother until the fucking day I die.
Let me give-
Anybody who wants to step up to me, fucking tell them to step.
Okay, let me give you a happy thought, man. Your mother does not give a fuck what anybody here has to say about her, nice, ugly, or otherwise.
Little hillbilly Steve can go play whatever little bluegrass instrument that is on his wall for his little fucking nobody fans.
I'm just trying to make you feel better, bud. I just, nobody likes hurt feelings. Look, we're my robe on, calm, chilling in here.
Is there- hold on. What is this? Is there blood in your window?
Yeah, I weekend in hell.
All right.
Oh,
All right.
nice. Oh, okay.
Too
All
many
right.
people were
Timeshare
staying in
thing,
Minneapolis.
or how
this
does that
weekend.
work?
Did I say what?
I said, is that a timeshare thing? How does that work?
As a matter of fact, it's a timeshare owned by Sleazy P Martini from Guar.
All right. Yeah. No,
Is that
they know him well.
legal?
Nice.
AP, is that alien legal?
Is what legal? Is my
Your
alien
alien.
legal, or what do you want? You mean like is he 18? Do you want to fuck him? No.
No, I'm just asking if he's got
Is it
documentation.
an illegal
if he's
alien?
here in Los Tejas, he's my naturally born son. He was born on Los Tejas soil. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, he came
All
right. He came right out of my rectum.
Steve, Jason has spoken with his money, so of course you know the drill. We're going to allow you a full 2 minutes to say whatever it is you want to say, or plead to the chat, ask somebody to try to pay the difference to keep you back up. However you want to do it, it is all on you. The 2 minutes are yours, sir.
Yeah, I don't want any of that. Just continuing giving your money here to Sarah, and for God's sake, stop being partisan hacks and stop waiting for your turn to watch other people go get paid to crack the skulls of your neighbors or even people you don't like, because it's going to be your turn, because that's how government works. It swings back and forth, and you, the citizen, are not in power. The people that are cracking skulls are, and they're not even in actual power. They're just getting paid to crack skulls. The people who are in power fucking hate you. They don't give a fuck about you, and they would be very, very happy if you drop dead, because they're just going to find a couple more peasants to squeeze. So every single time you think that politician has my interest at heart, you're lying to yourself and kicking yourself in the dick. Stop kicking yourself in the dick. That's it. That's all.
Well, thank you, Steve. I know it's been semi-short-lived here this evening for you on panel.
Oh, that's fine. This really is a lark for me. I get off of this and I go fucking hang out. Like Ben has to remind me about shit I said later.
Yeah, man.
I really don't fucking care.
I like
it's
that,
not
man.
a big deal.
That's a good sentiment. I'm not a big fan of the government myself either. I think cheering for the government is like cheering for your high school principal.
Sure.
Oh my God.
Have a great night, everybody. You guys all rock. Take care.
Thank you, Steve. We'll catch you next
Steve.
round. Aw, I see. This is what happens when I go to get coffee and then I come back and I don't even know what the fuck just happened.
No, everyone's cool now, man. I got here, got the robe out, passed the blunt around.
I
Everyone's
love
fine.
the let me just full screen your ass again. This is I just want to take a look at like even your desk is like a desk from hell.
That's right. I'm in hell.
Now,
It
are you
explains
running? Are you running hell, or are you just a visitor for the evening?
No, I'm just chilling.
All right, fair
Yeah,
enough.
that's how I'd call. I mean, I was in the chat. You kept wanting me to call in, bring the peace to the panel. So
AP,
Oh.
to be fair, Texas is like hell in the summertime. So
yeah, I don't even notice it out here. It's fine. It's just a nice warm place to spend winter for me. Bring the kiddo.
The temperature is a little warm in the summertime in Texas.
Yeah, go and see Amy. We're gonna go see Amy Winehouse sing this weekend. It's gonna be cool, man. Bring the kid out, teach him a little something.
She's in
Nice.
hell too.
Yeah. She died of heroin. Everyone who dies of heroin is down here.
That's fair. That's
Yeah,
fair.
it's really cool. It's a way to get all the musicians in one place.
Nice. Nice.
You know, the secret is that South Park got it right. There's only like 1,200 people in hell or in heaven.
Oh. AP, we've been on and on about lots of different topics this evening. The claim is that the Democratic Party should be held liable for enabling widespread fraud. Now, we're referring to the Somali fraud. We're referring to voter fraud, all sorts of fun stuff. We've also tapped into taxes and how they suck, or we shouldn't pay them, or we should pay them, or why are we even paying them? So lots of different variations. But you asked how the Democratic Party should be held liable for enabling widespread fraud.
Well, but I mean, they're Democratic officials, but how are you going to hold the DNC responsible legally for the Somalis in Minnesota? That's like trying to hold the Republicans responsible for Enron. Like, I mean, I just don't think you could do it legally or otherwise.
Well, hold on. What if we
You
had
could hold
proof
like
that
Tim Walz. You might get him impeached. You might be able to hold him legally liable to some extent, but the DNC, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, I kind of like, I get that. I get your argument, like right there. Like, and this is kind of why when I opened this up, I like gave them the out of like, they need to tear it down. what I'm saying when I say they need to be held liable is, one, we need to go after the people that are enabling it and are clearly in on it. Walls, Omar's literally putting pork barrel shit in there that's like going directly to fraudulent entities. We like know this. It's not even a question. We've like established it. This isn't even talking about the alleged fraud with her husband, right? And then we're sitting here looking at Walls. Either he's the most inept guy ever, or he knew this was happening. And then we have their AG, the Minnesota AG, on record saying we're not going to look into this because he's going to give the money to us. These people are giving money to us and they vote for us. So we're going to just let it slide. And we have other whistleblowers where they were like rallied against. Like, I think this is a widespread thing across the nation. And I think that we need to prosecute it. And I think that the Dems need to be aware. I think now's the time. They're like 14% approval rating for Democrats. I think now Dems are disillusioned enough that maybe if we're conservatives and we push it hard enough legally, then maybe they'll tear it down and be like, okay, let's get rid of the corrupt fuckers and rebuild it from scratch. I don't know.
That sounds good, man. And I would love to see some of those dominoes start falling. You know, the Ilhan Omars and the Tim Walz and that kind of maybe lead up to the DNC. But I mean, these are experts at plausible deniability. So good. I mean, good luck. I'm not saying I'm not like against it. I'm just like, I don't know if you'll be able to pull it off, guys. I don't know how far up the chain you'll be able to wring it out. You know, Tim Walz is definitely gonna get fucked up, but how much further from there it goes up, I don't know.
It's probably
good luck
gonna stop there unless they can really push the case in some of the other states been finding stuff like Washington and whatnot.
I'd like to see every corrupt politician thrown out of power. Great.
I was gonna say
happen.
I'm wondering if the Minnesota stuff's going, and then slowly we like work our way around the nation, just cutting it out left, right, and center.
Well, I think they attach. Like you find like where they like are attached to other stuff, or you have people that are doing it in multiple states, and then it expands from there. Like, and I agree. I don't think they're going to get most of the leadership that is. I think a lot of the leadership's going to escape unscathed. But I don't know if I just watched The Dark Knight again recently. And there's a scene in there, and Harvey Dent is talking to the mayor, and he's like, they might not get the top people, they'll get out, but the middle management guys, we'll get them. And it's like, if you get most of these middle level guys, or we start getting the people that are like the actual bureaucrats, like these attorney generals, these state Democrats, these guys that are running the day to day, they'll take a big enough hickey that the people on top will get out while they can, and a new generation will have to rise up, and maybe, hopefully, they're not as corrupt. But if we don't sit here and keep hammering this home, it's not going to get done. Like, I think that's the problem I have.
Would you say it's fair to say that maybe we can't get the people at the top? I'm trying to just rephrase your argument, but we get the people that are not easily replaced. Like the people at the bottom, easily replaced. Exactly. Everybody in between, not so much. You start taking them out, you actually start doing some real structural damage to their scheme. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah,
I agree with 100%.
Yeah, like if you take out like the county clerk who's doing this, like that person's been there 20 years, right? Like they know the system. Now you just took out like a key operative, even though they might not be like high up on the food chain. It's these key middle management people that we got to get rid of. Oh God, here we go.
Oh yeah, those people might not have high holding positions, but they have a lot of institutional knowledge that's not easily replaced.
You're really intense, man.
Me?
I was fired up.
You're really intense. Did you have coffee before this?
This is his natural state.
Wow. Yeah, this is just Gibbs. This is actually
so stronger coffee we could. I'm
not talking shit. I'm just like, wow, man, knock me back in my chair a little bit with that.
I'm very angry.
We should have seen him when he first started tonight. It was like,
this is him tired.
Yeah, I'm mellow now, bro.
Well, all right. Nice to meet you, Admiral Gibbs.
Nice to meet you.
Like watching his debate.
Oh, thank you.
Adonis, what do you think about the all of the ICE issues going on right now? Where do you stand on those?
I think we're in one of those unique positions where what is legally and what is morally right are butting heads, and that's exactly what people are butting heads about. You got people calling each other Nazis and commies, and what they're really arguing about is not if you're Nazis or commies, it's whether if you're pragmatic or if you're emotional. Like the moral argument would probably be, did she deserve to die for just trying to flee? Well, the legal argument is if there is a federal agent in the way, then yes, they have the right to self-defense and you could get shot. It's never been any different. That's not some shit that just started yesterday. It's like people just learned yesterday the government will fucking shoot you if you get in their way.
I shouldn't laugh.
Just remove government from it. If you are in front of a vehicle and that person starts charging at you with your vehicle, your impulse is going to be to defend yourself.
Yeah,
You may be trying to
absolutely.
get out of the way, but if you're
Absolutely.
armed, you may be trying to stop them from continuing to run you
There's-
over.
I
Just
mean,
because you get out of the way once doesn't mean they're not going to turn around and come back for you again.
Yeah, I think it was legally. People are arguing on the left or arguing the moral argument. Like he could have just stepped to the left and got out of the way. He didn't have to shoot her. She had her wheels turned, all that good shit, right? People on the right are arguing if you accelerate your vehicle with a federal agent in front of it pointing a gun at you, he's going to shoot you and you don't get to complain afterward. And that to me is more of like a pragmatic argument versus an emotional argument. It's like arguing apples and oranges, the morality of it versus the legality.
Well, yeah, and you could easily say, like, is it sad? Of course it's sad. Nobody
That's
wants
sad.
to see people die, especially not mothers, like, you know what I mean? But at
Well,
the same time,
Technical mother. She wasn't the best mom, I hear.
Well,
but
No, I'm not
but
saying her kids wanted her dead. Just pointing out.
But at the same time, you know, it's like, well, if you do something wrong, you can't expect to walk away consequence free always and every time. And you increase your chances of consequences for your actions when you do shit like that.
I don't see why the right is so mad. It's not like she got away with the shit.
No, I'll tell you why we're mad.
That's the right
It's that we're getting gaslit again. Like first, it's this innocent mama. She's out here. That could be. I literally watched that chick, the clip of that. Like,
It's all bullshit.
Hot e-girl. Nah, yeah. And then it's like, yeah, and she's like, it could be you. It could be you. And like, even if I was like out protesting, I said this on the Destiny debate. I was like, hey, listen, Tim Hale, all you guys that broke in, I would have told them to just shoot you. Like, so like, I'm going to keep the same standard. If you're going to go fuck with the cops, probably play stupid games, make stupid prizes. But like, it's the double standard. It's that when we get here and we talk about like this thing, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, she was a saint. You know, it's the Mother Teresa, all this shit. And then we find out she runs an organization or is part of an organization that's like, you know, actively telling them to resist. And then it says like she's clearly there, she's impeding an investigation, and you find out all this other shit. Now it's like, well, you just lied to us again. You gaslit us. And every time this happens, they give us one set of facts, and then we find out, like, literally not even 2 days later, that they were just bullshit.
I appreciate everything you just said, but I want you to know that was just kind of a poor attempt at humor. When I was like, I don't see why the right's so mad. She didn't get away with it, you know. But I'm dead.
Well, I'm
dead. You know.
Yeah, I'm not trying to joke about her passing. I think that's a.
No, I was joking about the anger about her passing.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
I won't joke about her passing. I mean,
I didn't know people on the right were angry about her. I was like,
I don't like the lies on both sides. I don't like if I was an agent that had just been dragged 6 months ago, I could totally see the minute I thought she was going to accelerate that car, having my fucking finger on the trigger. Like, if this bitch moves this car 1 inch, I'm shooting her in the fucking face. And that's
why was he sitting in front of the car in the first place?
And that's why I'm not a law enforcement agent, by the way.
well, it's clear if you look at it from the other angles. Like, you can see what they were doing. They were closing in on her vehicle with 2 other trucks. They got out and started approaching from.
Why are you the one that answered me? We've talked about this 1,000 times, and my point stands. If you have a non-cooperative person in a car and you walk in front of it, the only reason you would do that as a cop is because you want to escalate the situation, and you're basically saying, comply or we're going to shoot you.
Yeah, no, that's 100%. This motherfucker should not have stepped in front of a vehicle. Every law enforcement agent I've seen analyze that footage was like, I wouldn't stand in front of a vehicle if some bitch I thought was going to was going to step on the gas.
It's part of the training that they're not supposed
on the gas?
Because she was fleeing. Because you want to know the truth? Because she was a dumb basic bitch. I mean, she thought she could drive back to her house.
Is a driver who is being
all go away.
But all she was doing was parking in front of in the middle of the road lengthwise, so that she would block the road. She wasn't doing anything that was necessarily more aggressive than that. There wasn't a reason to believe she was going to be violent. Just that she was going to be uncooperative.
The left pretended she was an angel, and the right.
This changed in their training after 2014 because they had a study that showed that it was a DHS study in 2014 that showed that Border Patrol was basically putting themselves in situations where they could justify violence on people. And one of those methods was by standing in front of vehicles, whereas if they tried to pull off, you could just start shooting them. This is one of the main reasons why their training was changed to what it is currently.
So if I'm crossing the street and someone runs a red light, it's my fault because I should have known that cars go through the street and
that's not the scenario.
But
I
that's
mean,
your investigation.
but I look at it this way too, because she was like blocking the road or whatever. What if she was blocking the road and an ambulance is trying to get through to come to you and save your life?
Sarah, that's
You
already
know?
been proven. It happened in the Summer of Love, in 2020 when several people died because they couldn't get an ambulance to them. The left just didn't care.
These activists don't
First of all,
know.
cars were going by. Second of all, if you have to go to speculative hypotheticals, it's not defensible.
It's not hypothetical, though, Dusty. It literally happened in 2020.
There was no ambulance trying to get through then. It's
But
a
I'm not talking
hypothetical.
about
so it's
with
not
Renee
relevant to the
Good, but in
situation.
2020 it happened.
matter.
The
Doesn't
left
matter.
doesn't
Doesn't
care.
matter. Does not matter.
Doesn't matter to you.
Doesn't matter to the situation at all.
But I'm just saying, if there had been, they wouldn't have cared then either, because
there were cars that went around her. She was letting cars go around her.
Yeah, she was waving the other civilian traffic by. But that's also, you can also use that as evidence that she was there in the capacity of like an activist and there to block the road specifically for ICE too. Does that mean she deserved to die? No. That's what I mean by the moral and legal argument. It's such a difficult thing to try to convince,
I'm not.
You don't want to sound too cold, like she deserved to die. I don't give a fuck about this bitch. But you also don't want to like write out the reality and knuckle under to the reality of she did accelerate her car at somebody, and that gives them the legal right to self-defense. And you're right. People do manufacture situations where self-defense is justified legally, but not morally, where they want to murder a motherfucker and get away with it type shit. Yep. Yeah, cops have been, and the feds have been known to do that. I'm surprised to see so many conservatives who were screaming about Ruby Ridge and Waco being like, I've never heard of the feds stepping on your neck and just killing you. Like, they do that shit all the time. They've been doing that shit for decades.
my family lived right down the street from the Waco incident.
I don't trust the fucking feds. Are you insane?
That's like the least trustworthy. Like, I trust the blue hair activists more than the feds.
So, about trusting the police, I'm just looking at this situation from the different camera angles, and I'm applying the legal standard that would be applied if charges are filed. That's all. That's been my analysis.
legally,
yes,
legally,
I don't care about.
You're right. That's why everyone's butting heads, because you're right. The legal standard will be this guy will probably get away with it because she accelerated her car to fucking fed.
They're actually, from what I understand, they're trying to go after her wife now for telling her to drive. Basically,
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that either.
They shouldn't do that.
Yeah, hence why a bunch of people, the DOJ resigned over it. A bunch of top prosecutors.
Well,
Are they going after an inciting charge? Is that what they're doing?
They do that.
They're trying to go after her, Ben, because her wife said to drive, baby drive.
But I mean, is the charge inciting? Is that what they're trying to go after?
I think that's what they are trying to get her with. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes total sense.
I guess. I just think it's kind of.
So you're telling me I can't go to like suicide jumpers and stand on the sidewalk and yell for them to jump anymore? That's going to be illegal soon. That's fucked
What
up.
am I gonna do
man.
on Saturday, bro?
That was going to be my whole Sunday. But yeah.
It's crazy to me, Ant, that's your line, considering like whether or not the cop was hit, he had enough balance and not injured enough to basically reach into the car as it was passing him laterally.
It wasn't him that was reaching in the car.
Bullets. No, when it was moving, only the first shot went through the windshield. All the other shots went directly through the side window that was down because he reached in with his gun basically and put it right up to her face.
Do you understand that the way that law enforcement military trains, like when you start shooting, you don't stop shooting until the threat is ended? 3 shots actually seems low. Like it was me out of mag dumped. I just dropped everything in that magazine because you don't have time to second guess and figure out.
No, I'm saying at a point where he knew he was out of danger, he's still.
So they train people to stop thinking and just start shooting. That's what they're
because when you're in that
you don't send a wounded deer, into the brush to go scream and die slow.
When you are in that situation, your brain is kind of shut off. You're in lizard brain mode. You're just reacting. You're not thinking.
Yeah, once they start pulling that trigger, they aren't going to stop. They don't start playing around. They're just.
Well, he did stop. He only fired 3 times.
Well, I don't
That
think you have a
magazine's got, what,
self-defense argument when he's
17
no
rounds
longer in
in Glock?
danger. So,
How does he
in
know
fact,
he's not in danger?
I think you
That's
can
the thing.
argue he created more of a hazard by shooting the woman in the head, whose body then reacted by punching down the gas as hard as it could and flying into another car.
You
And
could make that
also,
argument.
there was people on the other side of the car. He was shooting at the crowd as well.
Yeah, that was what I was
Well,
wondering about.
You can make that argument, but that
he was
doesn't
in
change
a
the fact that
neighborhood. That's wild that he
he
just
was
started
defending
popping
himself,
off.
and there are protections for.
Do you think that
collateral
cops
damage.
should be allowed to intentionally escalate situations and force them to be a cooperate or die?
I'm sorry. How did they escalate it? They ordered her out of
He
the
went
car.
and
She
stood in front
refused
of the
and tried to
car.
drive up. That
He
was the
stood in front of the
escalation.
car. He used
They
his
ran up to a
body
moving
to
car on
block her
foot.
escape.
Standing in front of the car is
He's in
not
a
the
vehicle.
escalation.
He blocked her escape with his body, which means that it is
Fucking
immediately
asking
life
her,
or death.
arresting her.
I mean, that's
I
as
know.
crazy as when fat chicks at a protest try and stand in front of a car. We all know you can't stop a car with your body, so
Right.
why be in front of it?
You can stop the person with a bullet.
Yeah, you can.
So let me ask the question again. Do you think cops should be allowed to intentionally escalate things to a life or death situation?
No, but I don't believe that's what happened here. I think that's you
Why did
projecting
he
what
walk
you
in front
want
of the
to
car then?
see this as. Huh? Because
Why did he walk-
I explain this to you over and over again, and you don't seem to understand it. They were arresting her, Dusty.
I know that they were. That doesn't explain why he walked
So
in
they had
front
to
of
surround the car so that they could get her out and then make sure she didn't get away. Like
There are
do you
correct
understand
ways
how
to do
this
it to
works?
where
You're
you do
saying
not
that he
escalate it
was
to a life and death
They didn't
situation
escalate.
automatically.
The escalation was from her.
No, the escalation happened
when
you
revs
put
the
your body
engine
in
and
front of
charges
the
the cops. That is the escalation, not the cops being in the area.
Kind of a Brady Bunch vibe here.
I'm just surrounded by morons all the time.
It's a heat.
I don't agree with. Is a
What is happening with your neck, AP?
I was just trying to look around like in the Brady Bunch. Sorry. It's a little bit it's difficult. It's still working on it. I have to
Just
go
you
back
have
to
to
the clinic
ask,
next week.
how much do I have to donate tomorrow for you to get a haircut?
For me to get a haircut?
No, for Dusty.
Oh.
So he doesn't grow the mullet.
I don't know. How much is it worth to you?
Does anyone else think
I
it's
was
kind of
thinking about
weird?
getting a rat. I mean, okay, $100 and I'll get it cut into a rat tail. I'll do a rat tail.
Bringing the 90s back, are we?
Right. I'll be that one white
I wa-
trash kid. in
You
every
were that
class.
kid.
I want to see. I want to see Dusty if he's got the mullet, like the like fringe, like Dominic Mysterio wears. We could see like some like luchador days with the mullet. I think.
Does anyone else think that this Renee Good thing is a big deal because it makes white women feel the way that like black people feel when they get pulled over, but white women have never felt this way before? Like, have middle class white women really never thought that the government could shoot them?
You know, I just
That might be some
I mean,
truth
there
to
is
that.
an effect to that.
I think it's
yeah,
a big
sure.
deal because they're trying to start a civil war.
AP. I also find it
The
interesting
same
that
thing happened prior to 2020 when a bunch of like 12-year-olds were getting shot by cops because they were being mistaken for quote unquote adults, you know.
AP.
Like,
I find
these
it
things
interesting
have
though
an
that
effect.
the Democrats never had an
I
issue
don't remember that.
with
What are you
the
talking about?
Americans who were killed by illegals. I mean,
Christ, man.
You guys have got to stop making your decisions about life based off what the Democrats or the
I could care less about Democrats at this point. They're all just a bunch of communists to me.
That's all you talk
times by
about.
justification.
You don't even know the fucking definition of that word.
Yeah,
No,
I
was
do.
really- I was curious to hear about these kids
Socialism
who
and
got
communism are the same thing. Karl
No.
Marx wrote about it, Effigy. You're not Karl Marx. He was the inventor of it.
shot. Maybe you could drop me a link in the chat.
You want to watch some
Not
kids
about the
get
same
shot,
thing,
huh?
but they
No, I don't want to watch
Both
it.
are bad.
Effigy was
Puppy,
talking about.
puppy
Never
cam.
mind.
Oh, everybody wants to see you, niggas.
Oh my God, it's
I'll
a
learn it away.
dog and a dog person.
We love dogs
Aw,
here,
that's a
Dusty.
good girl.
Do you share ice
Oh,
cream
I
cups
love
with
her
that dog?
puppy.
She's a sweet girl.
Dusty, we love animals here, so fuck you. Thank you.
I'm fine with that, but still, I don't give a fuck about your dogs.
I will put dogs back up on screen so we can look at lovely dogs. We
I'm on a
love
different
dogs.
tab, It doesn't matter to me.
Oh, look, dog kisses.
Dusty, who's coming up next on your panel that I can buy drinks for?
Do you buy? You're saying you wouldn't want me to bring up a new girl? Is that?
Bring up whoever. I don't care.
I mean, anybody. You can buy drinks for anybody, but I'm just trying to figure out: are you like because Sasquatch drinks almost all the time?
No, not Sasquatch, because I mean that's just not fun. Because
You know what? I'll get you Dave's. I need my
Sasquatch is
hose.
already going to be drinking. They're just throwing money away for no reason.
yeah, pretty well. We all know Sasquatch is going to drink regardless.
What the fuck are you doing, Dave?
What? I'm just doing my Pilates.
Pile driver time.
That's the best looking cartoon ass I think I've ever seen.
I'm just showing little feet for the people.
Oh.
Oops, sorry, boys. I didn't know the camera was on me.
Oh, dear Jesus. Hold on.
Bruh. So we're talking about what are we talking about? These protests in Minnesota, huh?
AP just made all the men at least 1% gayer.
I feel like I want Space Ghost. Y'all remember Space Ghost? That's what this feels
Yeah.
like. Oh, yeah.
Thank
Wait, your aliens getting excited.
Oh no, I can't be doing this in front of my son.
Aw. Just
There we
as I
go.
got the music up for you and everything. Man. I was gonna start throwing out the $1 bills too.
Oh shit! I didn't know money was involved.
Well,
Look away,
hey,
boy.
yeah. All right.
Go to bed, motherfucker. There we go. He's gone. Just us now.
Oh my god. That's some hella boot. It's like, what did you do on the system to make the butt cheeks do the butt
Animated
cheeks
them.
move?
I just put a little effort into animating them and drawing 3 different types of butt cheeks, bouncing, animated them, and seeing
Hours of work went into those butt cheeks.
Yeah, it was like a whole morning of drawing.
There was
circles.
more effort into those butt cheeks than most women at the gym doing squats. I'll tell
Well,
you
I
what.
get very motivated by people who piss me off on the internet. That's the only time things change on my show.
Nice.
Somebody's
Nice.
dying. Was that my butt that did that to them? I'm sorry.
I was laughing too hard. It was pretty good. I wasn't expecting to see twerking man ass tonight, but here we are.
Just wanted to give you a little look at what. Just wanted to show you what heaven looks like, man.
You just get a little sample, bro. He's like he part times in hell
right.
because he lives in heaven.
I mean, you'll never achieve something like that, but you can try, and I encourage you to.
Yes,
Seems like Effigy's even more excited now.
Gibbs, do you have an ice machine or some shit in your house, or are you still working on that same cup?
I do a lot of squats.
I order a lot of like unsweet tea, and I put them in the fridge throughout the day because I have a Sonic like literally like 200 feet from my house. So
You just have like a fridge with empty pop cups in it, except for
that would
ice.
be that would be the trash can. We have a trash can, and then I just use the cup I buy earlier, and then just walk in here and just drink it. You know, you like stock up early in the day, put it in the fridge. It's good.
He's repurposing. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, gentlemen, I think we're kind of running low on steam around the block here.
I gotta ask now, how many times a day you go to Sonic? I gotta ask that now.
One time we go to Sonic and we like get one little ice thing and we put it in there, and it's half price in the app, so it's almost been like $5.
Well, all right. Since we're bringing it home, I'm gonna go ahead and break you guys off one more time. Just out of love, and then I guess I'll catch you later.
This is lovely. Did you have any final thoughts besides clapping those cheeks?
He was the final thought.
THOT. Oh man. All right. Well, let's go around the room and everybody can say their goodbyes and final thoughts. And why don't you kick us off, sir?
Dusty, I know we've been loggerheads on this issue, but I still love you, brother. Everybody else, have a good night. The audience, send Sarah some money on your way out, please.
I'll miss
very
you when I
much.
have to kill you.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
It'll be like
Sounds
that
kinda-
meme, you know, the little kid crying with the gun, like,
Sounds
I
kind
had
of
to
sick.
shoot ants.
But I mean, are you going to waste a bullet or just step on him? I mean,
No, I'll have to bludgeon him to death slowly because I'm a felon. So I want to do this with the utmost respect for the law.
Wait, since I'm going to get
your
anyway,
state
at least
doesn't give
with
guns
my
back?
firearms-
Your state
You
doesn't
say
give
you
no,
what
I
do
need-
you mean? Defended yourself?
I've been procrastinating applying for expungement because, like, it just seems like a pain in the ass.
He's been talking about this for a year now.
My mom started to bug me about it. She's like, I want you to get that done, Dusty. I'm like, God damn it. Okay.
Look,
in South Dakota, they just give it back. You don't
No,
even
they
gotta
gave me
pay
my
for
voting
it.
rights back, which I don't use, but they didn't. No, gun rights are still.
You have to go get your gun rights back separate, but you know that. I'd say it's worth it if it's something you want. Like if you want,
It is worth it. It's something I want. It's the what's dragging my feet is that it has to go back to the county of your conviction, which has the same prosecutor and the same judge that don't like me.
There's no way around that. Could you ask for like a change of venue?
I don't think so. It's all right. I'll go through it.
Okay. I wish you luck, man. I think it's bullshit that they continue basically punishing you even after you've served your time and sentence completely. I feel like that should just seal your record right there and there. I don't think it should necessarily remove it because there may be some legitimate reason to go back and look at that, but it shouldn't be public knowledge, right? Like that should just be something that if it comes up, we got it. Also, we can anonymize the data and use it for statistical purposes. But other than that, should never be held against you for the rest of your life. I hate that.
Yeah,
shit.
no, I agree with that. I think that you either are safe enough to be in society or you're not safe enough to be in society.
Precisely.
But once
If you're not safe enough to be in society, why are you out of prison? My question.
P. Fletch, we can talk shops. I used to own a lot of guns. That's how I got my plea deal in the first place. I forfeited my entire whole ass gun collection, like a good gun collection.
Reminds me, I need to get my.
There's only 1,000 HK 45 tacticals no D green made. I had 2 of them.
Jeez.
Listen,
I
this
saw
is
one of
all
those at a
I
gun
know.
show once, so I didn't have $1,500 to drop on a handgun.
Right.
If the government ever asks you what happened to your guns, just always say, "I threw them in the lake last week."
No, Gibbs. The answer is you lost them in a tragic boating accident.
Yeah,
That's what you just said.
It's 90 at the 5.7 to match.
All right. Ant, was that your final
Yeah,
final
that was
thought?
That wasn't my final thoughts.
I said Ant. So moving across the
doesn't have
board,
anything
Ben, would you like to give your final thoughts?
Yep, good fighting tonight. I enjoyed the elbows up. It was a good time. No hard feelings with anybody. I think both sides fully suck. And the reason, and y'all keep going at it where you want your side to get more power and the other side, and you do that flip flop. We have nothing. We lose. That's the end of the story.
Of a happy lady. And Dusty, to you, sir.
I'd like to thank God first and foremost. My moms, my baby moms, my future baby moms, Sarah, and some of the chat, but not all of it. Also, who are you trying to buy drinks for?
We'll figure it out on your next show.
Wonderful.
Dusty, we know it ain't gonna be you because you're way too easy to get drunk.
He already left. Effigy, to you, sir.
Thanks for having me as always. I guess to the original prompt, I don't think anyone is for people just outright committing fraud. I think when it's found, it should be handled. But like some have said already, it is definitely not a one-sided issue. It's happening currently. I'd say the current administration is committing all kinds of fucking fraud, including hiding away the profits from Venezuelan oil into an account in Qatar instead of putting it into the U.S. Treasury. All kinds of shit going on all the time. But yeah, if we can get rid of it, we always want to. But what we shouldn't do is use outlandish claims and claims that don't have any proof to jump into a crusade against minorities in the country, or a crusade to ethnically cleanse the country, which is what's really going on, which is why people are yelling about this so loudly, because their baby Gestapos are running around getting bad press and bad PR and looking like pieces of shit and basically ruining the brand for the entire party, so they have to yell really, really loudly about other shit. Always glad to argue with you guys. Y'all take care. See you around.
Thank you, Effigy. Jason, to you, sir.
Sarah, glad to have you back this week. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, almost getting your voice fully back. And Texas is the best state. So,
sorry.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you, Jason. And Mr. Gibbs, the guest of the evening, the man with the plan. Your final thoughts, sir.
Yeah, you can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs, YouTube, Twitch, all the good places, Instagram. Yeah, I'm really sick of one thing. I'm sick of these duplicitous ass, dishonest Dims and their uppity ass moral bullshit. They sit here and they tell us all these things about what's wrong with us. I have people in my chat right now talking about how I suck MAGA dick, how I do this. Listen, it's crazy because they were willing to excuse anything if they think it's going to keep them in power. And we need to fight this. I'm not saying Trump's a saint. He's also a piece of shit, but he's our piece of shit. And guess what? We need to go in here while we have a chance, and we need to look at this fraud, and we need to start tearing down all the systems these people put in place. Because like they said, yeah, it's bad when our side does it. It's bad when their side does it. But whenever people get in power, they're going to use the systems that are there. And if we can eliminate this fraud feedback loop, then maybe we can improve. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect, but God damn it, now, while it's in the news, it's all over us, we need to hammer this home, and we need to do something about it. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thanks for having me, Sarah. It's been real fun. I'm glad I was able to do this, even though I was sick yesterday. So I'm just good to be here.
I think it was a great, fun time. Thank you so much, Mr. Gibbs, for joining us this evening and bringing in the energy. I mean, you came in hot and heavy and ready to roll. I wouldn't believe you were just sick the other day. Shout out to everyone. I believe I will do most likely Sleepy Tomato Sunday night, and then we are back on Monday for Moderator Monday per usual, and that will be open panel grab bag topic. Outside of that, fuck off.
This video was somewhat informative. That's all I got for today. Until next time, see ya.